impersonable. Impersonal, not personal, not representing a person, not having personality. Impersonal passive, a construction that removes the subject from an intransitive verb, as in the Dutch sentence wordt gefloten, someone whistled, also known as pseudo-passive. Impersonal passives, plural of impersonal passive. Impersonal subject, a pronoun such as it used as the subject of a clause involving weather, distance, or time. Impersonal subjects, plural of impersonal subject. Impersonal verb, a verb used only in the infinitive or in the third person. In the third person, the subject is either implied or a dummy. Impersonal verbs, plural of impersonal verb. Impersonalization, alternative form of impersonalization. Impersonalizations, plural of impersonalization. Impersonalize, alternative form of impersonalize. Impersonalize, simple past and past participle of impersonalize. Impersonalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of impersonalize. Impersonalizing, present participle and gerund of impersonalize. Impersonalism, a belief system that places little importance on individuals and their subjective viewpoints and experiences. Impersonalists, a proponent of impersonalism. Impersonalistic, of or relating to impersonalism. Impersonalists, plural of impersonalists. Impersonalities, plural of impersonality. Impersonality, the state or quality of being impersonal. Impersonalization, the process of making something impersonal. Impersonalizations, plural of impersonalization. Impersonalize, to make impersonal. Impersonalize, simple past and past participle of impersonalize. Impersonalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of impersonalize. Impersonalizing, present participle and gerund of impersonalize. Impersonally, in an impersonal manner. Impersonalness, quality of being impersonal. Impersonals, plural of impersonal. Impersonate, to pretend to be a different person, to assume the identity of, especially when there is an intent to deceive. Impersonated, simple past and past participle of impersonate. Impersonates, third person singular simple present indicative of impersonate. Impersonating, present participle and gerund of impersonate. Impersonation, the act of impersonating. Impersonations, plural of impersonation. Impersonative, that impersonates. Impersonator, one who fraudulently impersonates another person. Impersonators, plural of impersonator. Impersonatory, that impersonates. Impersonatress, an impersonator who is female. Impersonatresses, plural of impersonatress. Impersonatrices, plural of impersonatrix. Impersonatrix, an impersonator who is female. Impersonhood, lack of personhood. Impersonification, the act of impersonating, impersonation. Impersonifications, plural of impersonification. Impersonization, a manifestation in corporeal form, personification. Impersonizations, plural of impersonization. Impersonize, to manifest in corporeal form, to personify. Impersonize, simple past and past participle of impersonize. Impersonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of impersonize. Impersonizing, present participle and gerund of impersonize. Imperspicuity, vagueness, lack of clarity. Imperspicuous, vague, unclear, lacking clarity. Impersuadable, synonym of impersuasible. Impersuasibility, the quality of being impersuasible. Impersuasible, not persuasible, not to be moved by persuasion. Impersuasibleness, the quality of being impersuasible. Impertinence, lack of pertinence, irrelevance. Impertinences, plural of impertinence. Impertinencies, plural of impertinency. Impertinency, irrelevancy, impertinence. Impertinent, insolent, ill-mannered, or disrespectful, disregardful. Impertinently, in an impertinent manner. Impertinentness, the quality of being impertinent. Impertinence, plural of impertinent. Impertranceability, the quality of being impertranceable. Impervensible, impermeable. Imperturbability, a state of calm, unruffled self-assurance, aplomb, composure. Imperturbable, not capable of being or not easily perturbed, excited, or upset. Calm and collected, even under pressure. Imperturbableness, the quality of being imperturbable. Imperturbably, in an imperturbable manner, calmly. Imperturbated, not perturbated. Imperturbation, freedom from agitation of mind, calmness. Imperturbed, synonym of unperturbed. Imperviability, the quality of being imperviable, imperviousness. Impervio, impervious. Imperviableness, the quality of being imperviable. Impervious, unaffected or unable to be affected by something. Imperviously, in an impervious manner, impenetrably, impermeably. Imperviousness, the state of being impervious. Impervium, an impervious substance. Embury, archaic form of empery. Embes, to afflict with pestilence, in most cases the bubonic plague. Embested, simple past and past participle of impest. Embester, to pester, to annoy. Embester, simple past and past participle of impester. Impestering, present participle and gerund of impester. Impesters, third person singular simple present indicative of impester. Investing, present participle and gerund of impasse. Embests, third person singular simple present indicative of impasse. Impetigens, plural of impetigo. Impetigenized, accompanied by impetigo. Impetigenous, of, pertaining to, or suffering from. Impetigo. Impetigo, a contagious bacterial skin disease forming pustules and yellow crusty sores chiefly on the face and hands. It is common in children and infection is often through cuts or insect bites. Impetigos, plural of impetigo. Impetigos, plural of impetigo. Impetrable, capable of being obtained or influenced by petition. Impetrate, to obtain by asking, to procure upon request. Impetrate, simple past and past participle of impetrate. Impetrates, third person singular simple present indicative of impetrate. Impetrating, present participle and gerund of impetrate. Impetration, the act of impetrating or obtaining by petition or entreaty. Impetrations, plural of impetration. Impetrative, of the nature of impetration, getting or tending to get by entreaty. Impetrator, one who impetrates. Impetrators, plural of impetrator. Impetratory, begging, imploratory. Impetuosities, plural of impetuosity. Impetuosity, the quality of making rash or arbitrary decisions, especially in an impulsive or forceful manner. Impetuous, making arbitrary decisions, especially in an impulsive and forceful manner. Impetuously, in an impetuous manner, with sudden force. Impetuousness, the state or quality of being impetuous, making arbitrary decisions. Impetus, anything that impels, is stimulating factor. Impetuous, plural of impetus. Imbex, import and export. Ami, a surname from Old English. Impian moanal, synonym of impian pheasant. Impian monals, plural of impian monal. Impian pheasant, a species of pheasant, Lophophorus impigenes. Impian pheasants, plural of impian pheasant. Impies, plural of impi. Abbreviation of imperfect. Imphal, a city, the state capital of Manipur, India. Imphalite, of, from, or pertaining to, infall. Imphalites, plural of imphalite. Alternate form of imphal. Envy, African sugarcane sorghum bicolor, sin, Halcus saccharatus and Andropogon saccharatus. Imveus, plural of imphi. Scotland form of MHM. A group of Zulu or other Bantu warriors, a detachment of armed men. Impili, a surname. Impicture, pictured, drawn, represented visually. Impierce, to pierce, to penetrate. Impierceable, not capable of being pierced, impenetrable. Impierced, simple past and past participle of impierce. Impierces, third person singular simple present, indicative of impierce. Impiercing, present participle and gerund of impierce. Impieties, plural of impiety. Impiety, the state of being impious. Index, a barangay of Sipocot, Camarines, sir, Philippines. Impignorate, to pledge or pawn. Impignorative, simple past and past participle of impignorate. Impignorates, third person singular simple present indicative of impignorate. Impignorating, present participle and gerund of impignorate. Impignoration, the act of pawning or pledging, the state of being pawned. Impignorations, plural of impignoration. Impambi, a police informer. Iva, the act or process of grafting or mending. Imbench, to make a physical impact on. Impinged, simple past and past participle of impinge. Impingement, the act of impinging. Impingement black, a black pigment produced by flames burning against metal. Impingement blacks, plural of impingement black. Impingements, plural of impingement. Impingements. The quality of being impingent. Impingent, striking against or upon, impinging. Impinger, any of several instruments in which fine particles dust in a gas are analyzed by blowing them through a jet onto a wetted plate prior to being counted, typically used for particle analysis. Impingers, plural of impinger. Impinges, third person singular simple present indicative of impinge. Impinge, third person singular simple present indicative of impinge. Impinging, present participle and gerund of impinge. Impingingly, so as to impinge. Impingings, plural of impinging. Invaves, plural of imping. Impinton, a village in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4463. Impinguate, to fatten, to make fat. Impinguated, simple past and past participle of impinguate. Impinguates, third person singular simple present indicative of impinguate. Impinguating, present participle and gerund of impinguate. Impinguation, the act of fattening, or the state of being fat or fatten. Impious, not pious. Impiously, in an impious manner, profanely, wickedly. Impiousness, quality of being impious. Empire, obsolete form of empire. Empires, plural of empire. Envies, plural of impy. Impish, mischievous or befitting an imp. Impishly, in an impish manner, mischievously. Impishness, the state or quality of being impish, mischievousness. Impishnesses, plural of impishness. Impiteous, not showing pity or mercy. Ehud, initialism of Israel movement for reform and progressive Judaism. Elul, clipping of implementation. Implaceabilities, plural of implaceability. Implacability, the quality or state of being implacable. Implacable, not able to be placated or appeased. Implacableness, the quality of being implacable. Implacably, in an implacable manner. Emplace, alternative form of emplace. Emplaced, simple past and past participle of emplace. Emplacement, alternative form of emplacement. Emplacements, plural of emplacement. Emplacental, not having a placenta said of, for example, marsupials and monotremes. Emplacentals, plural of emplacental. Emplacentate, not placentate, lacking a placenta. Emplaces, third person singular simple present indicative of emplace. Emplacing, present participle and gerund of emplace. Emvlat, to fix firmly or set securely or deeply. Implantability, the quality of being implantable. Implantable, capable of being or designed to be implanted within the body, etc. Implantables, plural of implantable. Implantation, the way in which an organ, bone, muscle, etc. becomes inserted into its set place. Implantation, bleeding, light bleeding from the vagina caused when a fertilized ovum attaches to the wall of the uterus. Implantational, relating to implantation. Implantations, plural of implantation. Implanted, simple past and past participle of implant. Implantee, the recipient of an implant. Implantees, plural of implantee. Implanter, someone or something that implants. Implanters, plural of implanter. Implanting, present participle and gerund of implant. Implantment, the act or process of implanting something, implantation. Implantments, plural of implantment. Implantological, relating to implantology. Implantologist, one who studies implantology. Implantologists, plural of implantologists. Implantology, the science of or techniques involved in dental implants. Implants, plural of implant. Emplate, to cover with plates, to sheet. Emplated, simple past and past participle of emplate. Emplates, third person singular simple present indicative of emplate. Emplating, present participle and gerund of emplate. Implausibilities, plural of implausibility. Implausibility, lack of plausibility. The quality of being implausible. Implausible, not plausible, unlikely, dubious. Implausibleness. Implausibility, the state or quality of being implausible. Implausibly, in an implausible or dubious manner. Impleach, to entwine, entangle. Impleach, simple past and past participle of impleach. Impleaches, third person singular simple present indicative of impleach. Impleaching, present participle and gerund of impleach. Amplade, to sue in court, raise an action against a defendant. Impleadable, inexcusable, not able to plead or excuse. Impleaded, simple past and past participle of implead. Impleader, a procedural device before trial in which a party joins a third party into a lawsuit because that party is liable to an original defendant. Impleaders, plural of impleader. Impleading, present participle and gerund of implead. Impleadment, the act of impleading or the state of being impleaded. Impleadments, plural of impleadment. Impleads, third person singular simple present indicative of implead. Impleasing, unpleasing, displeasing. Impul, simple past and past participle of implead. Impledge, to pledge. Impledged, simple past and past participle of impledge. Impledges, third person singular simple present indicative of impledge. Impledging, present participle and gerund of impledge. Implement, to bring about, to put into practice, to carry out. Implementabilities, plural of implementability. Implementability, the quality of being implementable. Implementable, able to be implemented. Implemental, pertaining to or characterized by implements or their use, mechanical. Implementary, implementing. Relating to implementation of a scheme, etc. Implementation, the process of moving an idea from concept to reality. In business, engineering, and other fields, implementation refers to the building process rather than the design process. Implementational, that implements. Implementationally, as part of an implementation. Implementations, plural of implementation. Implementative, relating to implementation. Implemented, simple past and past participle of implement. Implementer, a person who implements something. Implementers, plural of implementer. Implementiferous, yielding implements. Implementing, present participle and gerund of implement. Implementing partner, either an associate government or non-government entity or agency that supplements the works of a larger organization or agency by helping to carry out institutional arrangements in line with the larger organization's goals and objectives. Implementing partners, plural of implementing partner. Implementor, alternative spelling of implementer. Implementors, plural of implementor. Implements, plural of implement. Implet, to fill. Impleted, simple past and past participle of implete. Impletes, third person singular simple present indicative of implete. Impleting, present participle and gerund of implete. Impletion, an act of filling. The state of being full. Impletions, plural of impletion. Implex, intricate, involved, entangled, complicated, complex. Implexes, plural of implex. Implection, a relation between incomplete and complete objects which seems to be very close to what is often called instantiation, i.e. a relation between universals and particulars. Incomplete objects are implected in complete ones. Implections, plural of implection. Impliable, not pliable, inflexible, unyielding. Implicable, synonym of impliable, capable of being implied. Implicand, the conclusion of an implication. Implicans, plural of implicand. Implicans, the antecedent in the if clause, the well-formed formula WFF. Implicant, the hypothesis of an implication. Implicants, plural of implicant. Implicata, plural of implicatum. Implicate, to show to be connected or involved in an unfavorable or criminal way. Implicated, simple past and past participle of implicate. Implicates, third person singular simple present indicative of implicate. Implicating, present participle and gerund of implicate. Implication, the act of implicating. Implicational, of or pertaining to logical implication. Implicational propositional calculus, a minimalist version of propositional calculus which uses only the logical connectives right arrow implies and false. Implicationary, synonym of implicational. Implications, plural of implication. Implicative, tending to implicate or to imply, pertaining to implication. Implicatively, in an implicative way. Implicativeness, the quality of being implicative. Implicator, someone or something that implicates, a sign or indicator for an implicator, or one who calls attention to the implication. Implicators, plural of implicator. Implicatory, relating to implication. Implicatum, that which is implied. Implicature, an implied meaning that does not semantically entail. Implicatures, plural of implicature. Implicit, suggested indirectly without being directly expressed. Implicit association tests, a measure within social psychology designed to detect the strength of a person's automatic association between mental representations of objects' concepts in memory. Implicit association tests, plural of implicit association tests. Implicit cognition, knowledge or information, whether from perception or memory, that clearly influences a person's behavior without conscious awareness of the information. Implicit cognition, plural of implicit cognition. Implicit function, a function defined by a multivariable implicit equation when one of the variables is regarded as the value of the function, especially where said equation is such that the value is not directly calculable from the other variables. Implicit functions, plural of implicit function. Implicitization, the act of rendering something implicit. Implicitizations, plural of implicitization. Implicitly, in an implicit or implied manner. Implicitness, the state or quality of being implicit. Implicitnesses, plural of implicitness. Implicity, the quality of being implicit. Implied, suggested without being stated directly, implicated or hinted at. Implied consent, the assumed agreement that a person would approve a course of action if asked when that person is not presently able to be asked. Implied line, a line in an artwork that is not physically there but suggested by points in the artwork. Implied lines, plural of implied line. Implied odds, the odds offered by the amount one must call against the amount currently in the bet plus the amount one stands to gain from future betting, in contrast to pot odds. Implicitly, in an implied manner, by implication. Impliedness, quality of being in play. Implitst, second person singular simple past indicative of imply. Implier, one who implies. Impliers, plural of implier. Implies, third person singular simple present indicative of imply. Implicit, second person singular simple present indicative of imply. Implieth, third person singular simple present indicative of imply. Imp-like, possessing the qualities or appearances of an imp. Implode, to collapse or burst inward violently. Imploded, simple past and past participle of implode. Implodent, an implosive sound. Implodence, plural of implodent. Imploder, a person who directs their anger inward. Imploders, plural of imploder. Implodes, third person singular simple present indicative of implode. Imploding, present participle and gerund of implode. Imploration, the action of imploring, begging, beseeching. Implorations, plural of imploration. Implorators, plural of emploiter. Imploratory, entreating, supplicatory. Implore, to beg or plead for something earnestly or urgently, to beseech. Implore, simple past and past participle of implore. Imploredst, second person singular simple past indicative of implore. Implorer, one who implores. Implores, plural of implorer. Implores, third person singular simple present indicative of implore. Implore, second person singular simple present indicative of implore. Imploreth, third person singular simple present indicative of implore. Imploring, present participle and gerund of implore. Imploringly, beseechingly, in a manner that beseeches or implores. Imploringness, that quality of being. Imploring. Implorings, plural of imploring. Implosion, the inrush of air in forming a suction stop. Implosion bomb, a nuclear bomb that uses implosion to compress the fissile material so that it goes from subcritical to critical. Implosion bombs, plural of implosion bomb. Implosions, plural of implosion. Implosive, formed by implosion. Implosively, in an implosive manner, by means of implosion. Implosiveness, the quality of being implosive. Implosives, plural of implosive. Employ, obsolete spelling of employ. Employ, simple past and past participle of employ. Employing, present participle and gerund of employ. Employment, obsolete spelling of employment. Employments, plural of employment. Employs, third person singular simple present indicative of employ. Impuls, plural of impul. Illumed, not plumed, without plumes or feathers. Implunge, to plunge something into something else. Implunged, simple past and past participle of implunge. Implunges, third person singular simple present indicative of implunge. Implunging, present participle and gerund of implunge. Impluvia, plural of impluvium. Impluvium, a low basin in the center of a household atrium into which rainwater flowed down from the roof through the compluvium. Impluvium, plural of impluvium. Imply, to have as a necessary consequence, to lead to something as a consequence. Implying, present participle and gerund of imply. Implyings, plural of implying. Impocket, to place into a pocket. Impocketed, simple past and past participle of impocket. Impocketing, present participle and gerund of impocket. Impockets, third person singular simple present indicative of impocket. Impoetic, synonym of unpoetic. Impotho, synonym of a land type of antelope. Empoison, obsolete form of empoison. Empoisoned, simple past and past participle of empoison. Empoisoner, a poisoner. Empoisoners, plural of empoisoner. Empoisonment. Present participle and gerund of empoison. Empoisonment. Obsolete. Empoisonments. Plural of empoisonment. Empoisons. Third person singular simple present indicative of empoison. Impolarly. Not according to or in the direction of the poles. Impolarizable. That cannot be polarized. Impolder. Alternative form of empolder. Impoldered. Simple past and past participle of empolder. Impoldering. Present participle and gerund of empolder. Impolders. Third person singular simple present indicative of impolder. Impolicies. Plural of impolicy. Impolicy. The state or act of being impolitic. Impolite. Not polite. Discourteous, not of polished manners. Wanting in good manners. Impolitely. In an impolite manner, uncivilly, rudely. Impoliteness. The state of being impolite, incivility, rudeness. Impolitenesses. Plural of impoliteness. Impoliter. Comparative form of impolite, more impolite. Impolitus. Superlative form of impolite, most impolite. Impolitic. Not in accordance with good policy. Impolitico. Obsolete. Form of impolitic. Impolitically. In a way that is impolitic. Impoliticalness. Quality of being impolitical. Impolitic. Obsolete form of impolitic. Impolitically. Obsolete form of impolitically. Impolitically. Archaic form of impolitically. Impoliticness. The state or quality of being impolitic. Imponderabilia. Those things that are imponderable. Imponderabilities. Plural of imponderability. Imponderability. The state or characteristic of being imponderable. Imponderable. Not ponderable. Without sensible or appreciable weight. Incapable of being weighed. Imponderableness. The state or characteristic of being imponderable. Imponderables. Plural of imponderable. Imponderably. In an imponderable manner. Imponderous. Imponderable. Impone. To stake, to wager, to pledge. Imponed. Simple past and past participle of impone. Imponent. That imposes a rule. Imponents. Plural of imponent. Impone. Third person singular simple present indicative of impone. Imponing. Present participle and gerund of impone. Impufo. Yolant. Impufu. Alternative form of impufo. Impud. The Dikerbach. Impuns. Plural of impoon. Imvor. To impoverish. Import. Simple past and past participle of impor. Inverse. Third person singular simple present indicative of impor. Impopular. Unpopular. Impopularity. Synonym of unpopularity. Impopularly. Synonym of unpopularly. Imporosity. The state or quality of being imporous. Lack of porosity. Imporous. Not porous, not having pores. Import. Something brought in from an exterior source, especially for sale or trade. Importability. That property being importable. Importable. Insupportable, unbearable. Importables. Plural of importable. Importably. Insupportably, unbearably. Importance. The quality or condition of being important or worthy of note. Importances. Plural of importance. Importancies. Plural of importancy. Importancy. Importance. Significance. Important. Having relevant and crucial value. Having import. Important bird area. An area recognized as requiring conservation and management due to its importance for the survival of bird species that are vulnerable to global extinction. Important bird areas. Plural of important bird area. Importanter. Comparative form of important, more important. Importantest. Superlative form of important, most important. Importantly, used to mark a statement as having importance. Importantness. The quality of being important, importance. Importation. The act or an instance of importing. Importations. Plural of importation. Importazole. The quinazolinamine derivative N1-phenylethyl-2-pyrrolidine 1L-quinazoline, 4-amine that inhibits the action of an importin. Imported. Simple past and past participle of import. Imported cabbage were. The caterpillar of the cabbage white butterfly. Imported cabbage worms. Plural of imported cabbage worm. Importee. Someone or something that is imported or brought in from outside. Importees. Plural of importee. Importer. One who or that which imports, especially a person or company importing goods into a country. Importers. Plural of importer. Importus. Second person singular simple present indicative of import. Importive. Third person singular simple present indicative of import. Important. Any of various karyophores that move other protein molecules into the cell nucleus by binding to a specific recognition sequence. Importing. Present participle and gerund of import. Importance. Plural of important. Importless. Meaningless. Importome. All the proteins imported into an organelle. Importomer. A complex of membrane proteins that imports proteins into the peroxisome matrix. Importomers. Plural of importomer. Importomes. Plural of importome. Imports. Plural of import. Importunable. Heavy. Insupportable. Importunacies. Plural of importunacy. Importunacy. The quality of being importunate. Importunate. Persistent or pressing, often annoyingly so. Importunative. Simple past and past participle of importunate. Importunately. In an importunate manner. With persistent or urgent solicitation. Importunateness. Quality of being importunate. Importunates. Third person singular simple present indicative of importunate. Importunating. Present participle and gerund of importunate. Importunator. One who importunes. Importunators. Plural of importunator. Importune. To bother. irritate, trouble. Importuned, simple past and past participle of importune. Importunely, in an importune manner. Importuner, one who importunes. Importuners, plural of importuner. Importunes, third person singular simple present indicative of importune. Importunus, second person singular simple present indicative of importune. Importuneth, third person singular simple present indicative of importune. Importuning, present participle and gerund of importune. Importunings, plural of importuning. Importunities, plural of importunity. Importunity, a constant and insistent demanding. Importuous, without a port or harbor. Imposability, the quality of being imposable. Imposable, capable of being imposed or laid on. Imposal, the act of imposing, imposition. Imposals, plural of imposal. Impose, to physically lay or place something on another thing, to deposit, to put, to set. Imposed, simple past and past participle of impose. Imposed, second person singular simple past indicative of impose. Imposement, imposition. Imposer, one who imposes. Imposers, plural of imposer. Imposes, third person singular simple present indicative of impose. Imposest, second person singular simple present indicative of impose. Imposeth, third person singular simple present indicative of impose. Imposex, the development in certain marine gastropod mollusks of sex organs in contrast to their actual gender, the result of toxic pollutants. Imposex, having undergone imposex. Imposin, pronunciation spelling of imposing. Imposing, present participle and gerund of impose. Imposing a stone, the stone on which the pages or columns of type are imposed or made into forms. Imposing stones, plural of imposing stone. Imposing table, a work table topped by an imposing stone, used by impositors in typesetting. Imposing tables, plural of imposing table. Imposingly, in an imposing manner. Imposingness, the quality of being imposing. Imposition, the act of imposing, laying on, affixing, enjoining, inflicting, obtruding, and the like. Impositional, or relating to a position. Intrusive. Impositions, plural of imposition. Impossibilism, a belief in unrealizable or impractical policy. Impossibilis, a proponent of impossibilism. Impossibilists, plural of impossibilis. Impossibilities, plural of impossibility. Impossibility, something that is impossible. Impossible, not possible, not able to be done or happen. Impossible bottle, a bottle made as a puzzle or ornament containing an object that appears too large to fit through the bottle's mouth. Impossible bottles, plural of impossible bottle. Impossible color, a color that the human eye normally cannot see, but might seem to appear under rare conditions or due to visual illusions. Impossible colors. Plural of impossible color. Impossible dip. A calisthenics exercise involving the use of one's triceps to lock the elbows while on parallel bars without swinging, jumping, or using momentum. Impossible dips. Plural of impossible dip. Impossible dream. A belief or goal which is unattainable despite the pursuer's high hopes. Impossible dreams. Plural of impossible dream. Impossible event. An event that contains no possible outcomes and thus cannot possibly occur. An empty set. Impossible event. Plural of impossible event. Impossible fork. Synonym of impossible trident. Impossible forks. Plural of impossible fork. Impossible pie. A kind of custard pie that forms its own hardened crust during baking. Impossible pies. Plural of impossible pie. Impossible stories. Plural of impossible story. Impossible story. Any story featuring elements of science fiction or fantasy as opposed to typical stories which are set in the real world. Impossible trident. An impossible object resembling a tuning fork with 2 or 3 prongs depending on how it is viewed. Impossible trident. Plural of impossible trident. Impossible trinity. A fixed foreign exchange rate, free capital movement, and an independent monetary policy. 3 things that are said to be impossible to have at the same time. Impossibleness. Quality of being impassible. Impossibles. Plural of impossible. Impossibilis. Superlative form of impossible. Most impossible. Impossibly. Not possibly, in an impossible manner. Impost. A tax, tariff, or duty that is imposed, especially on merchandise. Imposter. Alternative spelling of imposter. Imposterhood. The state or condition of being an imposter. Imposterous. Fraudulent. Pretending to be someone else. Imposters. Plural of imposter. Impostumate. To apostumate. To form an impostume or abscess. Impostumated. Simple past and past participle of impostumate. Impostumates. Third person singular simple present indicative of impostumate. Impostumating. Present participle and gerund of impostumate. Impostumation. The formation of an abscess, inflammation, suppuration. Impostumations. Plural of impostumation. Impostume. An abscess. Impostumed. Simple past and past participle of impostume. Impostumes. Plural of impostume. Impostuming. Present participle and gerund of impostume. Imposter. Someone who attempts to deceive by using an assumed name or identity. Imposter phenomenon. Synonym of imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome. A psychological phenomenon in which a person is unable to internalize their accomplishments, remaining convinced that they do not deserve any accompanying success. Imposter syndromes. Plural of imposter syndrome. Imposterism. The feeling of being an imposter. Imposters. Plural of imposter. Impostorship. The condition or practices of an imposter. Imposter. Obsolete form of imposter. Imposters. Plural of imposter. Impostress, a female impostor. Impostresses, plural of impostress. Impostrix, a female impostor. Impostress, characterized by imposture, deceitful. Imposts, plural of impost. Impostum, an abscess. Impostumed, simple past and past participle of impostum. Impostumes, plural of impostum. Impostuming, present participle and gerund of impostum. Imposturage, imposture, cheating. Imposture, the act or conduct of an impostor, deception practiced under a false or assumed character, fraud or imposition. Imposture, done by imposture. Impostures, plural of imposture. Imposturing, committing imposture. Imposturous, alternative spelling of imposturous. Impostury, obsolete form of imposture. Impoter, the act of imposing. Impoters, plural of imposure. Impotable, not drinkable. Impotence, powerlessness, incapacity. Impotences, plural of impotence. Impotencies, plural of impotency. Impotency, impotence. Elephant, lacking physical strength or vigor, weak. Impotentia coendi, the inability of males to perform coition often but not necessarily as a result of erectile dysfunction. Impotentia generandi, the inability of males to fertilize. Impotently, in an impotent manner. Impotentness, the quality of being impotent. Impotence, plural. Impound, to shut up or place in an enclosure called a pound. Impoundable, capable of being impounded. Impoundage, the act of impounding. Impoundages, plural of impoundage. Impounded, simple past and past participle of impound. Impounder, someone or something that impounds. Impounders, plural of impounder. Impounding, present participle and gerund of impound. Impoundings, plural of impounding. Impoundment, a body of water impounded within an enclosure, such as a reservoir. Impoundments, plural of impoundment. Impounds, third person singular simple present indicative of impound. Initialism of in my point of view. Impoverish, to make poor. Impoverished, reduced to poverty. Impoverishingly, in an impoverished way. Impoverishness, quality of being impoverished. Impoverishee, one who has been impoverished by unjust enrichment. Impoverishes, plural of impoverishee. Impoverisher, someone who impoverishes. Impoverishers, plural of impoverisher. Impoverishes, third person singular simple present indicative of impoverish. Impoverish, third person singular simple present indicative of impoverish. Impoverishing, present singular simple present indicative of impoverish. Impoverisha, third person singular simple present indicative of impoverish. Impoverishing, present participle and gerund of impoverish. Impoverishment, the action of impoverishing someone. Impoverishments, plural of impoverishment. Impoverish, obsolete form of impoverished. Empower, archaic form of empower. Empowered, obsolete spelling of empowered. Empowering, present participle and gerund of empower. Empowers, third person singular simple present indicative of empower. Empower, obsolete form of empower. Empowers, third person singular simple present indicative of empower. Empowering, present participle and gerund of empower. Now, plural of imp. Impracticabilities, plural of impracticability. Impracticability, the quality or condition of being impracticable. Impracticable, not practicable, impossible or difficult in practice. Impracticableness, the state of being impracticable, impracticability. Impracticables, plural of impracticable. Impracticably, in an impracticable way. Impractical, not practical, impracticable. Impracticalities, plural of impracticality. Impracticality, practical. Impractically, in an impractical manner. Impracticalness, the state of being impractical, impracticality. Imprecate, to call down by prayer as something hurtful or calamitous. Imprecated, simple past and past participle of imprecate. Imprecates, third person singular simple present indicative of imprecate. Imprecated, third person singular simple present indicative of imprecate. Imprecating, present participle and gerund of imprecate. Imprecatingly, by way of imprecation. Imprecation, the act of imprecating or invoking evil upon someone, a prayer that a curse or calamity may befall someone. Imprecational, imprecatory. Imprecations, plural of imprecation. Imprecato, a grammatical mood found in some languages, used for curses in the sense of wishing harm and marked by a different set of affixes than the optative mood, which is used for wishes in general. Imprecator, one who imprecates or curses. Imprecat orally, in an imprecatory manner. Imprecators, plural of imprecator. Imprecatory, that imprecates or invokes evil. Imprecise, not precise or exact, containing some error or uncertainty. Imprecisely, in an imprecise manner. Impreciseness, the quality of being imprecise or lacking precision. Imprecisenesses, plural of impreciseness. Imprecision, a lack of precision or exactness, poor accuracy. Imprecisions, plural of imprecision. Impredicable, not predicable. Impredicative, definable only in terms of a totality of which it is itself a part. Impredicativities, plural of impredicativity. Impredicativity, a self-referencing definition. Impredictability, synonym of unpredictability. Impredictable, unpredictable. Impredicably, in a way that cannot be predicted. Impregn, to impregnate, to make fruitful. Impregnability, the quality or state of being impregnable, invincibility. Impregnable, of a fortress or other fortified place, able to withstand all attacks, impenetrable, inconquerable, unvanquishable. Impregnableness, the state of being impregnable, impregnability. Impregnably, in an impregnable manner so as to defy attack. Impregnant, not pregnant, unfertilized, or infertile. Impregnance, plural of impregnant. Impregnatable, which can be impregnated. Impregnate, to cause to become pregnant. Impregnative, past participle of impregnate. Impregnates, third person singular simple present indicative of impregnate. Impregnative, third person singular simple present indicative of impregnate. Impregnating, present participle and gerund of impregnate. Impregnation, the act of making pregnant. Fertilization. Impregnations, plural of impregnation. Impregnative, relating to impregnation. Impregnator, one who impregnates. Impregnators, plural of impregnator. Impregnatory, relating to impregnation. Impregn, simple past and past participle of impregn. Impregning, present participle and gerund of impregn. Impregnans, third person singular simple present indicative of impregn. Imprejudicate, without prejudice, impartial. Impregnable, obsolete form of impregnable. Impreparation, lack of preparation. Unprepared, synonym of unprepared. Impressa, a device on a shield or seal or used as a bookplate, etc. Impresari, plural of impresario. Impresario, of or relating to an impresario. Impresario, a manager or producer in the entertainment industry, especially music or theater. Impresarios, plural of impresario. Impressas, plural of impressa. Imprescindable, indispensable, essential, imperative, vital. Imprescribable, synonym of imprescriptible. Imprescriptible, alternative form of imprescriptible. Imprescriptibility, the quality of being imprescriptible. Imprescriptible, not subject to self-restraint, absolute, inalienable. Imprescriptibly, in an imprescriptible manner, obviously or uncontrollably. Emprise, a heraldic device. An impressa. Emprises, plural of emprise. Embreche, clipping of impression in various senses. Impresses, plural of impress. Impress, to affect someone strongly and often favorably. Impressibility, alternative form of impressibility. Impressible, alternative form of impressible. Impress, obsolete form of impress, a heraldic device, an impressa. Impress, strongly affected, especially favorably. Impressively, in the manner of an impression or stamp. Impressor, one who impresses. Impressors, plural of impressor. Impresses, plural of impress. Impressus, second person singular simple present indicative of impress. Impresseth, third person singular simple present indicative of impress. Impressibilities, plural of impressibility. Impressibility, the quality of being impassible. Impressible, capable of being impressed, susceptible of receiving impression. Impressibleness, the state of being impressible, impressibility. Impressibly, in an impressible manner. Impressing, present participle and gerund of impress. Impresseme. In an impressing manner. Impression, the indentation or depression made by the pressure of one object on or into another. Impressionability, the quality of being impressionable. Impressionable, easily influenced, especially of young people. Impressionableness, the quality of being impressionable. Impressionables, plural of impressionable. Impressionably, in an impressionable manner. Impressional, of pertaining to or having the characteristics of an impression. Impressioned, simple past and past participle of impression. Impressioner, one who impressions manipulates a key in a lock to aid in creating a duplicate. Impressioners, plural of impressioner. Impressioning, present participle and gerund of impression. Impressionism, an art movement characterized by visible brushstrokes, ordinary subject matter, and an emphasis on light and its changing qualities. Impressionisms, plural of impressionism. Impressionists, one who adheres to the theory or method of impressionism. Impressionistic, pertaining to or characterized by impressionism. Impressionistically, in an impressionistic manner. Impressionists, plural of impressionists. Impressionless, unimpressed or unaffected. Impressions, plural of impression. Impressive, making or tending to make a positive impression, having power to impress. Impressively, in an impressive manner, forcibly. Impressiveness, the quality of being impassive. Impressivity, the quality of being impassive. Impressment, the act of seizing for public use, impressing into public service, especially military service and most often naval service. Impressments, plural of impressment. Impressor, one who or that which impresses. Impressors, plural of impressor. Impress, simple past and past participle of impress. Imprestorant, an upscale restaurant where one might take somebody to impress them. Imprestorants, plural of imprestorant. Impressum, a statement of the ownership and authorship of a document which must be included in books, newspapers, magazines, and websites published in Germany and certain other German-speaking countries. Impressums, plural of impressum. Impressure, dent impression. Impressures, plural of impressure. Impress, simple past and past participle of impress. Impressed, simple past and past participle of impress. Impressing, present participle and gerund of impress. Impressed, plural of impressed. Impreventable, not preventable, inevitable. Imprevisibility, the quality of being imprevisible or unforeseeable, unpredictability. Imprevisible, unforeseeable. Imprimenter, Plural of imprimatur. Imprimatur, an official license to publish or print something, especially when censorship applies. Imprimatura, an initial stain of color painted on a ground. Imprimaturs, plural of imprimatur. Embrine, to drive a hunted animal out of its shelter. Embrined, simple past and past participle of imprime. Imprimaries, plural of imprimary. Imprimary, synonym of printer, printing house, and ca self-employed printer or printing establishment. Imprimes, third person singular simple present indicative of imprime. Impriming, present participle and gerund of imprime. Imprimings, plural of impriming. Imprimis, in the first place used to introduce a list of items or considerations. Imprimative, not primitive. Imprimitivity, the condition of being imprimitive. Imprimis, obsolete spelling of imprimis. Imprint, an impression, the mark left behind by printing something. Imprint on, to come to accept inaccurately that a creature or object is one's parent and consequently to act as if it is. Imprintability, the quality of being imprintable. Imprintable, capable of being imprinted. Imprinted, simple past and past participle of imprint. Imprinted on, simple past and past participle of imprint on. Imprintee, the object of imprinting, the person or thing on which something imprints. Imprintees, plural of imprintee. Imprinter, a device that imprints. Imprinters, plural of imprinter. Imprintery, synonym of printing. Imprintus, second person singular simple present indicative of imprint. Imprinteth, third person singular simple present indicative of imprint. Imprinting, any kind of phase-sensitive learning occurring at a particular age or a particular life stage that is rapid and apparently independent of the consequences of behavior. Imprinting on, present participle and gerund of imprint on. Imprintings, plural of imprinting. Imprintome, a subset of a genome that contains only imprinted genes. Imprintomes, plural of imprintome. Imprints, plural of imprint. Imprints on, third person singular simple present indicative of imprint on. Imprison, to put in or as if in prison, confine somebody against their will. Imprisoned, simple past and past participle of imprison. Imprisonable, capable of being imprisoned. Imprisoned, simple past and past participle of imprison. Imprisonable, capable of being imprisoned. Imprisoned, simple past and past participle of imprison. Imprisoner, one who imprisons. Imprisoners, plural of imprisoner. Imprisoness, second person singular simple present indicative of imprison. Imprisoneth, third person singular simple present indicative of imprison. Imprisoning, present participle and gerund of imprison. Imprisonment, a confinement in a place, especially a prison or a jail, especially as punishment for a crime. Imprisonment warrant, a court order authorizing the imprisonment of a person sentenced to imprisonment, a court order authorizing the execution of an imprisonment sentence. Imprisonment warrants, plural of imprisonment warrant. Imprisonments, plural of imprisonment. Imprisons, third person singular simple present indicative of imprison. Improv, improvisation. Improbabilities, plural of improbability. Improbability, the quality or state of being improbable, unlikelihood. Improbable, not likely to be true. Improbableness, the quality of being improbable. Improbably, in an improbable manner without probability. Improbate, to disapprove of. Improbated, simple past and past participle of improbate. Improbates, third person singular simple present indicative of improbate. Improbating, present participle and gerund of improbate. Improbation, disapproval. Improbations, plural of improbation. Improbative, implying or showing improbation, disapproving. Improbatory, disapproving. Improbities, plural of improbity. Improbity, a lack of probity or integrity, dishonesty. Improducible, not capable of being produced. Improductive, misconstruction of unproductive. Improductively, unproductively. Improficience, alternative form of improficiency. Improficiencies, plural of improficiency. Improficiency, lack of proficiency. Improfitable, synonym of unprofitable. Improgressive, not progressive. Improgressively, in an improgressive manner. Improgressiveness, the quality of being improgressive. Improlific, not prolific. Impromanga, a comic story told in relay format. Typically, one person begins the story, taking it to a cliffhanger ending. Later artists then follow up the story, taking it in new and different directions. Impromangas, plural of impromanga. Impromedine, a histamine H2 receptor agonist, used diagnostically as a gastric secretion indicator. Improminent, not prominent. Imprompt, not prompt, delayed. Impromptu, improvised, without prior preparation, planning, or rehearsal. Impromptus, plural of impromptu. Improver, unsuitable to needs or circumstances, inappropriate, inapt. Improper fraction, a vulgar fraction of which the numerator has a greater magnitude than the denominator, such as 3/2. Improper fractions, plural of improper fraction. Improper integral, an integral where at least one of the endpoints is taken as a limit, either to a specific number or to infinity. Improper integrals, plural of improper integral. Improper noun, a noun that describes something general, rather than that which is purely unique. Improper nouns, plural of improper noun. Improper rotation, an isometry in Euclidean space that is a combination of a rotation about an axis and a reflection in a plane perpendicular to that axis. Improper rotations, plural of improper rotation. Improper time, a time interval that is not measured in the standard units of seconds, often used in theories such as relativity to describe time in a nonlinear or unconventional way. Improper times, plural of improper time. Improperation, a reproach, an instance of upbraiding or contumely. Improperations, plural of improperation. Impropered, simple past and past participle of improper. Improperer, comparative form of improper, more improper. Improperous, superlative form of improper, most improper. Improperia, a series of antiphons and responses expressing the remonstrance of Jesus Christ with his people, usually some on Good Friday. Impropering, present participle and gerund of improper. Improperly, in an improper manner, not properly. Improperness, quality of being improper. Impropers, third person singular simple present indicative of improper. Improperty, impropriety. Impropitious, not propitious, unfavorable. Improportionable, not proportionable. Improportionate, not proportionate. Improper, obsolete form of improper. Improper, to appropriate for private use. Impropriated, simple past and past participle of impropriate. Impropriates, third person singular simple present indicative of impropriate. Impropriating, present participle and gerund of impropriate. Impropriation, the act of impropriating, putting an ecclesiastical benefice or tithes in the hands of a layman or lay corporation. Impropriations, plural of impropriation. Impropriator, a layperson in possession of ecclesiastical property. Impropriators, plural of impropriator. Impropriatrix, a female impropriator. Improprieties, plural of impropriety. Impropriety, the condition of being improper. Improse, plural of impro. Improsperity, lack of prosperity. Improsperous, not prosperous. Improsulfan, an alkyl sulfonate compound. Improtected, synonym of unprotected. Improv, improvisation. Improvabilities, plural of improvability. Improvability, the condition of being improvable. Improvable, capable of being improved. Improvableness, quality of being improvable. Capability of improvement. Improvably, so as to permit improvement. Improval, improvement. Improvals, plural of improval. Improve, to make something better, to increase the value or productivity of something. Improve to fix, make better, or increase the quality of something in comparison to previous attempts, to contribute to an ongoing effort to improve something. Improve the occasion, to point out a moral to be learned from some event that has just occurred. Improve upon, alternative form of improve on. Improvable, alternative spelling of improvable, able to be improved. Improved, that has been made better, enhanced. Improved on, simple past and past participle of improve on. Improved upon, simple past and past participle of improve upon. Improvist, second person singular simple past indicative of improve. Improvement, the act of improving, advancement or growth, a bettering. Improvements, Plural of improvement. Improven, past participle of improve. Improver, something that or someone who improves something. Improvers, plural of improver. Improves, third person singular simple present indicative of improve. Improves on, third person singular simple present indicative of improve on. Improves upon, third person singular simple present indicative of improve upon. Improvus, second person singular simple present indicative of improve. Improveth, third person singular simple present indicative of improve. Improvided, unforeseen. Improvidence, the quality of being improvident, want of foresight or thrift. Improvidences, plural of improvidence. Improvident, failing to provide for the future, reckless. Improvidentially, improvidently, not providentially. Improvidently, in an improvident manner. Improving, that tends to improve someone or something especially dated to educate or morally better a person. Improving agent, any substance added to flour in order to improve some aspect of its performance. Improving agents, plural of improving agent. Improving lease, an extended lease to induce the tenant to make improvements to the premises. Improving leases, plural of improving lease. Improving on, present participle and gerund of improve on. Improving upon, present participle and gerund of improve upon. Improvingly, in a manner that tends to improve especially, dated to educate or morally better a person. Improvisable, able to be improvised. Improvisate, to improvise. Improvisated, simple past and past participle of improvisate. Improvisates, third person singular simple present indicative of improvisate. Improvisating, present participle and gerund of improvisate. Improvisation, the act or art of composing and making music, poetry, and the like extemporaneously. Improvisational, having the nature of an improvisation. Improvisational comedies, plural of improvisational comedy. Improvisational comedy, a form of improvisational theater performed with little predetermination of subject matter and structure, but with interaction with the audience. Improvisational theater, a form of theater in which the actors perform spontaneously, without a script. Improvisationalist, one who uses improvisational methods. Improvisationalists, plural of improvisationalist. Improvisationally, in an improvisational way. Improvisations, plural of improvisation. Improvisatize, to improvise, to extemporize. Improvisatize, simple past and past participle of improvisatize. Improvisatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of improvisatize. Improvisatizing, present participle and gerund of improvisatize. Improvisator, someone who improvises. Improviser. Improvisator, an individual who recites impromptu verse as from a song or poem. Improvisators, plural of improvisator. Improvisatory, plural of improvisator. Improvisatorial, improvisatory. Improvisatorially, by improvisation. Improvisatorily, by improvisation. Improvisators, plural of improvisator. Improvisatory, of, pertaining to, or in the nature of improvisation. Improvisatress, a female improvisator. Improvisatrices, plural of improvisatress. Improvisifraci, plural of improvisatresses. Improvisatrix, a female that improvises. Improvise, to make something up or invent it as one goes on, to proceed guided only by imagination, intuition, and guesswork rather than by a careful plan. Improvise, created by improvisation, impromptu, unrehearsed. Improvised explosive device, an unconventional or amateur explosive weapon made from non-military components, especially one used by guerrillas, commandos, or terrorists. Improvised explosive devices, plural of improvised explosive device. Improviser, one who improvises. Improvisers, plural of improviser. Improvises, third person singular simple present indicative of improvise. Improvising, present participle and gerund of improvise. Improvisings, plural of improvising. Improvision, the lack of provision, a failure to provide something. Improvisions, plural of improvision. Improviso, not prepared beforehand, unpremeditated, extemporaneous. Improviser, alternative form of improviser. Improvisers, plural of improviser. Improvisation, alternative form of improvisation. Improvisations, plural of improvisation. Improvise, alternative spelling of improvise. Improvised, simple past and past participle of improvise. Improvises, third person singular simple present indicative of improvise. Improvising, present participle and gerund of improvise. Improvs, plural of improv. Improvs, simple past and past participle of improv. Improving, present participle and gerund of improv. Improvisator, alternative spelling of improvisator. Improvisatory, plural of improvisator. Improvisatress, alternative form of improvisatress. Improvisacrisi, plural of improvisatress. Imp-is-a-less, initialism of International Max Planck Research School for Molecular and Cellular Life Sciences. Imprudence, the quality or state of being imprudent, lack of prudence, caution, discretion, or circumspection. Imprudences, plural of imprudence. Imprudencies, plural of imprudency. Imprudency, the fact or quality of being imprudent, rashness. Imprudent, not prudent, lacking prudence or discretion, indiscreet, injudicious, not paying attention to the consequences of one's actions. Imprudently, without prudence, in an imprudent manner. Imprudentness, the quality of being impudent. Imprescriptible, obsolete spelling of imprescriptible. Imus, plural of imp. Imthus, plural of imp. Imshep, the state of being an imp. Imships, plural of imship. Imilon, a surname transferred from the given name. Imsani, a black carbonaceous substance believed to be derived from a fluid bitumen which polymerized after filling a vein. Imsonites, plural of imsonite. Imbisons, plural of imson. Impuberal, immature, not having come to puberty. Impuberate, not puberate. Impuberty, the condition of not having reached puberty. Impudence, the quality of being impudent, met showing due respect. Impudences, plural of impudence. Impudencies, plural of impudency. Impudency, impudence, insolence. Impudent, not showing due respect, bold-faced, impertinent. Impudentus, superlative form of impudent, most impudent. Impudently, in an impudent manner, with unblushing effrontery, insolently. Impudentness, quality of being impudent. Impude, immodest. Impudicities, plural of impudicity. Impudicity, immodesty, shamelessness. Impute, to assault, attack. Impugnable, that can be impugned, open to verbal attack, open to question. Impugnation, the act of impugning. Impugnation, plural of impugnation. Impugned, simple past and past participle of impugn. Impugner, one who impugns, one who opposes or contradicts. Impugners, plural of impugner. Impugneth, third person singular simple present indicative of impugn. Imputing, present participle and gerund of impugn. Impugnment, the act of impugning or the state of being impugned. Impugnments, plural of impugnment. Impugned, third person singular simple present indicative of impugn. Imbuescence, impotence, weakness. Imbuescences, plural of impuescence. Imbuescent, weak, feeble, lacking power. Impulse, a thrust, a push, a sudden force that impels. Impulse buy, something purchased spontaneously, without planning or thought. Impulse buyer, one who engages in impulse buying. Impulse buyers, plural of impulse buyer. Impulse buying, the act of making unplanned or otherwise spontaneous purchases. Impulse buyings, plural of impulse buying. Impulse buys, plural of impulse buy. Impulse control disorder, any of a class of disorders characterized by high impulsivity or the inability to resist a temptation or urge. Impulse function, any generalized function which is defined by its behavior under integration. Impulse functions, plural of impulse function. Impulse good, a good intended to be bought on impulse as an act of impulse buying. Impulse goods, plural of impulse good. Impulse noise, synonym of burst noise. Impulse purchase, something bought spontaneously, without planning or thought. Impulse purchases, plural of impulse purchase. Impulse response, output of a dynamic system when presented with a brief input signal. Impulse responses, plural of impulse response. Impulse bought, simple past and past participle of impulse buy. Impulse buy, to purchase without thinking or planning. Impulse present participle and gerund of impulse by. Impulse buys. Third person singular simple present indicative of impulse by. Impulse. Simple past and past participle of impulse. Impulseless. Devoid of impulses. Impulses. Plural of impulse. Impulsing. Present participle and gerund of impulse. Impulsion. The act of impelling or driving inward or the state of being impelled, the sudden or momentary agency of a body in motion on another body. Also, the impelling force or impulse. Impulsions. Plural of impulsion. Impulsive. Having the power of driving or impelling, giving an impulse, moving, impellent. Impulsive speech. Speech that concentrates on the speaker's thoughts and intentions, disregarding an interruption by the listener. Impulsive speeches. Plural of impulsive speech. Impulsively. In an impulsive manner, with force, by impulse. Impulsiveness. The quality of being impulsive. Impulsivenesses. Plural of impulsiveness. Impulsives. Plural of impulsive. Impulsivist. A very impulsive person. Impulsivists. Plural of impulsivists. Impulsivities. Plural of impulsivity. Impulsivity. The quality of being impulsive, impulsiveness, inclination to act on impulse rather than thought. Impulsor. One who with that which impels, an inciter, an instigator. Impulsors. Plural of impulsor. Impulsory. Of, relating to, or caused by an impulse. Impunctate. Not punctate, not marked by spots, dots, points, or punctures. Impunctual. Not punctual. Impunctualities. Plural of impunctuality. Impunctuality. Failure to be punctual, unpunctuality. Impuntulo. Synonym of lightning bird. Impune. Unpunished. Impunely. Without being punished. Impunably. In an imputable manner, without punishment. Impunities. Plural of impunity. Impunitive. Relating to impunity. Impunity. Exemption from punishment. Impuration. The act of making impure, defilement, obscuration. Impurations. Plural of impuration. Impure. Not pure. Impure name. A name that contains useful information about the entity it identifies. Impure names. Plural of impure name. Impure s. In Italian, an sh or sh followed by another consonant. When used immediately before a masculine noun beginning with an impure s, the definite article changes from il to lo into singular and from I to gly into plural. The indefinite article changes from un to uno. The partitive article changes from de to degli, and some adjectives and pronouns also change form. Impure. Simple past and past participle of impure. Impurely. In an impure manner. Impureness. The quality or condition of being impure, impurity. Impurer. Comparative form of impure, more impure. Impures. Third person singular simple present indicative of impure. Impurist. superlative form of impure, most impure. Impurification, the act or process of impurifying. Impurifications, plural of impurification. Impurify, simple past and past participle of impurify. Impurifies, third person singular simple present indicative of impurify. Impurify, to make impure. Impurifying, present participle and gerund of impurify. Impuring, present participle and gerund of impure. Impurities, plural of impurity. Impurity, the condition of being impure because of contamination, pollution, adulteration, or insufficient purification. Impervil, alternative form of impervil. Impervil, simple past and past participle of impervil. Impervils, third person singular simple present indicative of impervil. Impurpling, present participle and gerund of impervil. Input, pronunciation spelling of input. Imputabilities, plural of imputability. Imputability, the character of being imputable. Imputable, that may be imputed. Imputableness, the quality of being imputable, imputability. Imputably, in an imputable manner, by imputation. Imputation, the act of imputing or charging. Attribution, ascription. Imputational, relating to imputation. Imputations, plural of imputation. Imputative, of, related, or pertaining to imputation. Imputatively, in an imputative fashion or manner. Imputativeness, the quality of being imputative. Impute, to attribute or ascribe responsibility or fault to a cause or source. Imputed, simple past and past participle of impute. Imputed liability, alternative form of vicarious liability. Imputively, by imputation. Imputer, someone who imputes. Imputers, plural of imputer. Imputes, third person singular simple present indicative of impute. Imputus, second person singular simple present indicative of impute. Imputet, third person singular simple present indicative of impute. Imputing, present participle and gerund of impute. Imputrescibility, the quality of being imputrescible. Imputrescible, not putrescible, not subject to decay. Input, plural of input. Abbreviation of improve. Abbreviation of imperative. Implus, plural of impus, abbreviation of imperatrix. IRAD, acronym of Introduction, Methods, Results, and Discussion, a convention for structuring scientific academic writing. IRAD, a male given name from Arabic. Imrans, plural of Imran. Two minor biblical figures. One is an ancestor of ancient Hebrew exiles mentioned in 1 Chronicles 9:4, and the second is the father of Zachar, who worked to build around Jerusalem in Nehemiah 3:2. IRO, acronym of Irish Music Rights Organization. Initialism of industrial methylated spirit. Plural of I am. Plural of im. Go away. Alternative form of Shi. The alternative form of Shi. The acronym of International Mobile Subscriber Identity. IMSEM. Syllabic abbreviation of Immersive Simulation. The plural of IMSI. Masonic. Of or relating to the theory that the words or names for things are formed by imitating the sounds associated with those things. Imzawan, a town and rural commune of South Massa, Morocco. F. Internet Message Support Protocol. F. Initialism of Interactive Machine Translation. That. Initialism of Integrated Multi-Trophic Aquaculture. That. Plural of Intat. Manan, a unisex given name from Arabic. Imaz, a surname. Initialism of Inertial Measurement Unit. A traditional Hawaiian underground oven consisting mainly of a hole in the ground. Msili, the point where the ecliptic crosses the northern meridian, said to represent the deep subconscious. Imuracetam, a nootropic drug of the racetam family. Plural of IMU. Imuse, a surname. Imuthus, plural of imuse. Immux, initialism of inverse multiplexer. It reaggregates split subchannels in a data stream into a single channel. Abbreviation of infantry mobility vehicle, an armored car, a lightly armored wheeled troop transport land vehicle such as an armored jeep, MRAP. Acronym of In My Experience. Initialism of intermediate mass X-ray binary, a binary star system that is strong in X-rays and in which the compact X-ray emitting component is a neutron star, black hole, or white dwarf. Plural of IMSP. Initialism of I miss you. Imzeti, a person with whom one shares a profound spiritual bond, a soulmate. Immatis, plural of Imzeti. Abbreviation of Indiana, a state of the United States. Used to indicate location, inclusion, or position within spatial, temporal, or abstract limits. In a bad spot, in a problematic situation, in trouble, in a predicament. In a bad way, doing badly, in a state of ill health or misfortune. In a big, very angry. In a big way, to a great extent, emphatically, or with great passion. In a bind, a difficult situation, usually of one's own making, having a dilemma, faced with a problem or a set of problems for which there is no easy solution. In a body, as a group, together. In a box, under very restrictive limits or boundaries. In a brace of shakes, synonym of in two shakes very quickly, without delay. In a canter, alternative form of at a canter. In a cleft stick, in a difficult situation, unable to choose between unfavorable options, in a dilemma. In a corner, placed in a difficult or awkward situation. In a couple of shakes, synonym of in two shakes very quickly, without delay. In a dither, in a state of indecision, fluster. In a family way, alternative form of in the family way. In a few shakes, synonym of in two shakes. In a fix, in a pickle, in a mess, in the soup. In a fluff, worked off. In a flesh, instantaneously, very quickly, in almost no time. in a flat spin, in a state of confusion, in a foam, foaming at the mouth, in a heartbeat, without hesitation or reservation, at once, in a hen's hiney, under no circumstances, absolutely not, a huff, in an angry or annoyed state, feeling angry or upset, in a hurry, rushed, hurried, short of time, in a jow, to be in a difficult situation or predicament, in a jevy, very quickly, without delay, in a leather, in a state of nervousness or anxiety, agitated, in a league of one's own, far excelling even the closest contender, not having any worthy competition. In a little while, shortly, soon, very soon, presently. In a major key, in an unrestrained manner, on a large or expansive scale. In a manner, synonym of in a way. In a manner of speaking, as it were, figuratively speaking, in a manner, in a way, in a certain respect. In a measure, to a certain extent. In a mess, in a pickle, in a fix, in the soup. In a minor key, in a restrained manner, on a small or limited scale. In a minute, within a short time, very soon. In a nutshell, in summary, briefly or simply. In a oneer, in one attempt. In a honor, alternative form of in a oneer. In a pickle, in a difficult situation or a troubling quandary. In a pig's arse, absolutely not. Under no circumstances. In a pig's eye, under very unlikely circumstances, probably never. In a pig's patoot, under no circumstances, absolutely not. In a pig's whisper, in a very short time, in a jiffy. In a pinch, in an urgent or difficult situation, when no other solution is available. In a puff of smoke, disappearing suddenly. In a real state, synonym of in a right state. In a right state, in a mess or in a state of chaos, very unkempt, in poor condition. In a row, successively one after the other in succession, together. In a rut, to be stuck in a boring or monotonous routine or habit. In a seaway, in the position of a vessel when the waves are running high. In a sense, in one sense or interpretation, but not in all ways. In a similar vein, alternative form of in the same vein. In a snap, at once, almost immediately, very quickly or suddenly. In a spin, confused, flustered. In a state, agitated and anxious. In a stew, synonym of in a pickle. In a stown, suddenly. In a sweat, sweating. In a tizzy, synonym of in a jiffy. In a trench coat, pretending to be something greater, especially unconvincingly. In a vacuum, divorced from its proper context and therefore suffering from incomplete analysis. In a walk, easily, without difficulty. In a way, to a certain degree, to an extent, in a certain sense. In a way of speaking, synonym of in a manner of speaking. In a while, alternative form of in a jiffy. In a while, crocodile. Au revoir. See you soon. In a word, in summarization, briefly, concisely, summarily, in short, to sum up. In a world of one's own, in a state of deep thought that makes the thinker appear disconnected from reality. In abatement, seeking termination of an action by reason of formal deficiency. In abeyance, on hold, at a moment of an activity. In Abraham's bosom, no longer living, add. In absentia, while not present, while absent. In abundance, in plentiful supply. In accord, in agreement. In accordance with, according to, following the rules or standards of, in a way consistent with, in a way not discordant with. In action, in operation, active. In actuality, in fact, in truth. In addition, also, as well, besides. In addition to, as well as, besides. In advance, before and. In advance of, before, ahead of. In aggregate, considered or taken together. In agreement. Of one mind, thinking alike. In ed of, for the sake of, for usually placed at the end of a question when quizzing a person about why they have done something. In all, with everything included, considered or counted. In all but name, in practice, though in an unacknowledged way. In all conscience, alternative form of in conscience. And all fairness, alternative form of infairness. In all honesty, honestly, in truth. In all its branches, including all types or aspects thereof. In all likelihood, very probably, almost certainly. In all probability. In all one's glory, in full splendor and power, for example, of a deity or a monarch. In all probability, very probably, almost certainly. In all weather, alternative form of in all weathers. In all weathers, no matter the weather. In altissimo, one octave higher. In and of itself, with respect to its intrinsic or inherent nature without consideration of extraneous factors, per se, intrinsically, inherently. In and of themselves, by themselves, with respect to their intrinsic or inherent nature without consideration of extraneous factors, per se, intrinsically, inherently. In and out, sexual intercourse, especially a brief session. In anger, with the intent of causing damage or harm to an opponent in combat rather than in peacetime training. In another world, synonym of in a world of one's own. In antis, between ante, set of a portico in classical style, where columns are set between two ante, forming the angles of the building. In any case, whatever be the case, at any rate, anyhow, in any way, shape, or form, alternative form of in any way, shape, or form, in any way, shape, or form, in any way at all, whatsoever, in anyone's book, indeed, without any doubt, in any way, shape, or form, misspelling of in any way, shape, or form, in arms, in combat, at war, In articulo mortis, at the moment of death. In law, especially canon or church law, this expression can mean that someone has been given special permission by a competent authority to enter an organization or to receive some sort of exemption or permission at some point not long before they die, such as receiving diaconal or presbyteral ordination or entering religious profession. Inasmuch as, alternative spelling of inasmuch as. In at the death, present at the scene when a hunted animal is killed, or by extension when anything fails or is destroyed. And at the deep end, placed in a complex situation, especially work-related without adequate preparation or experience. In attendance, attending an event. In back, at the back. In back of, behind, back of. In bad, out of favor, in someone's bad books. In bad bread, in a dilemma, in a state of difficulty. In bad odor, regarded with disapproval, in a situation of being disliked, shunned. In bad odor, alternative form of in bad odor. In bad part, unfavorably, with offense, resentfully. In bad repair, in a poor condition or state. In bad shape, in poor condition, sick, ailing. In bad taste, offensive or inappropriate of an action, often of jokes. In ballast, having only ballast and no cargo as load. In ballast condition. In ballast. In beck, alternative form of en bank. In battery, of a firearm, in the firing position after recovery from the recoil of a previous discharge. In voie, in the area behind the back line in cue sports. In bed, while on a bed. In bed with, sharing one's bed with. In before, alternative spelling of in for. In behalf of, alternative form of on behalf of. In bend, of figures. Placed in a slanting direction from the dexter chief to the sinister base. In benefit, having paid one's dues to a trade union and thus eligible for the benefits of membership. In very, of a female crustacean carrying eggs. In between, between them. In between jobs, alternative form of between jobs. In between times, synonym of between times. Immense, in a state of extreme emotion, such as hilarity or rage. In black and white, explicitly in writing, clearly and without doubt or misunderstanding, without any gray areas. In blood, in a state of perfect health and vigor. And in the loom, blooming, blossoming, having flowers opening. In book, of a chess player, following a main line, a standard sequence of opening moves considered to be best play. In brief, briefly, concisely, using a few words to summarize. In broad daylight, in ample natural illumination during the daytime. In buckets, in large quantities. In business, engaged in business activity. In garoots, collaborating, colluding, or conspiring with. In taff, pregnant with a calf. In camera, in secret or in private in an enclosed room, behind closed doors. In capital letters, of someone or something, emphasizing notability, significance, or exemplary status. In case of, in case of, if there should be. In character, acting as the character, not as oneself. In charge, having the responsibility of leading or overseeing. In check, under restraint or control. In chief, executive, the highest in command. In chorus, in unison, all together at the same time. In church, every time the doors are open. Alternative form of at church, every time the doors are open. In circles, moving along the same path. In circulation, percolating between people or places. Enclosed neighborhood, alternative form of enclosed neighborhood. Enclosed neighborhood, within close proximity. In clover, in a condition of prosperity. In cohorts, misspelling of in cahoots. In cold blood, in a ruthless and unfeeling manner, particularly as applied to first-degree murder committed without provocation and with malice aforethought. In collar, synonym of in harness employed, at work. In color, using colors such color or hue as opposed to shades of grayish-gray. In color, British standard spelling of in color. In command, commanding or leading, in charge. In common, shared with one or more others. In company with, alongside. In comparison, synonym of by comparison. In competition, competing, acting as opponents. In complement, full and fully illuminated. In concert, acting together. In conclusion, as a conclusion, to finish. In concreto, in a concrete sense, concretely. In condition, fit, healthy. In confidence, confidentially, privately, off the record. In conjunction with, in combination with, together with. In conscience, in fairness, by all that is reasonable. In consequence, synonym of consequently as a result. In contempt, the willful disobedience to or open disrespect of a court, judge, or legislative body. In contention, contending for a title or championship. In contrast, contrarily. In control, exercising control over a machine, vehicle, situation, etc. In copula, during copulation, in the copulative state. In countenance, unabashed. In country, in a foreign country, especially in Vietnam, during the Vietnam War. In course, synonym of in due course. In court, inside of a courthouse, for a legal trial. In crowd, a relatively small group of people thought to be fashionable or popular. In cycle, of an artist or band, currently active and engaged with the record label, for example touring or having just released an album or single. In D, abbreviation of in dies. In danger, in a dangerous position or place, exposed to risks. In date, not expired, still valid, still good to be used or eaten according to a date stamp. In debt, owing a debt to someone. In decrement, waning. In deeply involved or invested in something, especially a troublesome situation. In deep doo-doo, euphemistic form of in deep shit. In deep shit, in trouble, in a difficult situation. In demand, sought after, popular, coveted. In depth, comprehensive, thorough, detailed. Endure, in secret, in secrecy, in despite of, in spite of, in detail, thoroughly, including every detail, with all particulars, in diapers, in the very early stages of development, in Dickie's meadow, in trouble, in a predicament, in a difficult situation, in diction, deriding from the linguistic expression used for reason of ambiguity, division, etc. In dies, daily. In difficulties, having many problems. In difficulty, experiencing problems. In disguise, employing a disguise. In doubt, uncertain, unclear, unsure. In drawing, drawn correctly, obeying the principles of drawing. In drink, drunk under the influence of large amounts of alcohol. In rose, in large numbers or great crowds. In due probio, benefit of the doubt to the accused. In due course, when the time is right, presently, eventually. In due time, eventually, when ready, at an opportune moment. In duplicate, consisting of two copies. In Dutch, in trouble or in disfavor. In Dutch, alternative form of in Dutch. An artist, sincere, determined, truthful. In effect, operating or functioning, in force, in play. In effigy, with a symbol, usually an effigy, substituted for a real person or thing. In embryo, under development, not yet complete. In equal measure, to an equal extent. In error, by mistake. In especial, in particular. In us, in being, in actuality, having actual existence contradistinguished by in posse, compare in potentia. In essence, in a fundamental or basic way, essentially, in substance. In every sense of the word, used to add emphasis. In every way, completely, fully, by all accounts. In evidence, visibly present, noticeable. In excelsis, to the highest degree, archetypal, quintessential. In excess of, more than. In exchange, as an exchange or replacement. In exchange for, in return for something or someone else. In executivus, of or relating to the actions made by those in positions of authority, in the exercise of executive power. In existence, existing which exists. In extenso, at full length, unabbreviated. In extenuation of, as a lessening of. In extremis, at the point of death. In face of, face to face. In fact, moreover. In fairness, as a counterpoint for the sake of balance to lessen the harm. In faith, really, truly. In fashion, fashionable, in style. In favor, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see in favor. In favor of, for in support of, approving, supporting. In favor with, to be liked or supported by someone or something. In favor, standard spelling of in favor. In favor of, alternative spelling of in favor of. And of pregnant. In fate, of an estate in land, inherited or owned by one who has the absolute right to dispose of the land as they desire, including the right to select an inheritor of the land. In fact, as a heritable right according to the prevailing feudal obligations. In fighting trim, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see in fighting trim. In finality, in conclusion. In fine, ultimately, in the end, in conclusion. In fine feather, doing well, healthy and successful. In fine fettle, in good condition, energetic, fit. In fits and starts. Intermittently, jerkily. In flagrant delict, alternative form of in flagrante delicto. In flagrante. Ellipsis of in flagrante delicto. In flagrante delicto, in the act of committing a misdeed. In flames, dramatically and with no hope of recovery. In flight, flying, making a flight as opposed to being on the ground. In flower, flowering, blossoming, having flowers open. In flying colors. Synonym of with flying colors. In flying colors. British standard spelling of in flying colors. In focus, sharp and clear with no fuzziness. Ever about to encounter or undergo, usually set of unwelcome things in prospect. In for a dime, in for a dollar. Synonym of in for a penny, in for a pound. In for a penny, ellipsis of in for a penny. In for a pound. In for a penny, in for a pound. Expressing that, having begun something that involves significant risk or effort, one intends to see it to completion rather than stopping short. In for an inch, in for a mile. Given that one is partly involved in or committed to a project, action, position, etc., there is no reason to refrain from becoming fully involved or fully committed. In for irrevocably committed to something. In for the kill, intending to kill or destroy someone or something. In force, with a substantial number of men capable of exerting force or of making a show of force. In for, as a matter of form, formally. In forma pauperis, a request to have a court waive filing fees in a civil action because the plaintiff is indigent. In foricin cng, morally, but not necessarily legally. In foricin cng, alternative spelling of in foricin cng. In from the cold, back to one's home or to a position of acceptance from having been literally or figuratively in enemy territory. See come in from the cold. In a front, in the position ahead, often would of. In fronto, at or near the front part of something. In front of one's nose, plain, clearly apparent, obvious. In fruit, bearing fruit, heraldry fructed, fruited, bearing fruit or acorns. In full, fully, to the whole extent. In full aspect, affronte or facing forward. In full chase, courant, represented as running. In full course, courant, represented as running. In full cry, of a pack of hunting dogs, baying together while in active pursuit of quarry. In full effect, synonym of in full force. In full feather, in full dress or in one's best clothes. In full fay, smartly or fancily dressed, especially in the uniform of a particular profession, soldier, royal servant, actor, etc. In full flow, rapidly, with no sign of stopping. In full force, totally, fully, completely. in full form, performed with all the prescribed participants, steps, symbols, and traditions, although other more abbreviated or modified options might be possible. In full gear, proceeding fully, quickly, or completely, thoroughly begun and in progress. In full swing, proceeding fully, quickly, or completely, thoroughly begun and in progress. In full view, clearly visible. In a funds, having enough money to spend. In future, from now on. In beer, having gears correctly aligned so that movement is possible. In general, in the general case, without further assumption, without qualification, in all respects. And in the last, belonging to a management level as in a contemporary office hierarchy. In glory, synonym of in splendor. In goal, as a goalkeeper. In God's name, used as an intensifier. In good bread, in a fortunate or favorable position. In good conscience, alternative form of in conscience. In good hands, under the guidance of a capable being. In good odor, liked in someone's good books. In good odor, alternative form of in good odor. In good part, favorably, without offense, chiefly with take. In good repair, in a fine condition or state. In good season. Early enough, in a timely manner. In good stead, in a positive state or position. In good time, at a suitable time. In good voice, able to sing well. In green, of a person, young, naive, or inexperienced. In gross, roughly, approximately, generally, without going into details. And to two halves. In the hand, in physical possession at one's disposal. In harness, of horses, side by side, fastened together, figuratively together. In haste, in a hurry, hastily, quickly. In health, healthy. Mead, in estrus, receptive to mating. In heaven's name, alternative letter case form of in heaven's name. In heaven's name, an intensifier, chiefly used with questions. In hell, used as an intensifier to emphasize how unlikely something is. In hiding, remaining hidden typically of a person. In high dudgeon, indignant and enraged. In high feather, in high spirits, cheerful. In high gear, serious and intense. In hindsight, denoting coming to an understanding of the full nature of an event after it has already occurred. In high, having been pawned. In honoro, alternative spelling of in honor of. In honoro, celebrating or showing admiration for. In a hospital as a patient. In hot pursuit, pursuing someone in order to apprehend them, especially across a border. In house, belonging to or part of an organization, internal. In hysterics, laughing or celebrating very hard and unable to stop. In idea, in thought or imagination as opposed to in reality as an abstract concept, conceptually. In ill part, synonym of in bad part. In increment, waxing. In infinitum, alternative form of ad infinitum. In irons, the trapped condition a sailing ship finds itself in when the bow of the ship is headed into the wind and the ship has stalled and is unable to maneuver. In isolation, on its own, unaccompanied by or without reference to anything else. In trouble, in its entirety, completely, in its totality, as a whole, itself, inherently, viewed independently without reference to anything else. In jail, in a jail as a prisoner. In jest, as a joke. In jig time, rapidly, in a very short amount of time. In keeping with, in accordance with. In keep, in harmony, accord, or sympathy with. Congruent. In tid, pregnant. In kind, in the form of goods and services rather than money, in specie. In nuts, in a state of disagreement or confusion, as standstill, in a deadlock. In later, in the process of giving birth. In pregnant with a lamb. In layman's terms. Eggcorn of in layman's terms. In qualifying the non-competitive lap after one or more flying laps on which one enters the pit lane. In laps, plural of in lap. In layman's terms, phrased simply, without jargon, of English language speech or writing phrased in plain English. In layman's terms, alternative form of in layman's terms. In layperson's terms, synonym of in layman's terms. In laywoman's terms, phrased simply for the sake of average women. Inly, collaborating with. Ilish, restrained with a leash. In length, at length. In lesbians, in love, or feeling affection or lust, especially if sapphic. In less than no time, very quickly, very soon. Illo, instead, in place. In lieu of, instead of, in place of. In alito, Yevon, considering. In like a lion, out like a lamb. Synonym of March comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb. In like flint, having achieved a goal or gained access as desired. In likewise, in the same way. In lemine, at the beginning, as a preliminary matter, specifically, before a particular procedure or proceeding takes place. In line, suitable or appropriate, keeping with expectations, norms, ideals, or rules. In line with, in agreement or accordance with. In liquor, intoxicated with alcohol. In little, on a small scale. In living color, with the full vigor of life. In living memory, in recent history, in recorded history amongst the lifespan of extant people, events or situations which can be remembered by people that are still alive. In loco, in right, proper, or natural place. In loco parentis, assuming the place or position of a parent. In loco parentum, assuming the role of a parent. Illa, enamored of a person, etc. In lovue, say in luck. In malem partum, in an unfavorable or evil manner. In mass, eggcorn of en masse. In medias, non-standard form of in medias res. In medias res, in the middle of a storyline. In memoriam, In memory of, as a memorial. In memoriams. Plural of in memoriam. In memoriam. Misspelling of in memoriam. In memoria. Honoring and reminding people of someone who has died. In midstream. In the middle of a running body of water. In mind. Present in one's thoughts. In Minecraft. Used to supposedly keep oneself from becoming legally liable for making a certain statement that could be perceived as a threat or that may otherwise pose a legal risk. In miniature. At a miniature size. In mischievous. Having a retroactive ex post facto effect that softens or mitigates a penalty. In moderation. In moderate quantities or amount. In mora. In default. In motion. Moving, having movement on the move, not stationary. In my honest opinion. Used to introduce or qualify a statement as expressing one's own view, not one backed by external authority or to be accepted without question. In my humble opinion. Used to introduce or qualify a statement as expressing one's own view, not one backed by external authority or to be accepted without question. In my opinion. According to me. In my view. The way I see it. A name. Nominally, not essentially. In nap is synonym of in diapers. And me, having the final, finished form. And me, lacking basic necessities such as food and shelter, poor, indigent. In no small measure, to a very great extent. In no small part. Synonym of in no small measure. In no time. Very soon. In no uncertain terms. Definitely, clearly, bluntly, forthrightly, explicitly, categorically, unequivocally. In no way. In no sense. In no way, shape, or form. Alternative form of in no way, shape, or form. In no way, shape, or form. Not in any way at all. Not at all, no how. In nothing flat. A very short but unspecified amount of time. No time at all. In nubibus. In a state of suspension, nebulous and unfulfilled. In of itself. Misspelling of in and of itself. In office. Holding a formal position of employment or appointment. Iwa, part of or privy to, involved in something private, especially a plan or plot. Iwa, in a single attempt. In one bite, in an unbroken or undivided piece or manner. In one foul swoop, achieved or completed with a single action, in a single stroke. In one go, in a single attempt with no breaks. In one piece, uninjured, unhurt, undamaged. In one sitting, in a single session, finishing a task in the same period when one sets out to do so. In one stroke, alternative form of at one stroke. In one voice, alternative form of with one voice. In one's altitudes, druck. In one's back pocket, ready if needed, in reserve, prepared, available for use whenever it might be advantageous. In one's backyard, local to the place where one lives or habitually spends time. In one's bare skin, in a state of nudity. In one's bones, of a feeling, belief, etc. etc., derived from instinct, intuition, or an ingrained inclination. In one's book, in one's opinion, in one's born days, alternative form of in all one's born days. In one's corner, alternative form of in someone's corner. In one's cups, drunk in the act of consuming alcohol liberally. In one's dreams, used to express the speaker's belief that a preceding statement expressed a desired rather than an actual state of affairs. In one's element, in a situation which is entirely suitable, familiar, or enjoyable. In one's feelings, overreacting or having a strong emotional reaction, worked up. In one's head, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see in one's head. In one's hip pocket, synonym of in one's back pocket. In one's infinite wisdom, by relying too much on personal judgment or preference without realizing the limitations of one's reasoning. In one's life, present and involved in the life of a person. In one's midst, in the middle of a group, among a group. In one's opinion, according to one's subjectively formed thoughts, not necessarily having any formal basis in fact. In one's own good time, at one's own pace, at a pace unaffected by external influence, unhurriedly. In one's own hands, under one's control, such that any outcome depends on one's own actions. In one's own little way, in an individual manner that creates an effect from a small action. In one's own little world, alternative form of in one's own world, in one's own right, as a consequence of one's own skill, qualification, or status, rather than that of another. In one's own time, taking as much time as one requires when one is ready. In one's own world, synonym of in a world of one's own. In one's pocket, subject to one's demands because of bribery. In one's right mind, thinking clearly, sensibly, and reasonably. In one's sight, according to one's point of view or opinion. In one's sights, being seen or targeted, often through the sights of a weapon. In one's sleeve, synonym of up one's sleeve. In one's stead, in place of someone or something. In one's teens, to be at an age of a teenager. In one's tracks, suddenly, abruptly, right where one stands. In one's wildest dreams, much better than one could ever expect. In open court, during a public court session. In operation, activated, functional, functioning, operating, working. In order, in a sequence. In order for, to indicate a possible consequence of an event or action. In order that, so that, used to indicate purpose. In order to, before an infinitive, as a means of achieving the specified end, to. In ordinary, in an official capacity chiefly as a post modifier in official titles. In other news, used by news readers to introduce an unrelated piece of news. In other words, stated or interpreted another way, used to introduce an explanation, simplification, or clarification. In other words, misspelling of in other words. In pairs, in groups of two individuals or items. In parallel, at the same time, together, concurrently, contemporally. In pari materia, dealing with the same matter or subject. In part, to an extent. fully, in partibus infidelium, of a bishop or see merely titular without regular jurisdiction and serving to assist some other bishop or to act as delegate to the Pope where no hierarchy had yet been established. In particular, especially individually or specifically. In passing, incidentally, as a brief diversion from another topic, etc. In peace, with someone's favor or blessing. In perpetuity, for an indefinitely long time. In person, with one's own body and physical presence, not through media, a representative, or indirectly. In personam, in a lawsuit against a specific individual, a summons and complaint to give the court jurisdiction that is served to a person to try a case. In personam means that a judgment can be enforceable against the person wherever he/she is. In perspective, in correct proportion relative to other objects, contexts, etc. In pedo, secret, private. In phase, mutually synchronize. In piety, velding. In tech, pregnant, also humorous used of a woman. In place, in an original position. In place of, instead of. In places, in some places and not everywhere, of a patchy nature. In plain sight, very easy to see or notice, especially when supposed to be hidden. In plain view, easily seen, very visible. In play, as a joke. In plenty, in abundance, a plenty, plentiful. In pocket, in possession of money. In point, appropriate, relevant, pertinent. In pointo, with regard to, concerning. In point of fact, actually. In poor taste, synonym of in bad taste. In posse, in possibility, having a potential to exist, in potential but not in actuality, contradistinguished by in s. In potentia, potentially, in posse but not in s. In potentia, alternative spelling of in potentia. In power, currently ruling, being the present controlling authority as of a government or country. In practice, really in effect, not just hypothetically. In prejudice of, to the detriment or injury of someone or something. In present, at once, without delay. In pride, with its tail feathers spread. In prime twig, in good order and high spirits. In principle, misspelling of in principle. In principle, with regard to the fundamentals, but not to the particulars. In print, written down on paper, etc. In prison, imprisoned in a prison as a convict. In private, privately, in an area where no one else can see or hear. In profile, seen from the side. In progress, currently taking place. In proper, individually, privately. In propria persona, by the person themselves, often used when a defendant is representing themselves in court without an attorney. In public, in view of other people, who may be strangers. In put, pregnant with puppies. In puris naturalibus, in a purely natural state, naked. In pursuit, pursuing or chasing someone or something. In quantity, in large amounts or numbers. In question, under consideration, under discussion. A quick stick, in a hurry, rapidly. in quick succession, coming one rapidly after another. In rag order, in a state of mess or chaos. In rags, dressed in very old, torn clothes. In rare form, operating or performing at a high level or at one's best, extreme. Eerie, in the matter of, with regard to. In reach, within reach. In action, by being partially or entirely a response to a stimulus or other event without which there would be a diminished or no such action or statement, while under duress by dint of, in the face of, in light of, in return, in response. In reality, in real life as opposed to online play, make believe or theory. In reason, synonym of within reason. In recent memory, in living memory. In record time, that is the fastest or greatest recorded example, faster than any previously recorded time. In reference to, in relation to. In regard, since because, inasmuch as, considering that, considering. In regard of, in view of, considering. In regard to, concerning about. In regards to, alternative form of in regard to. In relation to, concerning, in reference to. In row, against a thing such as property rather than a person. In reserve, stored and set aside for possible future use. In respect, by comparison, comparatively. In respect of. Regarding, concerning, pertaining to, with reference to. A retreat, synonym of on the run at a disadvantage. In retrospect, when looked back upon as a past event, as can be seen now, but not at the time. In return, in exchange, as a means of reciprocating. In reverse, of a motion, sequence, etc. backwards. Reversed. In right of, a power held as a consequence of another power, or held as a consequence of a relationship. In relievo, the musical notation that indicates that a particular instrument to play slightly louder than the others so as to stand out over the ensemble, in relief. In Roblox, used to keep oneself from becoming legally liable for making a certain statement that could be perceived as a threat or that may otherwise pose a legal risk. In rough, as a draft. In route, alternative form of en route. In ruins, of a building or structure mostly destroyed. In safe hands. In the possession of or protected by someone who can be trusted. In school, enrolled to go to school. In search of, looking for, seeking. And seeth him, in the time for eating, using, etc. In season and out of season, at all times. In secret, secretly, confidentially, in private. In sequence, sequentially, one after another. In series, one after another, sequentially. Ready to conduct a meeting or direct an assembly of people, of an institution, place, etc. Inshallah, alternative spelling of inshallah. In shape, in good condition, repair, in a good state. In eats, of rain or other precipitation, very hard. In shet, in trouble, in a bad situation. In shore, as a summary, as a shortened version of what has been told or what would have been told. In short order, in a speedy manner, with dispatch, quickly. In short pants, synonym of in short trousers, quite young. In short supply, scarce or difficult to find or purchase. In short trousers, in childhood, as a child, when quite young, including non-literally, for example, as a young adult. In shorter order, comparative form of in short order, more in short order. In shortest order, superlative form of in short order, most in short order. In sickness and in health, used in Catholic wedding vows, signifying unwavering love and support even through challenges like illness. In sight, in a place where something can be seen. In silence, without making a noise, silently. In silhouette, as a silhouette. In silico, in computer simulation or in virtual reality. In situ, in its original position or place. In small doses, in small quantities or for short periods of time. In so far as, alternative spelling of insofar as. In so many words, verbatim, using exactly the given words. In so much, obsolete form of in so much. In someone's black books, having incurred someone's displeasure. In someone's blood, as an inborn trait, especially one that one shares with other members of their family. In someone's boots, synonym of in someone's shoes. In someone's corner, acting as a member of the fighter's corner team. In someone's day, synonym of in someone's time. In someone's death, very grateful for something, a favor that someone has done for one. In someone's eyes, shining very brightly and directly at the face so that it is difficult to see because one is blinded by the light. In someone's face, onto or into someone's face. In someone's light, blocking someone's light, especially when someone is attempting to see a particular thing. In someone's pocket, receiving money from and under the influence of a person or group of people with the expectation that a favor or advantage will be proffered in return. In someone's shoes. In someone's situation. In someone's time. In the time when one was of a certain age. In someone's vocabulary, a concept that someone would normally consider. In someone's way, obstructing, blocking, or impeding the movement or line of sight of someone. In something's favor, synonym of in favor of, out of preference for. In something's way, obstructing, blocking, or impeding the movement or line of sight of something. In sore, in company with. In spades, in large quantities, to a high degree, to excess, without restraint. In specie, in respect to kind. In spirit, non-physically, in one's thoughts only. In spite of, despite, irrespective of, notwithstanding. In spite of oneself, despite one's flaws or foibles. In spite of someone's teeth, in someone's face, in defiance of opposition from someone. In a splendor, depicted with a human face. In a splendor, British Standard spelling of in splendor. In splits, laughing uncontrollably, in fits of laughter. In state, with pomp and ceremony. In statu nascendi, nascent, emerging but not yet fully formed. In statu pupillari, in the state of pupillage, subject to the rules of a college or university as they apply to junior members. In status nascendi, alternative form of in statu nascendi. Instead of, archaic form of instead of. And steam, having steam in its boiler and ready for work. And sti, obsolete form of instead. In step, of a number of people walking, or especially marching, synchronously, so that footfalls occur at the same time. In stitches, laughing vigorously, very amused, aching due to convulsive laughter. In sta, available for immediate sale or use. In store, in waiting, in readiness. In stri, without disturbing one's course of activities. In style, in fashion. In succession, in order, in sequence, one after the other. In so, briefly, summarily, in a few words, to sum up. In summary, to summarize as a summary. In sunder, as sunder into parts. And suspense, synonym of on tenterhooks. In sink, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see in sink. Intact, misspelling of intact. In tandem, one matter. In tatters, badly torn in many places, in shreds. In tears, crying, weeping. In terms of one variable or unit of measurement which has a known relationship to another using equivalent expressions that use one variable in place of expressions involving the other. In terror, as a warning or deterrent in order to terrify or deter others. In terram clause, a provision in a will that disinherits any beneficiary who raises a challenge against the will. In terram clauses, plural of in terram clause. In that, in the fact that, in the sense that, for the cause or reason that, because, in its being the case that, inasmuch as. In that case, if that is the way things are, if that's the case. In abstract, with reference to theoretical, not practical, considerations. In act, in the process of doing something considered criminal or otherwise wrong, used to emphasize the eyewitness evidence. In the aggregate, alternative form of in aggregate. In the surrounding ambience. In the altogether, neged. In names of Morpheus, asleep, sleeping. In the names of Murphy. Alip. In the article of death, at the point of death. In the ascendant, becoming more popular, powerful, or relevant, on the rise. In the bag, certain or extremely likely to occur. In the ballpark, in the same general vicinity as, somewhat similar to, typically construed with of. In a bargain, synonym of into the bargain. In a barrel, in an unpleasant or dangerous situation. In the bed, during sexual activity. In the bedroom, regarding sexual activity or one's sex life. In the biblical sense, alternative letter case form of in the biblical sense. In the biblical sense, carnally, sexually. In the big 25, in the year 2025, i.e. the present time, said to draw attention to something that is outdated. In the black, having positive net income, having greater income than expenses, making a profit. In the blink of an eye, immediately, instantaneously. In a book's finish, concluded, able to be regarded as a matter of record, in the bottom of the bag, remaining as a last resort. In a bucket, short of money or in debt by a specified amount. In no buff, owed. In the business of, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see in the business of. In the can, having been shot and stored in a film can or at the equivalent stage for a digital take. In the cards, destined or fated to happen, predicted or foreseen. In the clear, not guilty or not suspected of wrongdoing. In the closet, not open about one's sexual orientation, romantic orientation, or gender identity. In the clouds, synonym of in one's own world. In the clod, pregnant. In the cold light of day, viewed calmly and dispassionately after allowing emotions to cool or after having sobered up. In the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Alternative form of in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. In the course of time, after a period of time, as time goes by. In the crosshairs, targeted at the point of intersection of the two perpendicular lines in a gun sight or scope. In the dark, without information. In the distance, far away, a long distance away. In the dock, under accusation, scrutiny, subject to critical inspection. In the dog box, synonym of in the doghouse, subjected to someone's anger or disapproval. In the doghouse, in a situation of being the object of someone's anger or disapproval, especially one's spouse. In the drink, in or into a body of water. In the driver's seat, having the most important role in a storyline or recognition of primary importance. In the driving seat, alternative form of in the driver's seat. In the dumps, alternative form of down in the dumps. Describing a maturing/mature cereal crop. And eventually, finally, in event, as things have turned out or are turning out, ultimately, in the end, eventually. In the event of, in case of, in the event that. F. In the extreme, to a very great or excessive degree. It have a wind, in a direction opposed to the wind. In as of, in the opinion of, from the perspective of, as far as concerns. In the eyes of the law, legally from the legal perspective. In the face of, when confronted with. In the family way, pregnant. In the fast lane, in a lifestyle, employment position, or other set of circumstances where the rapid pace is exciting, frantic, or risky. In the field, actively engaged in fighting or dealing with the enemy, in battle or on maneuvers. In the final analysis, all things considered, when all is said and done, in conclusion, basically and fundamentally. In the first instance, as the first step or stage, first. In the first place, to begin with, earlier, firstly, originally, at the start. In the flesh, present in a physical body, in person. In the flower of one's youth, when one was young and happy. In the foothills, in the earliest stages, at the outset. In no frame, suspected by the police of having committed a crime. In the front row, able to witness everything. In the furtherance of justice, synonym of in the interest of justice. In the future, at a future time, at some point in the future. In the game, competing in a game with a chance of winning. In the green, inside the hollow section of a breaking wave. In the green tree. Clipping of in the green tree in the dry. In the green tree in the dry, in a better situation as against a worse one, used chiefly in rhetorical questions to suggest that the current unfavorable situation will worsen in the future. In the grip of, overwhelmed or controlled by something adverse. In the gristle, not yet hardened into bone or strengthened into sinew. In the groove, running or performing extremely smoothly. In the ground, dead and buried. In the head, when being held in the hands, when being handled. In the hands of, owned or controlled by someone. In the heat of the moment, as the hasty result of strong, passionate feelings and without thoughtful consideration. In the hell, alternative form of the hell emphasizing an interrogative. In the here and now, in present practice rather than in theory, with the priority of palpably and actually existing. In the whole, having suffered net losses, in debt. In the hope of, with the desire to. In the hope that, with the desire that. In the hopper, in the process of being prepared or produced. In the hospital, admitted as a patient in a hospital. In the hot seat, under pressure to perform, under scrutiny, at the center of attention. In the house, present or performing in a venue, set of a disc jockey or master of ceremonies, etc. In the hunt, in the running, in the game. In the interest of justice, the reason of case dismissal used when the judge decides that justice will be best served when the case is dismissed. In the interest of time, in order to save time, in order to use time more efficiently, so that time can be used more efficiently. In Edrin, temporarily, meanwhile. In the know, in Ford, where. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Even someone with limited abilities or opportunities is dominant over and considered special by those who have even fewer abilities and opportunities. The value of any ability depends on its prevalence. In the lap of the gods, up to chance, outside of one's ability to control or affect the result. In the last analysis, alternative form of in the final analysis. In a lead. In first place in a contest or parade. In the least, at all. In the slightest, in any way. In the light of. In the illumination from a source of light. In the limelight. In the focus of attention, especially from the media. In the line of duty. As part of or while performing official duties, usually of the military or police personnel, or of government officials. In the long run, after a very long time, eventually, over a long period of time, more generally. In the long term, after a very long time, eventually, over a long period of time, more generally. In the loop, informed, up to date, having current knowledge, part of the discussion. In the lump, taken all together, in gross. In the men, principally, on the whole, for the most part. In the making, in development, in the process of being made or evolving. In the meantime, alternative form of in the meantime. In the meantime, meanwhile. In the meanwhile, temporarily, meanwhile. in the middle of, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see in middle of, in the midst of, in the middle of, amidst, amongst, in the mix, included in a mixture or group, in the moment, fully and freely enjoying oneself without thought to past or future. No money, possessing money, rich. In a mood, disposed to do something or for something, often romantic or sexual, without further context. In the name of, with appeal to, by, often used to introduce oaths. In the name of all that is holy, synonym of for the love of God. In the name of heaven, synonym of in heaven's name. In the name of the law, by the demand of a legal authority. In the nature of things, the ordinary or expected course of events. In the near future, within a short period of time. In the neighborhood of, alternative spelling of in the neighborhood of. In the neighborhood of, approximately, about, in the region of. In the negard. In the nick of time, at the last possible moment, at the last minute. In the nip, oh, in the muddy, naked or nude. In the nude, without any clothing on. Nafi, within the area of the sea known as the offing, at a considerable distance from land, but visible from shore, often in reference to an approaching ship. In the old times, from days long ago, in former times. In the open, outdoors. In the original German, said mostly on social media, usually Twitter, with regard to genocidal, racist, anti-Semitic, or totalitarian rhetoric interpreted as being reminiscent of Nazi Germany. In heaven, in development, in the palm of one's hand, being fully controlled or influenced by something. In the pale, employed by someone, often secretly. In the person of, represented by someone. In the picture, in the olive, in the pink, ellipsis of in the pink of health. In the pink of health, in very good health. In the pipeline, scheduled to occur in the future. In the pocket, synonym of in the zone, playing perfectly in time, perfectly in sync with others, or with a perfect groove. In the pocket of someone, alternative form of in someone's pocket. In the post, on the way, soon to arrive. In the process, as a side effect or byproduct. In the process of, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see in process of. In the pudding club, pregnant. In the racket, synonym of on the game working as a prostitute. In the rattle, kept in confinement as a disciplinary measure. In the raw, unprocessed, rough. In the rear with a gear, far away from any battlefield. Not involved in active combat, in a support role. In the red, having net losses, in debt. In the refrigerator of a game, having its outcome beyond a doubt, despite the fact that time is remaining before the final buzzer. In the region of, approximately equivalent to, around, close to a determinate figure or veil. In the reign of Queen Dick, when pigs fly, never. In the right, to be correct about what one says or thinks. In the right place at the right time, at a location where something good is about to happen at just the time of its occurrence, lucky, fortunate, able to obtain a benefit due to circumstances rather than due to merit. In the room, the party de confidential negotiations. In the rough, in an unwrought, unrefined, or unfinished condition, unpolished. In the round, not attached to a background. In the running of a candidate, potential or likely, worthy of consideration. In the sack, in bed either literally or figuratively, especially with reference to sexual intercourse. In the saddle, synonym of in control. In the sales, at a time when many stores are holding sales. In the same boat, in the same situation or predicament, having the same problems. In the same breath, said or done almost simultaneously, in one sequence. In the same shoes, in the same situation, having the same problems. In the same vein, misspelling of in the same vein. In the same vein, misspelling of in the same vein. In the same vein, of similar kind. In the shadow of, close to, in proximity to. In the shit, in trouble. In the shitter, in a poor state. In the shoes of, in the same or former situation as another named person. In the short run, lasting only a short time, short-sightedly. In the short term, relating to a relatively short period of time. In the snap of one's fingers. In a snap. In the soup. In trouble. In the space of. Wherein. In the spotlight. In the focus of attention, especially from the media. In the stars. Destined or fated to occur. In the stead of. Alternative form of in one stead slash instead of. In the stratosphere, having attained an exceptionally high level of something, particularly success. In the straw, confined to bed because of pregnancy. In the swim, actively participating in the flow of events, very involved. In the swim of things, alternative form of in the swim. In the tank, supportive, approving, favorably disposed. In the teeth of, in spite of, in direct opposition to. In the thick of, in the middle of something difficult. In the thick of it, in a precarious situation, in the trenches, up to one's elbows, knee deep. In the throes of, heavily occupied or busily involved in a important activity. In the throes of, misspelling of in the throes of. In the toilet, finish at an ignoble end. In the trenches, working or operating in the most active and difficult parts of a job or business. In the twinkling of a bedpost, alternative form of in the twinkling of a bedstaff. In the twinkling of a bedstaff, in no time at all, immediately. In the twinkling of an eye, immediately, instantaneously. In the valley of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Alternative form of in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. In the Venno, similar to, along the lines of. In the wake of, following. In the wars, injured or damaged, with the appearance of having been treated roughly. In the way, obstructing, blocking, or hindering. In the way of, in relation to, in connection with respect to. In a wades, immersed or entangled in details or complexities. In the wild, at large. In the wind, impending or in the offing, imminent. In the wind's eye, directly toward the point from which the wind blows. In the wink of an eye, instantaneously, extremely quickly. In the works, being planned or worked upon. In the world, an intensifier, often used after an interrogative word. In the worst way, urgently, desperately, to an extreme degree. In the wrong, incorrect, in error. In the wrong place at the wrong time, describing actions or activities that the speaker considers inappropriate, misdirected, or unlikely to yield good results. In the zone, in a mental state of focused concentration on the performance of an activity in which one dissociates oneself from distracting or irrelevant aspects of one's environment. In theory, theoretically, in their like swimwear, a sure thing or that a goal is guaranteed in a sports match. In this connection, in connection with this subject, in this regard, in this day and age, in the current era of history, in this essay I will, a hackneyed phrase used to begin an essay. In thunderation, in any set of circumstances whatsoever. In time, at or before the time assigned. In times, at times, on various occasions. In token of, as an indication of, in a show of, on account of, because of. In 2D, involved in a situation to the extent that one cannot cope or escape. In total, including all aspects of something. In totality, alternative form of in its totality. In total, in total. In touch, in contact, or in communication. In tow, pulled by means of an attached line, such as a cable, chain, or rope. In town, in the town or city where one lives, in the town or city being referenced. In tray, synonym of in kind of paying or giving with goods or services as opposed to cash. In train, in progress, underway. In transit, in the process of being transported. In transitu, in transit, during transportation. In try an aspect, position at such an angle as to show 3/4 of the figure, in between a fronte facing forward and in profile, when applied to creatures chiefly found in modern rather than medieval heraldry. In trouble, suffering difficulties. In true, properly aligned, in alignment. In truth, truthfully, to tell the truth, in fact. In tune, having the correct musical pitch. Inter, one after the other, one at a time, in succession, successively. In twain, in two, in halves, into two parts, asunder. In two, into two parts. In two jumps, in a very short time. In two minds, alternative form of two minds. In two shakes, very quickly, without delay. In two shakes of a cow's tail, synonym of in two shakes. In two shakes of a dog's tail, synonym of in two shakes. In two shakes of a duck's tail, synonym of in two shakes. In two shakes of a lamb's tail, synonym of in two shakes. In two shakes of a rabbit's ass, synonym of in two shakes. In twos, grouped by pairs, arranged in groups of two. In unison, moving, acting, or uttering of speech all at the same time. In unity, there is strength. More can be accomplished by a team with a common goal than by individuals. In universe, alternative form of in universe. In use, in practice. In use, currently being used. In utero, occurring while a baby is within their mother's womb. In vacuo, in a partial or full vacuum. In laying, without success or a result, ending in failure. In veridi, indeed, certainly. In view, visible in sight. In viewa, considering. In vigilance, standing on one leg, typically holding a stone in its other, raised leg. In vino veritas, synonym of in wine, there is truth, one tells the truth under the influence of alcohol. In virtuo, synonym of by virtue of. In virtue of which, by which. In vitro, in an artificial environment outside the living organism. In vitro fertilization, alternative spelling of in vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilizations, plural of in vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilization, the fertilization of an ovum by sperm outside of a woman's body, normally used as a treatment for infertility. In vitro fertilizations, plural of in vitro fertilization. In vivo, within a living organism. In vote, fashionable. In voice, in good condition for singing or speaking. In waves, with variable frequency, in large amounts spaced out. In ways, to some extent, partially. In weal and woe, in both prosperity and adversity, in good times and bad. In what universe? Synonym of in what world? In what world? Used in rhetorical questions to criticize something as completely inconsistent with reality and slash or logic. In wine, there is truth. Statements made or expressed under the influence of alcohol reveal true beliefs that are not expressed when sober. In with a chance, having a chance. In with a shout, having a good chance, likely to succeed. In witness whereof. Turn a phrase used to introduce the concluding clause in deeds. In words of one syllable. In simple, clear, straightforward language, in blunt language. In writing, by means of a written message, as opposed to orally or through other means. In your dreams, used to express the speaker's skepticism about another's preceding statement about a desired or assumed state of affairs. In your face, alternative form of in your face. In your wildest dreams, synonym of in your dreams intensifier. A contraction of in his. A contraction of in it. The in, into, towards, within. In a box. Packaged simply and conveniently. And then, an old game played with 4 dice, a double being referred to as in and 2 doubles as an and in. In and out trading, the practice of buying shares and then selling them shortly afterward. And done or featured in an application. In band signaling, the sending of control information within the same band or channel used for data such as voice or video. In band signalings, plural of in band signaling. In band signaling, alternative form of in band signaling. In band signalings, plural of in band signaling. In basket, synonym of in tray. In basket, exercise, Synonym of in tray exercise. In basket exercises, plural of in basket exercise. In basket situation, a situation that is known about but on which a decision has yet to be made. In basket situations, plural of in basket situation. In baskets, plural of in basket. In between, lying between, neither one thing nor the other. Intermediary. In between hop, a bounce larger than a short hop and smaller than a long hop, often difficult to field. In between hops, plural of in between hop. In betweener, alternative spelling of in betweener. In betweeners, plural of in betweener. In betweenies, plural of in betweeny. In betweens, plural of in between. In betweeny, of or pertaining to an in between state. In box. Alternative form of inbox. Inboxed. Simple past and past participle of inbox. In boxes, plural of inbox. Inboxing, present participle and gerund of inbox. Inbread, additional bread that has been included as an extra loaf permitted by a baker in 1 dozen. Inbread, alternative form of inbred. Invelt, alternative spelling of inbuilt. In cabin, of an accommodation or conveyance in a cabin class. In bath, of a cow pregnant. In circuit, existing or performed within a circuit. In class, occurring while a class or lesson is taking place. In company, synonym of in-house. In country, alternative form of in country. In crowd, alternative spelling of in crowd. In day, alternative form of in date. In depth, thorough. Comprehensive. Independence, the quality of being in depth. Indoors, within or taking place within a building. In-ear and in-ear monitor. In-ear monitor, a device with earbud-like earpieces used to provide audio to someone while eliminating external noise. A primary usage is to let stage performers clearly hear their live performance or various instructions. In-ear monitors, plural of in-ear monitor. Ear, plural of in-ear. In-engine, rendered in real time or pre-rendered by the gain engine. And vel, any material used to occupy a void or hiatus. And vels, plural of infill. And light, occurring or provided for use during a flight. And foal, of a mare or other female equine, pregnant. And foot, pigeon-toed, standing or walking with the toes turned inward. In fuck incredible, extremely incredible. In me, within an essential part of a video game, not including the character selection. In-game currencies, plural of in-game currency. In-game currency, synonym of virtual currency. In mo, a part of the playing area between each goal line and the corresponding dead ball line where players can score a try. In goals, plural of in goal. In group, alternative form of in group. In grouped, simple past and past participle of in group. In grouping, present participle and gerund of in group. In groups, plural of in group. At home, taking place in or purposed for the domicile. In hospital, occurring in a hospital. In-house, alternative spelling of in-house. Taking place in or purposed for the domicile. In hospital, occurring in a hospital. In-house, alternative spelling of in-house. And joke, synonym of inside joke, a joke that is understood or meant to be understood only by certain people who are aware of the details. And jokes, plural of in-joke. Mjoki, characteristic of an in-joke. Mjoki, rare spelling of in-joki. In kind, consisting of goods or commodities as opposed to money. Imla, you, pregnant. Inwa, a relative by marriage or through affinity. In-law suite, a division of a housing unit for use by relatives or friends of the primary residence, who would then usually share an entrance and some shared space, but would be able to live separately, unlike boarders or roommates. There is no additional sound and fire separation as would be found in a multi-unit dwelling of separate apartments. The suite would contain at the least sleeping, eating, and bathing facilities. In-law suites, plural of in-law suite. In-law unit, synonym of mother-in-law apartment. In-law units, plural of in-law unit. In-law, the state or condition of being an in-law. In-laws, plural of in-law, the family of one's spouse. In-line, consisting of parts arranged in a single line. In-line engine, an engine that has all cylinders in one line or row. Inline engines, plural of inline engine. Inline expansion, the replacement by a compiler of a function call with a copy of the entire function body, sometimes used as an optimization. Inline expansions, plural of inline expansion. Inline skate, a rollerblade, a roller skate with all wheels aligned in a single row along the sole for greater speed and maneuverability. Inline skater, a skater who uses inline skates. Inline skaters, plural of inline skater. Inline skates, plural of inline skate. Inline skating, skating using inline skates. And memory, that resides in memory. Of the cue ball, going into a pocket after cannoning another ball. In-office imaging, the use of medical diagnostic devices in the office of a treating physician, not relying on an outside service. In-us, plural of in-off. In order, alternative spelling of in order. In-out, sexual intercourse. Inpatient, alternative spelling of inpatient. Impatience, plural of impatient. And a person, with one's own body and physical presence directly. In plane switching, IPS is a type of liquid crystal display LCD layered parallel between two glass pieces that is activated by an electrical current to produce an image. In process, of an activity or operation that is moving, ongoing, or progressing. In processing, the onboarding of new recruits. In school suspension, a type of primary and secondary school suspension method in which, for a given period of time, the students being punished are not allowed to go to their regular classes, but are still required to attend school to instead be kept in an alternative setting that usually involves immobility and the performing of school-related activities. In school suspensions, plural of in school suspension. In service, taking place when one is an employee. In service, simple past and past participle of in service. In services, third person singular simple present indicative of in service. In servicing, present participle and gerund of in service. In situ, alternative form of in situ. In state, existing or occurring within a single state. In swinger, a ball that curves towards the goal. In swingers, plural of in swinger. In towing, pigeon toe. In tray, a desktop organizer, inbox in basket. In tray exercise, the use of a simulated in tray for training potential employees. In tray exercises, plural of in tray exercise. In trays, plural of in tray. In tree, located inside of a source tree. Enter, a shot in which the handle of the stone is rotated across the body. In turns, plural of in turn. In universe, referring to a perspective or view from the context of a fictional world, in contrast to a perspective from the real world. In mecha, inside a vehicle. In vitro, alternative spelling of in vitro as attributive adjective. In vitro fertilization, alternative spelling of in vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilizations, plural of in vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilization, alternative form of in vitro fertilization. In vitro fertilizations, plural of in vitro fertilization. In winter, to keep livestock indoors during harsh weather. In world, existing as part of a fictional world or environment. In your face, of or relating to a style of shocking and confrontational theater that emerged in Great Britain in the 1990s. In your face, aggressively or blatantly confrontational. Abbreviation of inch. Net, initialism of information not available. And a female given name from Latin. In a bower, a move where the skater skates with the blades parallel, toes pointing in opposite directions. In a bowers, plural of in a bower. Naba, a surname from Japanese. In a Bon Nord, a barangay of Rosario, La Union, Philippines. In a Bon Sur, a barangay of Rosario, La Union, Philippines. In a Bagnan, a language of the Philippines. In Nabanga, a municipality of Bohol, Philippines. In Adas, plural of inaba. Inability, plural of inability. Inability, lack of the ability to do something, incapability. Inabinat, a surname. Inabinats, plural of inabinat. Enable, unable, not able. Enabled, simple past and past participle of enable. Enablement, obsolete form of enablement. Enablements, plural of enablement. Enables, third person singular simple present indicative of enable. Enabling, present participle of enable. Inabsorbability, synonym of unabsorbability. Inabsorbable, synonym of unabsorbable. Inabstinence, lack of abstinence, indulgence. Inachaean, a barangay of Loc, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Inacceptability, the property of being unacceptable. Inacceptable, unacceptable. Inacceptably, synonym of unacceptably. Inaccess, lack of access. Inaccessibility, the quality or state of being inaccessible, inaccessibleness. Inaccessible, not able to be accessed, out of reach, inconvenient. Inaccessible island rail. A Lintiger Roger C., a small flightless bird of the rail family. Inaccessible island rails. Plural of inaccessible island rail. Inaccessibleness, the quality or state of being inaccessible or unreachable. Inaccessibles, plural of inaccessible, accessible island rail. Inaccessibleness, the quality or state of being inaccessible or unreachable. Inaccessibles, plural of inaccessible. Inaccessibly, in an inaccessible manner. Inaccordant, not accordant, discordant. Inexcrocable, unable to be hung or sold, especially because of sexual content. Inaccuracies, plural of inaccuracy. Inaccuracy, the property of being inaccurate, lack of accuracy. Inaccurate, mistaken or incorrect, not accurate. Inaccurately, in an inaccurate manner, incorrectly, inexactly. Inaccurateness, the quality of being inaccurate. Inached, any crab in the family Inachidae. Inacheds, plural of inached. Inachievable, unachievable. Inacquaintance, lack of acquaintance, ignorance. Inacquiescent, not acquiescent. Enactogram, a graphical record of inactivity. Enactograms, plural of enactogram. Inaptene, that does not produce photochemical reactions and can be used as a safe light in a photographic darkroom of light. Inaction, lack of action or activity or labor. Inactionable, alternative form of unactionable. Inactions, plural of inaction. Inactivable, capable of being inactivated. Inactivatable, that can be inactivated. Inactivate, to make inactive. Inactivated. Simple past and past participle of inactivate. Inactivates. Third person singular simple present indicative of inactivate. Inactivating, present participle and gerund of inactivate. Inactivation, the process of rendering something inactive. Inactivations, plural of inactivation. Inactivator, that which inactivates. Inactivators, plural of inactivator. Inactive, not active, temporarily or permanently. Inactive ingredient, a component of a mixture product which does not directly contribute to the product's primary goal, but helps to make the product more stimulating to the consumer or to assist the active ingredient in some small manner. Inactive ingredients, plural of inactive ingredient. Inactively, in an inactive manner. Inactiveness, the quality of being inactive. Inactives, plural of inactive. Inactivism, lack of activism. Inactivists, one who does not take action or engage in activism. Inactivists, plural of inactivists. Inactivities, plural of inactivity. Inactivity, the quality of being inactive, idleness, passiveness. Inactose, an optically inactive variety of sugar found in certain plants. Inactuate, to put into action, to activate. Inactuated, simple past and past participle of inactuate. Inactuates, third person singular simple present indicative of inactuate. Inactuating, present participle and gerund of inactuate. Inactuation, activation, putting into action or use. Inadaptabilities, plural of inadaptability. Inadaptability, the state of being inadaptable. Inadaptable, not adaptable. Inadaptation, lack of adaptation, unsuitableness. Inadaptive, not adaptive. Inedible, alternative form of inedible. Inedibility, incapability of addition. Inedible, incapable of being added. Inadapt, not adapt. Inadeptly, in an inadept manner. Inadaptness, the state or condition of being inadept. Inadequacies, plural of inadequacy. Inadequacy, the state of being inadequate. Inadequate, not adequate, lacking in quality or quantity required, insufficient for a purpose. Inadequately, in an inadequate manner. Inadequateness, inadequacy. Inadequatenesses, plural of inadequateness. Inadequates, plural of inadequate. Inadequation, inadequacy. Inadequations, plural of inadequation. Inadherence, the condition of being inadherent. Inadherent, not adhering. Inadherent, synonym of inadherent. Inadhesion, lack of adhesion. Inadmissible, misspelling of inadmissible. Inadmissibilities, plural of inadmissibility. Inadmissibility, the state of being inadmissible. Inadmissible, not admissible, especially that cannot be admitted as evidence at a trial. Inadmissibles, plural of inadmissible. Inadmissibly, in an inadmissible way. Inadventurous, not adventurous. Inadvertence, the state or quality of being inadvertent, inadvertency, heedlessness, carelessness, negligence. Inadvertences, plural of inadvertence. Inadvertencies, plural of inadvertency. Inadvertency, inadvertence, heedlessness. Inadvertent, not intentional, not on purpose, not conscious. Inadvertently, unintentionally, because of an oversight. Inadvisability, the quality or state of being inadvisable. Inadvisable, unwise, not recommended. Not prudent, not to be advised. Inadvisableness, inadvisability, the state or quality of being inadvisable. Inadvisably or ill-advised manner, against better advice rashly. Inadvised, not to be advised. Inadvisable. Inadvisedly, synonym of unadvisedly. Inadvisedness, the quality of being inadvised. Inadvisability. Inadequate, archaic form of inadequate. inadequate. Inaquihymniferous, of or relating to the arrangement of the hymenium of some mushroom species in the genera Coprinus, Coprinopsis, Coprinellus, Paniolus, Psilocybe, and Lacrimaria, the intermittent maturation and shedding of spores in radial bands beginning from the periphery of each gill deliquescing from the bottom and advancing upwards. Inequilateral. Obsolete spelling of inequilateral. Inesthetic. Not aesthetic. Inesthetically, in an inesthetic manner. Inaffability. Lack of affability or sociability, unfriendliness. Ineffable, not affable. Inaffectation, lack of affectation, naturalness. Ineffective, unaffected. Inaffectionate, synonym of unaffectionate. Inafropru, a surname from Japanese. Inayawan, a barangay of the city of Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Philippines. Inagawan subcolony, a barangay of the city of Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Philippines. Inagitable, free from agitation. Inaguayate, a hexagonal dipyramidal steel gray mineral containing copper, iridium, lead, platinum, and sulfur. Inagua, the southernmost district of the Bahamas, comprising the islands of Great and Little Inagua. Inadable, incapable of being assisted, helpless. Anaja, alternative form of inaja. Inada, the South American palm tree Italia maripacin, Maximilian Amaripa formerly also Maximilian iridia. Inajas, plural of inaja. Inajas, plural of inaja. Inalacrity, lack of alacrity, sluggishness. Inalad, a barangay of Calubian, late Philippines. Inalahan, a barangay of Lubmanan, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Inalienability, the condition of being inalienable. Inalienable, not subject to being alienated, that is, surrendered, taken away, or transferred to another. Inalienableness, the quality or state of being inalienable. Inalienably, in an inalienable manner. Inalimental, not nourishing. Inalterability, synonym of unalterableness. Inalterable, that cannot be altered. Inalterableness, synonym of unalterableness. Inalterably, in an inalterable way. Inalusa, a barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. The grant or gift of lands bestowed by the British Raj on an inamdar. Inambiguous, alternative form of unambiguous. Inambu, alternative form of unambu. Inambus, plural of inambu. Inamtar, one who received a grant or gift of lands from the British Raj as a reward for service. Inamdars, plural of inampar. Inami, several towns in Japan. Inaniel, not amiable, unfriendly. Inamicable, not amicable, unfriendly or hostile. Inadmissible, incapable of being lost. Inadmissibleness, the quality of being inadmissible. Enamour, archaic form of enamor. Enamored, obsolete form of enamored. Inamorata, a female lover or woman with whom one is in love, a mistress. Enamoratas, plural of inamorata. Enamorate, the enamored in love. Innamorati, plural of innamorado. Innamorado, a lover, a gallant. Enamorados, plural of innamorado. Obsolete form of enamored. Inamorata, alternative form of inamorata. Enamoradas, plural of inamorata. Enamors, third person singular simple present indicative of enamor. Enamor, archaic form of enamor. Enamored, obsolete form of enamor. Enamored, obsolete form of enamored. Enamores, third person singular simple present indicative of enamor. Inamovable, not immovable. Enamranon, a type 3 pyridine phosphodiesterase inhibitor used to treat congestive heart failure. Plural of enam. Enameloid, not turning red or blue when stained with Melzer's reagent. And then, lacking sense or meaning, often to the point of boredom or annoyance. Enamel, in an inane manner. Inaneness, inanity. Inanesos, plural of inaneness. Inaner, comparative form of inane, more inane. Inaner, synonym of inanity. Inane, plural of inane. Inanest, superlative form of inane, most inane. Inanga, a fish, the Jolitail Galaxias maculatus. Inangathu, a settlement in Buller District, West Coast, New Zealand. Inangas, plural of inanga. Inangular, not angular. Inaniloquent, tending to speak inanely, loquacious. Garrulous. Inanimacies, plural of inanimacy. Inanimacy, the state of being without life or spirit. Inanimate, lacking the quality or ability of motion as an inanimate object. Inanimative, inanimate, not alive. Inanimately, in an inanimate manner. Inanimateness, the pappy of inanimate. Inanimatenesses, plural of inanimate. Inanimates, plural of inanimate. Inanimating, present participle and gerund of inanimate. Inanimation, lack of animation, lifeless, dullness. Inanitionated, undergoing inanition, exhausted through lack of nourishment. Inanition, archaic form of inanition. Inanities, plural of inanity. Inanition, the act of removing the contents of something, the state of being empty. Inanitions, plural of inanition. Inanity, the power of being inane, of lacking material of intus or satisfaction, emptiness. Ina, a Sumerian goddess of sexual love, fertility, and warfare known by the Akkadians as Ishtar and later identified with Astarte, Aphrodite, and Venus. Inannihilable, that cannot be annihilated. Inyapari, an indigenous South American language spoken in Peru along the Las Piedras River near the mouth of the Sabalayak River. Inaparisum, a muscle relaxant drug. Inaperturate, lacking apertures. Inapparency, absence of visible symptoms. Inapparent, not apparent, subclinical technical. Inapparently, in a way that is not apparent or obvious. Inappealable, unappealable. Inappeasable, that cannot be appeased. Inappellability, the quality of being inappellable, unappealability. Inappellable, that cannot be appealed against. Inappendiculate, not appendiculate. Inappetence, misspelling of inappetence. Inappetence, a lack of appetite. Inappetences, plural of inappetence. Inappetencies, plural of inappetency. Inappetency, alternative form of inappetence. Inappetent, lacking appetite. Inapplicabilities, plural of inapplicability. Inapplicability, the state of being inapplicable. Inapplicable, not applicable, that does not apply or cannot be applied, unsuitable or irrelevant. Inapplicableness, the state or quality of being inapplicable, inapplicability. Inapplicably, in an inapplicable manner. Inapplication, lack of application, attention, or diligence, negligence, non-use. Inapposite, inappropriate, not suitable for the situation. Inappositely, in a way that is not apposite. Inappositeness, the state or quality of not being apposite. Inappreciability, the quality of inappreciable. Inappreciable, insignificant, undetectable, not able to be noticed. Inappreciably, in an inappreciable manner. Inappreciation, lack of appreciation, ingratitude. Inappreciative, unappreciative. Inappreciatively, in an inappreciative manner. Inappreciativeness, the quality of being inappreciative. Inapprehensibility, the quality of being inapprehensible. Inapprehensible, that cannot be apprehended. Not apprehensible to or graspable by either body or mind. Inapprehension, failure to notice, failure to be aware of, lack of apprehension. Inapprehensive, not apprehensive regardless, unconcerned. Inapprehensively, in an inapprehensive manner. Inapprehensiveness, the quality of being inapprehensive. Alternative form of inappropo. Inapproachability, the quality of being inapproachable. Inapproachable, not approachable. Inapproachably, in an inapproachable manner. Inappropriate. Inappropo. Inappropriate. Inappropriable, not appropriable. Inappropriacies, plural of inappropriacy. Inappropriacy, inappropriateness. Inappropriate, not appropriate, not suitable for the situation, time, or place. Inappropriately, in an inappropriate manner. Inappropriateness, the quality of being inappropriate and suitability. Inappropriatenesses, plural of inappropriateness. Inappropro, alternative form of inappropo. Inapproximabilities, plural of inapproximability. Inapproximability, the condition of being inapproximable. Inapproximable, unable to be approximated. Inapprobo, alternative form of inappropriate. Inappropriate, alternative form of inappropriate. Inapt, not apt. Inaptitude, the quality of being inapt. Inaptitudes, plural of inaptitude. Inaptly, in an inapt manner, inappropriately. Inaptness, quality of being inapt. Inaptnesses, plural of inaptness. Inaptronym, a name that is not well suited to its owner. Inaptronyms, plural of inaptronym. Inapilangan, a barangay of Guyuan, Eastern Samar, Philippines. Inabwat, embodied in or changed into water. Inaquation, the state of being inaquat. Inaqueous, not aqueous. Inerrable, not errable. Inerroan, a barangay of Nod. Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Enarch, to graft by uniting, as a sign, to his stock without separating either from its root before the union is complete. Enarch, simple past and past participle of enarch. Enarches, third person singular simple present indicative of enarch. Enarching, present participle and gerund of enarch. Enarchings, plural of enarching. Inarguable, not arguable, certain, incontestable, or incontrovertible. Inarguably, certainly, without the possibility of argument or debate. Inari, the god of harvests, fertility, rice, agriculture, foxes, industry, and worldly success. Inari Sami, a Finno-Ugric, Sami language spoken by 250 people in northern Finland in the region of Inari Lake. Inarizashi, a form of sushi consisting of a pouch of fried tofu filled with rice. Inartful, awkwardly expressed but not necessarily and true, ill-phrased. Inexpedient. Inartfully, in an inartful manner. Inartfulness, quality of being inartful. Inarticulability, the quality of being inarticulable. Inarticulable, not articulable, incapable of being articulated. Inarticulacies, plural of inarticulacy. Inarticulacy, the quality of being inarticulate. Inarticulate, not articulated in normal words. Inarticulated, not articulated, not connected by a joint. Inarticulately, in an inarticulate manner. Inarticulateness, the property of being inarticulate, of lacking articulateness. Inarticulates, plural of inarticulate. Inarticulation, the state of being inarticulate, inarticulateness. Inarticulations, plural of inarticulation. Inartificial, not artificial. Inartificialities, plural of inartificiality. Inartificiality, the property of being artificial. Inartificially, in a way that is not artificial. Inartificialness, the property of being artificial. Inartistic, lacking in artistic ability. Inartistical, alternative form of inartistic. Inartisticality, the quality of being inartistic, lack of artistic skill. Inartistically, not artistically, in an inartistic manner. Inartisticness, the property of being artistic. And as a barangay of M. Lang, Cotabato, Philippines. In Asagan, a barangay of Aurora, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. In as far as insofar as a sidestep or dodge. Inasmuch, in like degree, in like manner, to the same or similar degree, likewise. Inasmuch as, because of the fact that, since, inaspirable, not aspirable. Inaccessibility, alternative form of unaccessibility. Inaccessibility, misconstruction of unaccessibility. Inassimilable, that cannot be assimilated. Inastirred, not astirred. Innate, misspelling of innate. Inattend, to fail to pay attention to. Inattendance, lack or neglect of attendance. Inattention, lack of attention or failure to pay attention. Inattentional, related to or caused by inattention. Inattentional blindness, the phenomenon of not being able to perceive things that are in plain sight. Inattentional deafness, the phenomenon of not being able to hear things that are within earshot. Inattentionally, in an inattentional manner. Inattentionally blind, having inattentional blindness, not being able to perceive things that are in plain sight. Inattentionally deaf, having inattentional deafness, not being able to hear things that are within earshot. Inattentions, plural of inattention. Inattentive, of or pertaining to a lack of attention, not paying attention, careless. Inattentively, in an inattentive or careless manner, of or pertaining to a lack of attention, not paying attention. Inattentiveness, the capacity of being attentive. Inattraction, a lack or absence of attraction, non-attraction. Inattributable, that cannot be attributed. Though, a ritual wood shaving stick used in aiming prayers to the spiritual world. Inaudacious, lacking in audacity, not audacious. Inaudacity, the property of lacking audacity. Inaudibilities, plural of inaudibility. Inaudibility, the property of being inaudible. Inaudible, unable to be heard or not loud enough to be heard. Inaudibleness, inaudibility, the state or quality of being inaudible. Inaudibly, in a manner which is incapable of being heard or not loud enough to be heard. Inaugur, to inaugurate. Inaugural, of inauguration, as in a speech or lecture by the person being inaugurated. Inaugural address, a speech given during an inauguration which informs people of their intentions as a leader. Inaugural addresses, plural of inaugural address. Inaugurally, in an inaugural way. Inaugurals, plural of inaugural. Inaugurate, to induct someone into a dignity or office with a formal ceremony. Inaugurated, past participle of inaugurate. Inaugurates, third person singular simple present indicative of inaugurate. Inaugurateth, archaic third person singular simple present indicative of inaugurate. Inaugurating, present participle and gerund of inaugurate. Inauguration, The act of inaugurating or inducting into office with solemnity, investiture by appropriate ceremonies. Inauguration Day, the day on which a president and a vice president of the United States takes office, now on January 20 after a presidential election, before 1936 on March 4. Inaugurations, plural of inauguration. Inaugurative, that inaugurates. Inaugurator, agent noun of inaugurate, one who inaugurates. Inaugurators, plural of inaugurator. Inaugurator, inaugural, being the first instance. Inaugur, simple past and past participle of inaugur. Inauguring, present participle and gerund of inaugur. Inaugurs, third person singular simple present indicative of inaugur. Inores, covered with gold, gilded. Inorite, simple past and past participle of inorate. Inorites, third person singular simple present indicative of inorate. Inorating, present participle and gerund of inorate. An oration, the act or process of gilding or covering with gold. Inoao, to give someone a halo, to surround someone or something with light. Plural of inno. Inauspicate, inauspicious. Inauspicious, not auspicious, ill-omened. Inauspiciously, in an inauspicious manner. Inauspiciousness, the state, quality, or condition of being inauspicious or unpropitious, unfavorableness. Inauthentic, not authentic or genuine, spurious. Inauthentically, in a way that is not authentic. Inauthenticities, plural of inauthenticity. Inauthenticity, the state of being inauthentic. Inauthoritative, not authoritative. Inauthoritativeness, the quality of being inauthoritative. Inavailability, unavailability. Inavailable, obsolete form of unavailable. Inavertible, not avertible. Unavoidable, unavoidable. Inavolisib, a drug used to treat breast cancer. Alternative form of inno. To put in awe or fear, awe over raw. Is plural of ina. Inayawan, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Inazawa, a city in Ichai Prefecture, Japan. End 4. Preemptively responding to a predicted circumstance or response. A district of Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Imbalance, alternative spelling of imbalance. Imbalanced, alternative spelling of imbalanced. Indolences, plural of imbalance. And then, send via the same path or method used for primary communication between parties or devices. Abbreviation of inbar. Abbreviation of inbound. Abbreviation of inbound. Inbime, a shining in. Inbeamings, plural of inbeaming. Inner, to carry in, bring in, furnish, provide, supply, put forth. Inerrable, misconstruction of unbearable. Innerably, misconstruction of unbearably. Inner, present participle and gerund of inbear. Inert. Third person singular simple present indicative of inbear. Ibit. To beat in. Imits. Third person singular simple present indicative of inbeat. It. The fact or state of being in, existence in something else. It is plural of in being. In belches. Third person singular simple present indicative of inbelch. Idun. To bend or curve inwards, inflect. Iduns. Plural of inbend. Ella. Bent inward. In-between. Misspelling of in-between. In-betweener. A person who specializes in tweening in an animation studio. In-betweeners. Plural of in-betweener. In-betweening. Synonym of tweening. In-betwixt. Between, in between. In-thine. To bind or hem in and close. Into binding. Present participle and gerund of inbind. In thines. Third person singular simple present indicative of inbind. Inver. An inner or inward birth. Inbirth. Plural of inbirth. Inlands. Third person singular simple present indicative of inland. Inflow. Simple past of inblow. Inblind. To produce blindness in, make blind, blind. Inblinded. Simple past and past participle of inblind. Inblinds. Third person singular simple present indicative of inblind. Inblow. To blow into, puff up, inflate. Inblowing. Present participle and gerund of inblow. Inblowings. Plural of inblowing. Inblown. Blown in or into. Inblows. Plural of inblow. Inbore. Situated within the hull of a vessel. Inboarda. Simple past and past participle of inboard. Inboarding. Present participle and gerund of inboard. Inboards. Plural of inboard. Inbond. Of a brick or stone, laid with its length across the thickness of a wall. Inbore. Innate, possessed by an organism at birth. Inbore. Born inward. Inbornness. The quality or state of being inborn. Inborrow. Security, bail. Inborrows. Third person singular simple present indicative of inborrow. Inbound. Coming in, heading inwards. Inbounded. Simple past and past participle of inbound. Inbounder. A player making an inbound pass. Inbounders. Plural of inbounder. Inbounding. Present participle and gerund of inbound. Inbounds. Within bounds. Inbox. A container in which papers to be dealt with are put. Inbox 0. A technique for avoiding clutter in one's email inbox by immediately dealing with incoming messages according to various strategies. Inbox. Simple past and past participle of inbox. Inboxes. Plural of inbox, an alternative form of inbox. Inboxing. Present participle and gerund of inbox. Imber. Synonym of impanate. Inverde. simple past and past participle of inbred. Inbreeding, present participle and gerund of inbred. Inbreds, third person singular simple present indicative of inbred. Inbray, to break in. Break into, make an incursion into, insert into, interrupt. Inbreaking, the act of breaking in, incursion, invasion, inroad. Inbreakings, plural of inbreaking. Inbreaks, third person singular simple present indicative of inbreak. Inbreath, a breath taken in, an inhalation. Inrea, to breathe something in, inbreathe. Inreath, simple past and past participle of inbreathe. Inreas, third person singular simple present indicative of inbreathe. Inreading, present participle and gerund of inbreathe. Inreadings, plural of inbreathing. Inbreaths, plural of inbreath. Inbreath, bred within, innate. Inbredness, the state, quality, or condition of being inbred. Inbreds, plural of inbred. Inbreed, to breed or reproduce with those that are related. Inbreeded, alternative form of inbred. Inbreeder, one who engages in inbreeding. Inbreeders, plural of inbreeder. Inbreeding, present participle, alternative form of inbred. Inbreeder, one who engages in inbreeding. Inbreeders, plural of inbreeder. Inbreeding, present participle and gerund of inbreed. Inbreeding depression, the reduced biological fitness in a given population as a result of inbreeding. Inbreeding depressions, plural of inbreeding depression. Inbreedings, plural of inbreeding. Inbreeds, third person singular simple present indicative of inbreed. Inbreed, to bring in, introduce, present, usher in, induce, cause to come in. Inbringing, present participle and gerund of inbring. Inbringings, plural of inbringing. Inbrings, third person singular simple present indicative of inbring. Inbro, simple past of inbreak. Inbroken, past participle of inbreak. Imbroth, simple past and past participle of inbring. Indole, to build in, construct in such a way as to possess an integral part, include. Inbuilding, present participle and gerund of inbuild. Inbuilt, third person singular simple present indicative of inbuild. Endult, existing as an essential constituent, built-in, inherent, integral. Immer, to burn in, burn or affect as to make a permanent or lasting impression or mark. Immerding, burning within. Immerns, third person singular simple present indicative of inburn. Invert, innate or hardwire. Inburst, a bursting in or into. Inbursting, bursting in or inward. Inburstings, plural of inbursting. Inbursts, plural of inburst. Alternative form of inby. Inside the house, inside an inner room of the house. Initialism of Indian National Congress. Incorporated, corporation, an adjective describing a type of business company that carries certain legal obligations. Incorporated, corporation. Alternative spelling of ink. a member of the group of Quechuan peoples of highland Peru who established an empire from northern Ecuador to central Chile before the Spanish conquest. Inca berries, plural of Inca berry. Inca berry, Cape gooseberry Phaselis peruviana. Inca dove, Columbina inca, a small New World dove ranging from the southwestern United States to Central America. Inca doves, plural of Inca dove. Inca Empire, the pre-Columbian empire spreading over many parts of western South America. It was controlled by the Incas and had its capital as Cuzco. Inca lily, the Peruvian lily. Incedronate, any salt or ester of incedronic acid. Incedronates, plural of incedronate. Incedronic acid, a bisphosphonate cycloheptylaminomethyl-nepbisphosphonic acid. Encage, alternative form of encage. Encaged, simple past and past participle of encage. Encagement, confinement in or as if in a cage. Encages, third person singular simple present indicative of encage. Encaging, present participle and gerund of encage. Edict of the Inca people, Incan. Incate, a triclinic pinaquidal lead grain mineral containing antimony, iron, lead, sulfur, and tin. Incalcitrant, recalcitrant. Incalculability, the quality or state of being incalculable. Incalculable, impossible to calculate. Incalculableness, the quality of being incalculable. Incalculably, in an incalculable manner. Incalescence, the state of being incalescent or growing warm, calescence. Incalescences, plural of incalescence. Incalescency, incalescence. Incalescent, becoming warmer, heating up, calescent. Iho, a visit by a client to a provider of some service, such as a massage therapist or a prostitute. Intals, plural of incall. Incamo, the glasswork technique of joining together two separately blown glass bubbles while they are still hot. Incameration, the incorporation of certain property, rights, or income into the dominion of the Pope. Ingaup, archaic form of encamp. Ingempt, simple past and past participle of incamp. Incampen, present participle and gerund of incam. Ingamps, third person singular simple present indicative of incamp. Incan, of or pertaining to the Inca people and culture. Incandas, to make or become incandescent, especially by the application of heat. Incandesce, simple past and past participle of incandesce. Incandescence, the emission of visible light by a hot body. Incandescences, plural of incandescence. Incandescency, synonym of incandescence. Incandescent, emitting light as a result of being heated. Incandescent lamp, a light bulb whose metallic filament is heated by an electric current. Incandescent lamps, plural of incandescent lamp. Incandescently, in an incandescent manner, using incandescence. Incandescence, plural of incandescent. Incandesces, third person singular simple present indicative of incandesce. Incandescing, present participle and gerund of incandesce. Incensant, hoary or gray, canescent. Incanulation, Synonym of cannulation. Incannulations, plural of incannulation. Enemas, hoary with a white pubescence. Et to state solemnly, to chant. Incantate, to sing or speak formulas and slash or rhyming words, often during occult ceremonies, for the purpose of raising spirits, producing enchantment, or creating other magical results. Incantative, simple past and past participle of incantate. Incantates. Third person singular simple present indicative of incantate. Incantating, present participle and gerund of incantate. Incantation, the act or process of using formulas and slash or usually rhyming words, sung or spoken, with occult ceremonies, for the purpose of raising spirits, producing enchantment, or creating other magical results. Incantational, relating to incantation. Incantationism, the practice or habit of making or revering incantations. Incantationist, one who makes an incantation. Incantationists, plural of incantationist. Incantations, plural of incantation. Incantator, one who works magic by means of incantation. Incantators, plural of incantator. Incantatory, constituting, employing, dealing with, or suitable for use in incantation. Incanted, simple past and past participle of incan. Incantor, alternative form of incantor. Incanters, plural of incanter. Incanting, present participle and gerund of incant. Incantoning, union or division into cantons. Incantor, one who performs incantations, one who incants. Incantors, plural of incantor. Incants, third person singular simple present indicative of incant. Incap and incapacitant. Incapabilities, plural of incapability. Incapability, the condition of being incapable. Incapable, not capable of doing something, unable. Incapableness, the quality or state of being incapable, incapability. Incapables, plural of incapable. Incapably, in an incapable manner. Incapacious, small, narrow, cramped, unable to hold or allow the passage of very much. Incapaciousness, the quality of being incapacious. Incapacitance, the state of being incapacitated. Incapacitant, any device or substance used to incapacitate a person or crowd. Incapacitant, plural of incapacitant. Incapacitate, to make someone or something incapable of doing something, to disable. Incapacitated, simple past of incapacitate. Incapacitates, third person singular simple present indicative of incapacitate. Incapacitating, present participle and gerund of incapacitate. Incapacitation, the act of incapacitating or state of being incapacitated. Incapacity, disqualification. Incapacitations, plural of incapacitation. Incapacitative, or pertaining to being incapacitated. Incapacities, plural of incapacity. Incapacity, the lack of a capacity, an inability. Incaps, plural of incap. Encapsidation, the construction of a virus capsid surrounding its genetic material. Encapsidations, plural of encapsidation. Encapsulate, alternative form of encapsulate. Encapsulated, simple past and past participle of encapsulate. Encapsulates, third person singular simple present indicative of encapsulate. Encapsulating, present participle and gerund of encapsulate. Encapsulation, alternative form of encapsulation. Encapsulations, plural of encapsulation. Enter, a car completely inside of a garage or the portion of a car that is inside a garage. Incarcerable, suitable for incarceration, imprisonable. Incarcerate, to lock away, to imprison, especially for breaking the law. Incarcerated, simple past and past participle of incarcerate. Incarcerates, third person singular simple present indicative of incarcerate. Incarcerating, present participle and gerund of incarcerate. Incarceration, the act of confining or the state of being confined, imprisonment. Incarcerations, plural of incarceration. Incarcerative, of or relating to incarceration. Incarcerator, a person who incarcerates. Incarcerators, plural of incarcerator. Incarceree, a prisoner, someone incarcerated. Incarcerees, plural of incarceree. Incarceritis, a medical condition induced by the threat of arrest or incarceration, malingering behavior by a suspect when faced with the prospect of arrest. Incardinate, to raise someone to the rank of cardinal. Incardinated, simple past and past participle of incardinate. Incardinates, third person singular simple present indicative of incardinate. Incardinating, present participle and gerund of incardinate. Incardination, the act of incardinating. Incardinations, plural of incardination. Incarmined, colored red with or as if with carmine. Incarn, to heal, to cover with flesh or to become covered with flesh. Incarnadine, of the pale pink or pale red color of flesh, carnation. Incarnadined, simple past and past participle of incarnadine. Incarnadines, plural of incarnadine. Incarnadining, present participle and gerund of incarnadine. Incarnate, incarnatio. Incarnates, plural of incarnate. Incarnatable, that can be incarnated. Incarnate, embodied in flesh, given a bodily, especially a human form, personified. Incarnated, simple past and past participle of incarnate. Incarnates, third person singular simple present indicative of incarnate. Incarnating, present participle and gerund of incarnate. Incarnation, the doctrine that the second person of the Trinity assumed human form in the person of Jesus Christ and is fully divine and fully human. Incarnational, pertaining to incarnation, particularly the incarnation of Jesus Christ. Incarnations, plural of incarnation. Incarnative, causing growth of new flesh, i.e. healing or regenerative. Incarnatives, plural of incarnative. Incarnification, incarnation. Incarns, third person singular simple present indicative of incarn. Incars, plural of incar. Incarvalia, any of the flowering plants of the genus Incarvalia. Incarvalias, plural of Incarvalia. Incas, plural of Inca. Encase, alternative spelling of encase. In case of, misspelling of in case of. Encased, simple past and past participle of encase. Encasement, archaic form of encasement. Encasements, plural of encasement. Encases, third person singular simple present indicative of encase. Encasing, present participle and gerund of encase. Enact, to cover with a cask or as with a cask. Enact, simple past and past participle of incast. Incasking, present participle and gerund of incas. Inasks, third person singular simple present indicative of incask. Encapsulate, to make into a castle. Encapsulated, simple past and past participle of encapsulate. Encapsulates, third person singular simple present indicative of encapsulate. Encapsulating, present participle and gerund of encapsulate. Encastle, to add castles to a place. Encastled, simple past and past participle of encastle. Encastles, third person singular simple present indicative of encastle. Encastling, present participle and gerund of encastle. Incatenation, the act of linking together and chaining. Incathedrate, to officially invest into a position of authority. Incathedrated, simple past and past participle of incathedrate. Incathedrates, third person singular simple present indicative of incathedrate. Incathedrating, present participle and gerund of incathedrate. Incathedration, the act of incathedrating. Incautelous, incautious. Incaution, a lack of caution. Incautions, plural of incaution. Incautious, careless, reckless, not exercising proper caution. Incautiously, in an incautious manner, with a lack of caution. Incautiousness, the state or quality of being incautious. Incavated, hollowed, bent round or in. Incavation, the act of making hollow. Incavations, plural of incavation. Incave, to cave inward. Incaved, enclosed within or as if inside a cave. Encaverned, enclosed or in a cavern or as if in a cavern. Encaves, third person singular simple present indicative of encave. Incavi, plural of incavo. Incaving, present participle and gerund of incave. Incavity, the state of being bent inwards, concavity. Incavo, the in says per in an intablio. MC, A surname. In C. Macclesfield, a town in the metropolitan borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5904. Exceedingly, majestically. Incel, a member of an online subculture of people, mostly men, who define themselves as unable to find a romantic or sexual partner despite desiring one. Incel speak, alternative form of incel speak. Incel speak, alternative form of incel speak. Inceldom, the state of being involuntarily celibate. Celebrity, lack of celebrity or distinction, obscurity. Incelhood, the state of being an incel. Celibacy, sexual activity by one who is supposed to remain celibate. Incelibate, unchaste, practicing incelibacy. Incelibates, plural of incelibate. Incelism, the state of being an incel. Incel-like, resembling or characteristic of an incel. Incel, resembling or characteristic of an incel. Incelosphere, the online communities where incels communicate. Incelospheres, plural of incelosphere. Incels, plural of incel. Incelspeak, the style of language characteristic of incels. Incend, to inflame, to excite. Incende, simple past and past participle of incend. Incendiaries, plural of incendiary. Incendiarism, the act or practice of burning property, arson. Incendiarisms, plural of incendiarism. Incendiarist, synonym of arsonist. Incendiarists, plural of incendiarists. Incendiary, capable of, or used for, or actually causing fire. Incendijo, a mixture of petrol, benzene, and polystyrene used like napalm. Incendijo, alternative form of incendijo. Incending, present participle and gerund of incend. Incendious, promoting faction or contention, seditious, inflammatory. Incendo, able to ignite or cause ignition. Incendiity, the state of being incentive, the ability to cause ignition. Incens, third person singular simple present indicative of incend. Incensation, the offering of incense. Incensations, plural of insensation. Incense, biotic material that releases fragrant smoke when burnt, often used in religious rites or for aesthetic reasons. Incense boat, the vessel that holds incense before it is put into a censer. Incense boats, plural of incense boat. Incense burner, a censer vessel made for burning incense or perfume in some solid form. Incense cedar, any of the species of coniferous trees of the genus Calostris with fragrant wood. Incense cedars, plural of incense cedar. Incense stick, a thin stick covered with incense that burns slowly and gives off fragrant smoke when set alight. Incense sticks, plural of incense stick. Incense tree, any of several balsamic trees of the genus Bursera or Icica, now Proteum, mostly tropical American, whose gum resin is used for incense. Incense trees, plural of incense tree. Emzense, enraged, infuriated, spitefully or furiously angry. Insenseless, without incense. Incensement, fury, rage, heat, exasperation. Incensements, plural of incensement. Incenser, someone who burns incense. Incensers, plural of incenser. Incensus, third person singular simple present indicative of incense. Incense, alternative form of incensie. Incensing, present participle and gerund of incense. Incension, the act of heating or burning. Incensions, plural of incension. Insensate, tending to excite, provoke, or stir up emotions, inflammatory. Incensol, a substance obtained from the bark of Boswellia dalceolii. Incenser, a censer container for burning incense. Incensories, plural of incensory. Incensors, plural of incensor. Incensuri, thurible, censor. Incense, simple past and past participle of incense. Incendiural, not censurable. Incense, resembling or characteristic of incense, especially in aroma. Emelant, to provide an incentive to a person or organization. Incented, simple past and past participle of incent. Incenter, the point formed at the intersection of the three angle bisectors of a triangle, also the center of the incircle. Incenters, plural of incenter. Incentify, simple past and past participle of incentify. Incentivize, third person singular simple present indicative of incentify. Incentify, to provide with an incentive or reward with an expectation of certain action or consideration. Incentifying, present participle and gerund of incentify. Incenting, present participle and gerund of incent. Incentive, something that motivates, rouses, or encourages. Incentiveless, without an incentive, unmotivated. Incentively, in a way that incites or encourages. Incentives, plural of incentive. Incentivization, alternative form of incentivization. Incentivize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of incentivize. Incentivize, simple past and past participle of incentivize. Incentivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of incentivize. Incentivizing, present participle and gerund of incentivize. Incentivization, the act or process of incentivizing. Incentivize, to provide incentives for, to encourage. Incentivized, simple past and past participle of incentivize. Incentivizer, one who or that which incentivizes. Incentivizers, plural of incentivizer. Incentivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of incentivize. Incentivizing, present participle and gerund of incentivize. Incenter, alternative spelling of incenter. Incenters, plural of incenter. Imlence, third person singular simple present indicative of incent. Incept, to take in or ingest. Incepted, simple past and past participle of incept. Incepting, present participle and gerund of incept. Inception, the creation or beginning of something, the establishment. Inceptional, relating to inception. Inceptionally, by way of, or in terms of inception. Inceptions, plural of inception. Inceptisol, a kind of freely draining soil that forms quickly through alteration of parent material and has no accumulation of clays. Iron oxide, aluminium oxide, or organic matter. Inceptisolic, of or pertaining to inceptisol. Inceptisols, plural of inceptisol. Inceptive, beginning of or relating to inception. Inceptively, in an inceptive manner. Inceptives, plural of inceptive. Inceptor, a beginner, one in the rudiments. Inceptors, plural of inceptor. Inceptisol, misspelling of inceptisol. Inept, third person singular simple present indicative of incept. Inceptual, of or relating to a beginning, creation, or inception, early, first. Insuration, the act of smearing or covering with wax. Insurations, plural of insuration. Inserative, cleaving or sticking like wax. Incertain, not certain, uncertain. Uncertainties, plural of uncertainty. Uncertainty, uncertainty. Incertitude, uncertainty, doubt, insecurity. Incertitudes, plural of incertitude. Incessible, continual, incessant. Incessibly, continually, incessantly. Incessance, the quality of being incessant. Incessances, plural of incessancy. Incessancy, the quality of being incessant, unceasingness. Incessant, without pause or stop, not ending, especially to the point of annoyance. Incessantly, in a manner without pause or stop, especially to the point of annoyance, not ceasing. Incessantness, quality of being incessant. Incession, motion on foot, progress in walking. Incessive, intense and active. Unless sexual relations between close relatives, especially immediate family members and sometimes first cousins, usually considered taboo. In many jurisdictions, close relatives are not allowed to marry, and incest is a crime. Incested, simple past and past participle of incest. Incestor, one who engages in incest. Incestors, plural of incestor. Incestic, of or relating to incest. Incesting, present participle and gerund of incest. Incestuous, obsolete form of incestuous. Incestism, ms. Incest-like, resembling incest. Incestophile, a person who is fond of incest. Incestophiles, plural of incestophile. Incestophilia, the love of incest. Incestophobe, a person who is opposed to incest in contexts where such people are suggested to be bigoted. Incest, plural of incestophobe. Incestophobia, fear, dislike, or hatred of incest. Incestophobic, relating to or characteristic of incestophobia. Incestus, misspelling of incestuous. Incestuously, misspelling of incestuously. Incests, third person singular simple present indicative of incest. Incestual, incestuous. Incestualist, one who engages in incest. Incestualists, plural of incestualists. Incestualities, plural of incestuality. Incestuality, incestuous. Incestualize, to make incestual. Incestualize, simple past and past participle of incestualize. Incestualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of incestualize. Incestualizing, present participle and gerund of incestualize. Incestually, in an incestual manner. Incestuals, plural of incestual. Incestuous, pertaining to or engaging in incest. Incestuously, in an incestuous manner. Incestuousness, the state or property of being incestuous. Incesty, incestuous. Ith, a town in County Wexford, Ireland. Inch along, to move slowly or to make progress gradually, bit by bit. Inch away, to begin to change one's position on a topic, to subtly distance oneself from previous associates, ideas, etc. Inch back, to move something backward by a very small amount, often in a slow and gradual way. Inch by inch, gradually or incrementally. Inch forward, to move forward in a very slow, cautious, and careful way. Inch stuff, boards, etc. sawed 1 inch thick. Inch tracker, a size queen. Inch trackers, plural of inch tracker. Inch up, to move or increase by small increments, typically slowly and carefully. Inch rail, alternative form of inch meal. Inch perfect, perfectly measured. In chamber, archaic form of in chamber. In chambered, simple past and past participle of in chamber. In chambering, present participle and gerund of in chamber. In chambers, third person singular simple present indicative of in chamber. Inchangeability, unchangeableness. Entant, obsolete form of enchant. Inchantive, simple past and past participle of inchin. Enchanter, obsolete form of enchanter. Enchanters, plural of enchanter. Enchanting, present participle and gerund of enchant. Enchantment, obsolete form of enchantment. Enchantments, plural of enchantment. Enchantress, obsolete form of enchantress. Enchantresses, plural of enchantress. Encense, third person singular simple present indicative of ancient. In charge, the person who is in charge of something, an employee with responsibility for a department of a company, a manager, supervisor. In charges, plural of in charge. Incharitable, obsolete form of uncharitable. In charity, lack of charity. Indes, archaic form of enchase. Indes, simple past and past participle of enchase. Enchases, third person singular simple present indicative of enchase. Enchasing, present participle and gerund of inchase. Inches, unchaste. Inchastities, plural of inchastity. Inchastity, absence of chastity, the quality of being unchaste. Enchant, obsolete form of enchant. Enchants, third person singular simple present indicative of enchant. Inchbald, a surname. Inchbonny, a rural locality on the west coast, New Zealand. It, simple past and past participle of inch. Inched along, simple past and past participle of inch along. Inched away, simple past and past participle of inch away. Inch back, simple past and past participle of inch back. Inched forward, simple past and past participle of inch forward. Inch up, simple past and past participle of inch up. Incheon, a city in South Korea. Incher, an object having a dimension of so many inches. Inchers, plural of incher. Inches, plural of inch. Inches along, third person singular simple present indicative of inch along. Inches away, third person singular simple present indicative of inch away. Inches back, third person singular simple present indicative of inch back. Inches forward, third person singular simple present indicative of inch forward. Inches up, third person singular simple present indicative of inch up. Inchal, a quantity that measures an inch. Inchfuls, plural of inchful. Inchurry, a small island in the Firth of Forth within Edinburgh Council area, Scotland. One pier for the Forth Bridge is built on it OS Grid Ref NT 1379. INCHI, acronym of International Chemical Identifier. INCI, the tacky nut tree Caryodendron ornoscens. Inchicore, a suburb of Dublin, County Dublin, Ireland. Irish Grid Ref 01133. Inche, present participle and gerund of inch. Inching along, present participle and gerund of inch along. Inching away, present participle and gerund of inch away. Inching back, present participle and gerund of inch back. Inching forward, present participle and gerund of inch forward. Inching up, present participle and gerund of inch up. Inchinly, an inch at a time, very slowly and gradually. Inchings, plural of inching. Inchais, plural of inchai. Inchonay, an island, one of several inches in La Lomond, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 3893. Inchlong, an inch or roughly an inch in length. Inchven, any of several species of large, aggressive ants of the genus Myamecia, mainly endemic to Australia. Inchmeal, gradually, little by little, an inch at a time. Inchwan, plural of inchmen. Inchoctive, misspelling of inchotive. Inchoctives, plural of inchoctive. Inchaussy, the quality of inchot. Inchout, recently started but not fully formed yet, just begun, only elementary or immature. Inchoted, simple past and past participle of inchote. Inchotely, in an inchote way. Inchoutness, the quality of inchot. Inchotnesses, plural of inchotness. Inchotes, plural of inchote. Inchoting, present participle and gerund of inchote. Inchotion, a beginning or origin. Inchotions, plural of inchotion. Inchoto, at the beginning, still in an unformed state. Inchotively, in an inchotive manner. Inchotiveness, the quality of being inchotive. Inchotives, plural of inchotive. Inchotivity, synonym of inchotiveness. Inchon, dated form of Inchin. Inchshire, a village in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland, originally in Perthshire a West Grid Ref No 2828. Inchwy, measuring an inch in width. Inchworm, the larva of a moth of the family Geometriae. Inchwormed, simple past and past participle of inchworm. Inchworming, present participle and gerund of inchworm. Inchworms, plural of inchworm. Insecurable, impossible to tame. Ensad, to separate and remove something, to cut. Ensada, simple past and past participle of incident. Incidence, the act of something happening, occurrence. Incidence function, a function that assigns a pair of vertices to each edge of a graph. Incidence functions, plural of incidence function. Incidence matrices, plural of incidence matrix. Incidence matrix, a matrix showing the relationship between two classes of objects. Incidence matrices, plural of incidence matrix. Incidences, plural of incidence. Incidences, plural of incidency. Incidency, an incident, something incidental or circumstantial. Incident, an event or occurrence. Incident report, a commonly used description for law enforcement or help desk events. Incident reports, plural of incident report. Incident room, a room reserved and equipped for the handling of major incidents, such as flooding or pandemic. Incident rooms, plural of incident room. Incident ticket system, synonym of issue tracking system. Incident ticket systems, plural of incident ticket system. Incidental, loosely associated, of limited relevance except indirectly, only accidentally related. Incidental expense, a minor expense incurred in the course of an activity. Incidental expenses, plural of incidental expense. Incidental music, music that is played as a background to a film, television program, video game, etc. Incidentally, in an incidental manner, not of central or critical importance. Incidentalness, quality of being incidental. Incidentaloma, a mass lesion discovered incidentally on radiologic examination. Incidentalomas, plural of incidentaloma. Incidentalome, collectively, the incidental findings of a genome-wide test or study. Incidentals, plural of incidental. Incidentalis, without incident. Incidentally, obsolete form of incidentally. Incidents, plural of incident. Inciding, present participle and gerund of incid. Insidious, misspelling of insidious. Injinso, a desert shrub in Celia farnosa, producing a resin that emits a fragrant odor when burned. Incinerable, that can be incinerated, destroyed by burning. Incinerate, to destroy by burning. Incinerated. Simple past and past participle of incinerate. Incinerates. Third person singular simple present indicative of incinerate. Incinerating. Present participle and gerund of incinerate. Incineration. The act of incinerating or the state of being incinerated. Cremation. Incinerations. Plural of incineration. Incinerator. A furnace that burns refuse. Incinerators. Plural of incinerator. Incipience. A beginning or first stage. Incipiences. Plural of incipience. Incipiences. Plural of incipiency. Incipiency. A state of nascency. A quality of incipience. Incipient, in an initial stage, beginning, starting, coming into existence. Incipiently, in an incipient manner. Incipiens, plural of incipient. Incipit, the first few words of a text, especially its first line. Incipits, plural of incipit. Encircle, a circle within a polygon, especially a triangle that is tangent to each side. Encircle. Simple past and past participle of encircle. Encircles, plural of encircle. Encircling, present participle and gerund of encircle. Incircumscriptible, capable of being uncircumscribed or limitless, illimitable. Incircumscription, the quality of being incircumscriptible or limitless. Incircumspect, not circumspect, careless, reckless. Incircumspection, lack of circumspection. Incircumspectly, in an incircumspect manner. Insurate, not surate, lacking siri. Insurates, plural of insurate. Incisal, relating to an incisor, or to the cutting edge of a tooth. Incise, to cut in or into with a sharp instrument, to carve, to engrave. Incised, pet, particularly with a V shape. Incised meander, a meander, an erosion of a riverbed in a region that undergoes tectonic uplift subsequent to the action that caused the initial meander. Incised meanders, plural of incised meander. Incisally, in an incised manner, in a V shape. Incises, third person singular simple present indicative of incise. Incisiform, shaped like an incisor. Incisiforms, plural of incisiform. Incising, present participle and gerund of incise. Incision, a cut, especially one made by a scalpel or similar medical tool in the context of surgical operation, the scar resulting from such a cut. Incisional, relating to an incision. Incisionally, by means of an incision. Incisionless, without an incision. Incitans, plural of incision. Incisor, alternative form of incisor, especially that of an animal. Incisors, plural of incisor. Incisive, intelligently analytic and concise of a person or mental process. Incisive bone. In humans, portion of the maxilla adjacent to the incisors. Incisive bones. Plural of incisive bone. Incisive canal. A narrow branched passage that extends from the floor of the nasal cavity to the incisive fossa and transmits the nasopalatine nerve and a branch of the greater palatine artery. Incisive canals. Plural of incisive canal. Incisive fossa. A depression on the front of the maxilla above the incisor teeth. Incisive fossae. Plural of incisive fossa. Incisively. In an incisive manner. Incisiveness. The quality or state of being incisive, incisivity. Incisiviform. Having the form of an incisor. Incisiviforms. Plural of incisiviform. Incisivity. The quality of being incisive, penetrating tendency, incisiveness. Incisocervical. Relating to the neck of an incisor. Incisocervically. In an incisocervical manner. Incisor. A narrow-edged tooth at the front of the mouth of mammals, between the canines and adapted for cutting. In humans there are 4 in each jaw. Incisors. Plural of incisor. Incisor. Having the quality of, or adapt to cutting, incisive. Incisora. A notch or indent. Incisory. Plural of incisora. Incisor. A notch or indent. Incisors. Plural of incisor. Incitant. Inciting, stimulating. Incitants. Plural of incitant. Incitation. The act of inciting or moving to action. Incitations. Plural of incitation. Incitative. Something that incites, and incitant is stimulant. Incitatives. Plural of incitative. Incite. To stir up or excite, to rouse or goad into action. Incited. Simple past and past participle of incite. Incitee. One who is incited. Incitees. Plural of incitee. Insightful. That incites, rouses, stirs up or excites or provides incitement. Incitement. A call to act, encouragement to act, often in an illegal way. Incitements. Plural of incitement. Inciter. One who incites. Inciters. Plural of inciter. Incites. Third person singular simple present indicative of incite. Inciting. Present participle and gerund of incite. Incitingly. In an inciting manner. Incita. Tending to incite. Incitomotor. Inciting to motion, applied to that action which, in the case of muscular motion, commences in the nerve centers and excites the muscles to contraction. Incitress. A female inciter, a woman who incites. Incitresses. Plural of incitrus. Incivil. Displaying a lack of courtesy, rude, impolite. Incivilization. Alternative form of uncivilization. Incivilities. Plural of incivility. Incivility. The state of being uncivil, lack of courtesy, rudeness in manner. Incivilization. Alternative form of uncivilization. Incivilly. obsolete form of uncivilly. Incivism, lack of civism or patriotism, unfriendliness to one's state or government. Incivisms, plural of incivism. Invo, abbreviation of including. Inical, abbreviation of including. Inclamation, exclamation, loud utterance. Inclamations, plural of inclamation. Inclan, a surname. Inflane, a barangay of Pinamalayan, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Inclans, plural of inclan. Inclarity, lack of clarity. Enclasp, archaic form of enclasp. Enclat, simple past and past participle of enclasped. Enclasping, present participle and gerund of enclasped. Enclasps, third person singular simple present indicative of enclasped. Enclavated, defast, fixed. Enclair, resembling a series of dovetails, set of a line of division, such as the border of an ordinary. Input, abbreviation of included. Edifo, abbreviation of included. Italy, alternative form of incli. Inflerer, the total amount in checks and bills of exchange chargeable to a bank by the clearing house. Inclearings, plural of inclearing. Inclemencies, plural of inclemency. Inclemency, the quality of being inclement, lack of clemency. Inclement, stormy of rough weather, not clement. Inclemently, in an inclement manner. Inclementness, the state of being inclement. Imply, plural of incli. Inclement, misspelling of inclement. Inclined, simple past and past participle of incline. Inclinable, capable of being inclined or tilted. Inclinableness, the state or quality of being inclinable. Inclination. Inclination, a physical tilt or bend. Inclinational, relating to inclination. Inclinationism, the idea that people can innately identify what is good, opposed to derivationism. Inclinations, plural of inclination. Inclinator, an elevator that ascends an incline rather than in a vertical shaft. Inclinatorium, a dipping needle. Inclinatoriums, plural of inclinatorium. Inclinators, plural of inclinator. Inclinatory, having the quality of leaning or inclining. Incline, to bend or move something out of a given plane or direction, often the horizontal or vertical. Incline elevator, alternative form of inclined elevator. Incline elevators, plural of incline elevator. Incline lift, a cable railway on an incline, especially one which operates with one vehicle on a single track. Incline lifts, plural of incline lift. Incline Village, a census-designated place in Washoe County, Nevada, United States. Incline, at an angle to the horizontal, slanted or sloped. Inclined elevator, synonym of incline lift. Inclined elevators, plural of inclined elevator. Inclined lift, Alternative form of incline lift. Inclined lifts. Plural of inclined lift. Inclined plane. One of the simple machines is sloping surface such as a ramp such that an object can be raised with less effort than being lifted vertically. Inclined planes. Plural of inclined plane. Inclinedly. In an inclined manner. Inclinement. A miner working on an inclined plane. Inclineman. Plural of inclineman. Incliner. Someone or something that inclines, especially an inclined dial. Incliners. Plural of incliner. Inclines. Plural of incline. Inclinist. Second person singular simple present indicative of incline. Incline. Third person singular simple present indicative of incline. Inclining. Present participle and gerund of incline. Incliningly. In an inclining or sloping fashion. Inclinings. Plural of inclining. Inclinometer. An instrument that displays the angle of an aircraft relative to the horizon. Inclinometers. Plural of inclinometer. Inclinometry. The measurement of the Earth's magnetic field by means of an inclinometer. Inclisiran. A medication for the treatment of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, acid risk equivalence, and heterozygous familial hypercholesterolemia (HeFH). Incon. Abbreviation of inclusion. Encloister. Archaic form of encloister. Encloister. Simple past and past participle of encloister. Encloistering. Present participle and gerund of encloister. Encloisters. Third person singular simple present indicative of encloister. Enclosable. Alternative form of enclosable. Enclose. Alternative form of enclose. Enclosed. Surrounded. Encloser. Archaic form of encloser. Enclosers. Plural of encloser. Encloses. Third person singular simple present indicative of enclose. Encloset. Third person singular simple present indicative of enclose. Enclothing. Present participle and gerund of enclose. Enclosure. Alternative spelling of enclosure. Enclosures. Plural of enclosure. Encloud. Obsolete form of encloud. Enclouded. Simple past and past participle of encloud. Enclouding. Present participle and gerund of encloud. Enclouds. Third person singular simple present indicative of encloud. Includability. The quality of being includable. Includable. Alternative form of includable. Includables. Plural of includable. Include. To bring into a group, class, set, or total as a new part or member. Include guard. In C and C++, a preprocessor directive used in header files to prevent them from being included multiple times. Include guards. Plural of include guard. Include me out. Do not include me, leave me out, exclude me. Included. Simple past and past participle of include. Includedness. The quality of being included. Includence, the withdrawal of a person within a routine that they cannot escape, a foreigner of pathological melancholia. Includer, one who or that which includes. Includers, plural of includer. Includes, third person singular simple present indicative of include. Includest, second person singular simple present indicative of include. Includeth, third person singular simple present indicative of include. Includable, suitable or available for inclusion. Includin, pronunciation spelling of including. Including, such as among which, introducing one or more parts of the group or topic just mentioned. Incluse, an inclusionist. Inclusable, suitable for inclusion. Inclusion, an addition or annex to a group, set, or total. Inclusion complex, synonym of inclusion compound. Inclusion complexes, plural of inclusion complex. Inclusion compound, a complex in which one molecule, the guest, is located within a cavity of another, the host. Inclusion compounds, plural of inclusion compound. Inclusion function, a function whose domain is a subset of its codomain and for which all of the elements in its domain are fixed points. Inclusion functions. Plural of inclusion function maps elements from it to the corresponding elements of B iota colon a right arrow B iota x equals x. Inclusion maps, plural of inclusion map. Inclusion polymorphism, synonym of subtype polymorphism. Inclusion polymorphisms, plural of inclusion polymorphism. Inclusion rider, a rider in a contract stipulating the inclusion of marginalized peoples in a work to maintain a certain level of diversity. Inclusion riders, plural of inclusion rider. Inclusion unit, synonym of exclusion unit. Inclusion units, plural of inclusion unit. Inclusionarily, in an inclusionary manner. Inclusionary, marked by inclusiveness. Inclusionary housing, housing allocated according to the inclusionary zoning scheme. Inclusionary zoning, a housing planning scheme that requires or incentivizes a certain proportion of housing to be available to less wealthy people. Inclusionism, a wiki philosophy which advocates allowing a broader range of information to be included on Wikipedia or a similar wiki, even if it is of marginal importance. Inclusionists, advocating for inclusion. Inclusionists, plural of inclusionists. Inclusions, plural of inclusion. Inclusive, including almost everything within its scope. Inclusive disjunction, a disjunction which is true if at least one of its disjuncts is true. Inclusive disjunctions, plural of inclusive disjunction. Inclusive fitness, the number of offspring equivalents an individual rears, rescues, or otherwise supports through its behavior regardless of who begets them. Inclusive or, a logical connective joining two or more predicates that yields the logical value true when at least one of the predicates is true. Inclusive ors, plural of inclusive or. Inclusively, in an inclusive fashion. Inclusiveness, the property of being inclusive, inclusivity. Inclusivenesses, plural of inclusiveness. Inclusivism, the practice of incorporating disparate or unreconciled elements in a single, inclusive system or theory. Inclusivist, a proponent of inclusivism. Inclusivists, plural of inclusivists. Inclusivities, plural of inclusivity. Inclusivity, the quality of being inclusive. Inclusiveness. Inclusivization, the process of inclusivizing. Inclusivize, to make inclusive. Inclusivized, simple past and past participle of inclusivize. Inclusivizes, third person singular simple present indicative of inclusivize. Inclusivizing, present participle and gerund of inclusivize. Incoterm, alternative form of incoterm. Incoterms, plural of incoterm. Incoagulability, the condition of being coagulable. Incoagulable, not coagulable. Incoalescence, the state of not coalescing, absence of coalescent. Incocted, indigestible, also raw. Encode, the second part of a United Kingdom postcode, after the space. Encodes, plural of encode. Incoercibility, the quality of being coercible. Incoercible, not to be coerced, incapable of being compelled or forced. Incoexistence, the state of not coexisting. Incognito, incogent, not cogent. Incogitability, the quality of being incogitable. Incogitable, not cogitable, inconceivable. Incogitance, incogitancy, incogitances. Plural of incogitance. Incogitancies, plural of incogitancy. Incogitancy, a lack of thought or thinking. Incogitant, thoughtless, inconsiderate. Incogitantly, in an incogitant manner. Incogitative, not cogitative, lacking the power of thought. Incogitativity, the quality of being incogitative, lack of thought or of the power of thinking. Incognito, hiding one's blackness. Incognizable, alternative form of incognizable. Incognizance, alternative spelling of incognizance. Incognizant, alternative form of incognizant. Incognita, a woman who is unknown or in disguise. Incognitant, ignorant. Incognitas, plural of incognita. Incognition, a condition of unknowingness, an act of unknowing. Incognition, plural of incognition. Incognito, without being known, in an assumed character or under an assumed title, in disguise. Incognitos, plural of incognito. Incognitum, an American mammoth or mastodon, especially when presumed extant. Incognizability, the quality of being cognizable. Incognizable, not cognizable, incapable of being recognized. Incognizance, failure to cognize, apprehend, or notice. Incognizant, lacking knowledge, unaware of. Incognoscenti, ignorant or uncultured people. Incognoscibility, the state or quality of being incognizable. Incognoscible, not capable of being known. Incomprehensible. Incogs, plural of incog. Incoherence, the quality of being incoherent. Incoherences, plural of incoherence. Incoherencies, plural of incoherency. Incoherency, the quality of being incoherent, lack of coherence. Incoherent, not coherent. Incoherently, in an incoherent manner. Incoherentness, incoherence. Incohering, not cohering, failing to stick together. Incohesion, failure to cohere or unify. Incohesive, not cohesive. Incoherent, archaic spelling of incoherent. Incoincident, the quality of being coincident, the state of not coinciding in time, place, state, quality, etc. Incoincident, not coincident or coinciding. Incal, a surname. Incolumity, safety, security. Incomber, obsolete form of encumber. Encumbered, simple past and past participle of encumber. Encumbering, present participle and gerund of encumber. Encumbers, third person singular simple present indicative of encumber. Incombinable, uncombinable, incapable of being combined. Incombine, to not combine, to disagree, differ, or not match. Incombined, simple past and past participle of incombine. Incombines, third person singular simple present indicative of incombine. Incombining, present participle and gerund of incombine. Incombustibility, the quality or state of being incombustible. Incombustible, not capable of catching fire and burning, not flammable. Incombustibleness, the quality of being incombustible. Incombustibles, plural of incombustible. Incombustibly, in an incombustible manner. Info, money coming into a fund, account, or policy. Income bracket, a range of income used for demographic data as well as to calculate taxes and benefits. Income brackets, plural of income bracket. Income elasticity of demand, an economic metric that measures the responsiveness of a quantity demanded for a good to a change in income, calculated as the percent change in demand over the percent change in income. Income group, a group in a given population having an income within a specified range. Income groups, plural of income group. Income poverty, the condition of having an income below a certain low threshold, typically as defined by governments or international organizations, poorness resulting from low income. Income statement, a calculation which shows the profit or loss of an accounting unit, company, municipality, foundation, etc. during a specific period of time, providing a summary of how the profit or loss is calculated from gross revenue and expenses. Income statements, plural of income statement. Income suite, an in-law suite primarily designed to generate additional rental income. Income suites, plural of income suite. Income support, a financial benefit for people on a low income. Income tax, a tax levied on earned and unearned income, net of allowed deductions. Income tax return, an official document that income taxpayers are required to complete to state income amounts, deductions, contributions, and related financial information for tax purposes. Income tax returns, plural of income tax return. Income taxes, plural of income tax. Income elastic, of a good or service, such that consumer demand increases in line with the amount of money that consumers have available to spend. Income poor, suffering from income poverty. Income, having an income of the type described. Incomeless, without an income. Incomelessness, absence of income. Inter, one who comes in. Incurs, plural of incomer. Incomes, plural of income. Incoming, coming or about to come in, arriving. Incomings, plural of incoming. Incomitance, the quality of being incomitant. Intermittent, describing the eye-tracking misalignment that is not dependent on direction of gaze, often used to describe strabismus. Incomedies, plural of incomedy. Incomedy, lack of comedy, incivility, rudeness. Incommensurability, the state or characteristic of being incommensurable. Incommensurable, having a ratio that is not expressible as a fraction of two integers. Incommensurableness, incommensurability. Incommensurables, plural of incommensurable. Incommensurably, in an incommensurable manner, immeasurably. Incommensurate, out of proportion in size, degree, or extent with something else. Incommensurately, in an incommensurate manner, in a manner not in proportion with something else. Incommensurateness, the state of being incommensurate. Incommensuration, incommensurate peaks in the spin fluctuation spectrum. Incommensurations, plural of incommensuration. Incommensurable, not commissible, not mixable. Incommixed, not mixed together, uncombined. Incommodate, to incommode, to make uncomfortable. Incommodates, third person singular simple present indicative of incommodate. Incommodation, the state of being incommodes, inconvenience, discomfort. Incommodations, plural of incommodation. Incommode, to make someone uncomfortable, to discomfort, to disturb, to trouble. Accommoded, simple past and past participle of incommode. Incommodest, second person singular simple past indicative of incommode. Incommodement, the act of being incommoded, discomfort. Incommodements, plural of incommodement. Incommodes, third person singular simple present indicative of incommode. Incommodest, second person singular simple present indicative of incommode. Incommodeth, third person singular simple present indicative of incommode. Incommoding, present participle and gerund of incommode. Incommodious, uncomfortable or inhospitable, especially due to being cramped or small, narrow, etc. Incommodiously, in an incommodious manner. Incommodiousness, the state or quality of being incommodious. Incommodities, plural of incommodity. Incommodity, inconvenience, trouble, annoyance, disadvantage. Incommodious, misspelling of incommodious. Incommunicability, the quality or state of being incommunicable. Incommunicable, that cannot be communicated or transmitted. Incommunicableness, quality of being incommunicable. Incommunicably, in an incommunicable manner or fashion. Incommunicado, in a state or condition of inability or unwillingness to communicate. Incommunicate, incapable of communicating or being communicated with. Incommunicated, not communicated or imparted. Incommunicating, having no communion or intercourse with each other. Incommunicative, uncommunicative. Incommunicatively, in an incommunicative way. Incommunicativeness, the state or condition of being incommunicative. Incommutability, the quality or state of being incommutable. Incommutable, not commutable. Incommutably. In an incommutable manner. Incompact, not compact, not having the parts firmly united, incoherent or loose. Incompactness, the quality of being incompact. Incomparabilities, plural of incomparability. Incomparability, the extent to which something is incomparable. Incomparable, not comparable. Incomparableness, quality of being incomparable. Incomparables, plural of incomparable. Incomparably, in an incomparable manner. Incompare, peerless, incomparable. Encompass, archaic form of encompass. Encompassed, simple past and past participle of encompass. Encompasses, third person singular simple present indicative of encompass. Encompassing, present participle and gerund of encompass. Incompassion, lack of compassion. Incompassionate, not compassionate, without pity or any compassion. Incompassionateness, the quality of being compassionate. Incompatibility, the spelling of incompatibility. Incompatibilism, the doctrine that free will and determinism are incompatible, that one necessarily precludes the other. Incompatibilis, of pertaining to or supporting incompatibilism. Incompatibilistic, relating to incompatibilism. Incompatibilists, plural of incompatibilists. Incompatibilities, plural of incompatibility. Incompatibility, the quality or state of being incompatible, inconsistency, irreconcilability. Incompatible, of two things that cannot coexist, not congruous because of differences, unable to function together due to dissimilarities. Incompatible with life, lethal, fatal. Incompatibleness, the quality or state of being incompatible. Incompatibles, plural of incompatible. Incompatibly, in an incompatible manner. Incompensable, not compensable. Incompetence, inability to perform, lack of competence, ineptitude. Incompetences, plural of incompetence. Incompetencies, plural of incompetency. Incompetency, the condition of being incompetent. Incompetent, lacking the degree of ability and responsibility necessary to do a task successfully. Incompetently, in an incompetent manner. Incompetentness, the quality of being incompetent. Incompetence, plural of incompetent. Incompatibility, obsolete form of incompatibility. Incompatible, outside of one's competence. Incompetent, misspelling of incompetent. Incomplete, obsolete spelling of incomplete. Incompletely, obsolete spelling of incompletely. Incompleteness, obsolete form of incompleteness. Incompletability, the quality of being incompatible. Incompatible, not completable. That cannot be completed. Incompletableness, the quality of being incompletable. Incomplete, not complete, not finished. Incomplete abortion, an abortion or miscarriage that does not fully remove all product traces of the fetus. Incomplete abortion. Plural of incomplete abortion. Incomplete dominance, the situation where the phenotype of the heterozygous phenotype is distinct from and often intermediate to the phenotypes of the homozygous phenotypes. Incomplete flower, a flower lacking sepals, petals, stamens, or carpels. Incomplete flowers, plural of incomplete flower. Incomplete sentence, a group of words that appear to convey only part of a complete thought, lacking some component which is grammatically necessary to complete the thought. Incomplete sentences, plural of incomplete sentence. Incompleted, incomplete, uncompleted. Incompletely, in an incomplete manner. Incompleteness, the state or condition of being not complete. Incompletenesses, plural of incompleteness. Incompletes, plural of incomplete. Incompletus, superlative form of incomplete, most incomplete. Incompletion, the state or quality of not being complete. Incompletions, plural of incompletion. Incomplex, not complex. Simple. Incomplexes, plural of incomplex. Incomplexities, plural of incomplexity. Incomplexity, lack of complexity, simplicity. Incompliable, not compliable, disobedient. Incompliance, the condition of being incompliant, a refusal to comply. Incompliances, plural of incompliance. Incompliancy, alternative form of incompliance. Incompliant, not compliant. Incomportable, not comportable, intolerable, incommutable, unendurable. Incomposed, disordered, disturbed. Incomposedness, the quality of being composed. Incomposite, not composite, simple or single. Incompossibilities, plural of incompossibility. Incompossibility, the quality of being incompassible. Incompossible, not capable of joint existence, incompatible, inconsistent. Incomprehending, alternative form of uncomprehending. Incomprehensibilities, plural of incomprehensibility. Incomprehensibility, the condition of being incomprehensible. Incomprehensible, impossible or very difficult to understand. Incomprehensibleness, the state of being incomprehensible. Incomprehensibles, plural of incomprehensible. Incomprehensibly, in an incomprehensible manner. Incomprehension, lack of comprehension or understanding, inability to understand. Incomprehensive, not comprehensive, shallow, incomplete. Incomprehensively, in an incomprehensive manner. Incomprehensiveness, the condition of being incomprehensive. Incompressible, alternative form of incompressible. Incompressibilities, plural of incompressibility. Incompressibility, the quality of being incompressible, of not compressing under pressure. Incompressible, not compressible. Incompressibleness, the state or quality of being incompressible. Incomputability, the condition of being incomputable. Incomputable, not computable, that cannot be computed, calculated, or estimated. Incomputably, to an incomputable degree. Incommunicado, alternative spelling of incommunicado. Inconcealable, not concealable. Inconceivabilities, plural of inconceivability. Inconceivability, the quality of being inconceivable. Inconceivable, unable to be conceived or imagined, unbelievable. Inconceivableness, the quality of being inconceivable. Inconceivably, in an inconceivable manner, not believable or understandable. Inconceptible, inconceivable, inconceptualizable, alternative form of inconceptualizable. Inconceptualizable, not conceptualizable. Inconcerning, unimportant. Inconciliable, not conciliable. Irreconcilable. Irreconcilable, dissimilar, incongruous, unsuitable. Inconsinities, plural of inconsinity. Inconsinity, lack of harmony or suitability. Inconsinus, not consinus, unsuitable, discordant. Inconcludability, the state or condition of being inconcludable. Inconcludable, impossible to conclude. Unfinishable. Inconcludent, inconclusive. Inconcluding, having no consequence or conclusion. Inconclusible, having no conclusion, unfinished. Inconclusion, lack of conclusion. Inconclusions, plural of inconclusion. Inconclusive, not conclusive, not leading to a conclusion. Inconclusively, in an inconclusive manner. Inconclusiveness, the state or condition of being inconclusive. Inconclusivenesses, plural of inconclusiveness. Inconclusivity, the condition of being inconclusive. Inconcoct, inconcocted, inconcocted, imperfectly digested, matured, or ripened. Inconcoction, the state of being undigested, unripeness. Immaturity. Inconcrete, not concrete. Inconcurring, not concurring, disagreeing. Inconcussible, unshakable. Incondensibility, the quality or state of being incondensable. Incondensable, not condensable, incapable of being made more dense or compact, or reduced to liquid form. Incondensable, alternative form of incondensable. Incondi, inappropriate or disproportionate, whether excessively harsh or lenient. Incondite, bad badly arranged, ill-composed, disorderly, especially of artistic works. Inconditional, unconditional, inconditionate, not limited or subject to conditions, absolute or unconditional. Incondonable, that cannot be condoned, unpardonable, unacceptable. Inconducive, not likely to produce or support some desired outcome. Incanal, any of a family of corrosion and oxidation resistant nickel chromium superalloys that retain strength at high temperatures. Incanals, plural of incanal. Inconfidence, lack of confidence, mistrust. Inconfident, unconfident, lacking confidence. Inconfinable, that cannot be confined. Inconform, unconformable. Inconformable, obsolete form of unconformable. Inconformities, plural of inconformity. Inconformity, lack of conformity, inconsistency. Inconfused, not confused. Inconfusion, freedom from confusion, distinctness. Inconfutable, not confutable. Incongealable, not congealable, incapable of being congealed. Incongenerous, not congenerous. Incongenio, not congenio. Incongenialities, plural of incongeniality. Incongeniality, the quality of incongenial. Incongruence, an absence of congruence. Incongruences, plural of incongruence. Incongruencies, plural of incongruency. Incongruency, synonym of incongruence. Incongruent, out of place, incompatible, inharmonious, not congruent. Incongruently, in an incongruent way. Incongruities, plural of incongruity. Incongruitous, synonym of incongruous. Incongruity, the state of being incongruous or lacking congruence. Incongruous, not similar or congruent, not matching or fitting in. Incongruously, in an incongruous manner. Incongruousness. Incongruity. Incongruousnesses, plural of incongruousness. Inconjugable, incapable of being conjugated. Inconjugatable, incapable of being conjugated. Inconjunct, equincux. Inconjuncts, plural of inconjunct. Inconnected, not connected, disconnected. Inconnectedness, the state or condition of being inconnected. Inconnection, disconnection. Imcanu, a large salmonid fish, Stenotus nelma, with a large mouth with a protruding lower jaw and a high and pointed dorsal fin. Intendo, alternative form of inconu fish. Incanus, plural of incanu. Inconus, plural of inconu. Incongruability, the quality of being incongruable. Incongruable, that cannot be conquered, uncongruable. Inconscionable, obsolete form of unconscionable. Inconscionably, in an inconscionable manner, unconscionably. Inconscious, unconscious. Inconsecutive, not consecutive. Inconsecutiveness, the state or quality of being consecutive. Inconsequence, the state or quality of being inconsequent. Inconsequences, plural of inconsequence. Inconsequencies, plural of inconsequency. Inconsequency, inconsequence. Inconsequent, alternative form of inconsequential. Inconsequentia, trivia, items or facts of little or no importance. Inconsequential, having no consequence, not consequential, of little importance. Inconsequentialities, plural of inconsequentiality. Inconsequentiality, the property of being inconsequential. Inconsequentially, in an inconsequential manner. Inconsequentialness, the quality or state of being inconsequential. Inconsequentials, plural of inconsequential. Inconsequently, in an inconsequential way, or a way that suggests a lack of consequence. Inconsequentness, inconsequence. Inconsiderable, too unimportant to be worthy of attention. Inconsiderableness, quality of being inconsiderable. Inconsiderably, to an inconsiderable degree. Inconsideracy, the quality of being inconsiderate, thoughtlessness. Inconsiderate, not considerate of others. Inconsiderately, in an inconsiderate manner, without consideration for others. Inconsiderateness, the condition of being inconsiderate. Inconsideration, lack of due consideration, inattention to consequences, thoughtlessness. Inconsiderations, plural of inconsideration. Inconsistence, inconsistency. Inconsistences, plural of inconsistence. Inconsistencies, plural of inconsistency. Inconsistency, the state of being inconsistent. Inconsistent, not consistent. Inconsistently, in an inconsistent manner. Inconsistentness, the quality of being inconsistent. Inconsisting, inconsistent. Inconsolability, the condition of being inconsolable. Inconsolable, not consolable, unable to be consoled or comforted, usually due to grief, disappointment, or other distress. Inconsolableness, synonym of inconsolability. Inconsolably, in an inconsolable manner. Inconsolate, inconsolable, disconsolate. Inconsonance, lack of consonance or harmony, disagreement. Inconsonances, plural of inconsonance. Inconsonant, not consonant, disagreeing or clashing. Inconsonantly, in an inconsonant manner. Inconspicuity, the quality of being inconspicuous. Inconspicuosity, the quality of being inconspicuous. Inconspicuous, invisible. Inconspicuously, in an inconspicuous manner, so as not to attract attention or appear unusual or out of the ordinary. Inconspicuousness, the condition of being inconspicuous. Inconstance, obsolete form of inconstancy. Inconstances, plural of inconstance. Inconstancy, obsolete form of inconstancy. Inconstancies, plural of inconstancy. Inconstancy, lack of constancy. Lack of consistency in thought, emotion, or action. Inconstant, not constant, wavering. Inconstantly, in an inconstant manner. Inconstantness, quality of being against. Inconstant, obsolete form of inconstant. Inconstitutionality, unconstitutionality. Inconstruable, not construable. Inconstructibility, quality of being constructible. Inconstructible. That cannot be constructed. Inconstructive, not constructive. Inconsumable, not consumable. Inconsumably, such that it cannot be consumed or used up inexhaustibly. Inconsummate, not consummated, unfinished, incomplete. Inconsumptible, inconsumable, incontaminable, that cannot be contaminated. Incontaminate, not contaminated, pure. Incontestabilities. Plural of incontestability. Incontestability, the characteristic of being incontestable. Incontestable, not contestable, indisputable, certain. Incontestableness, the quality of being incontestable. Incontestably, in an incontestable manner. Incontested, not contested, uncontested. Incontestability, the quality of being incontestable. Incontestable, alternative spelling of incontestable. Incontestably, alternative form of incontestably. Incontiguous, not contiguous, separate. Incontiguously, in an incontiguous manner. Incontinence, lack of self-restraint and inability to control oneself, and chastity. Incontinence briefs, a thin brief style diaper for adults suffering from mild urine drip or leakage. Incontinence pad, a multi-layered, absorbent sheet designed to soak up urine released by wearers who suffer from incontinence. Incontinence pads, plural of incontinence pad. Incontinence pants, an adult's diaper. Incontinence slip, an adult's diaper. Incontinences, plural of incontinence. Incontinencies, plural of incontinency. Incontinency, incontinence. Incontinent, unable to contain or retain. Incontinent ordnance, bombs or missiles that inadvertently strike friendly forces or sites. Incontinent ordinances, plural of incontinent ordinance. Incontinentia pigmenti, a rare genetic disorder with skin abnormalities and various other problems. Incontinently, in an incontinent manner, without restraint or without due restraint. Incontinence, plural of incontinent. Incontinuous, not continuous. Incontracted, uncontracted. Incontradictable, not able to be contradicted, incontrovertible. Incontrovertible, misspelling of incontrovertible. Incontrollable, uncontrollable. Incontrollably, uncontrollably. Incontrovertibilities, plural of incontrovertibility. Incontrovertibility, the state or characteristic of being incontrovertible, of not being debatable, incontestability. Incontrovertible, not capable of being denied, challenged, or disputed, closed to questioning. Incontrovertibleness, the quality of being incontrovertible. Incontrovertibly, in an incontrovertible manner, in a manner not capable of being denied, challenged, or disputed. Inconvenable, not convenable. Inconvenience, equality of inconvenience. Inconvenienced, simple past and past participle of inconvenience. Inconvenience, one who inconveniences another. Inconveniencers, plural of inconveniencer. Inconveniences, plural of inconvenience. Inconveniences, plural of inconveniency. Inconveniencing, present participle and gerund of inconvenience. Inconveniency, archaic form of inconvenience. Inconvenient, not convenient. Inconveniently, in an inconvenient manner. Inconvenientness, the quality of inconvenient. Inconvenience, plural of inconvenient. Inconversable. Uncommunicative, reserved. Inconversant, not conversant or acquainted with / in something, unfamiliar, unversed. Inconverted, not turned or changed about. Inconvertibilities, plural of inconvertibility. Inconvertibility, the condition of being inconvertible. Inconvertible, not convertible. Inconvertibleness, the quality of being inconvertible. Inconvertibility. Inconvertibly, in an inconvertible manner. Inconvincibility, inability to be convinced. Inconvincible, incapable of being convinced. Inconvincibly, in an inconvincible manner. Inconnive, unlearned, artless, pretty, delicate. Incoop, to coop in, enclose. Incoordinate, not coordinate. Incoordinated, alternative form of uncoordinated. Incoordination, lack of coordination, especially in terms of muscle control. Incoordinations, plural of incoordination. Incoordinate, crowned. Incoordinated, crown. Abbreviation of incorporation. Incorporable, able to be incorporated. Incorporeal, obsolete form of incorporeal. Incorporalities, plural of incorporality. Incorporality, obsolete form of incorporeality. Incorporally, obsolete form of incorporeally. Incorporate, to include something as a part. Incorporated, being a type of company, a legal entity where the ownership has been arranged into shares. A shareholder has no responsibilities to the company and the potential losses of the shareholder are limited to the value of the stock turning to zero in the case of a bankruptcy. Incorporated companies, plural of incorporated company. Incorporated company, a company that has been granted a charter legally recognizing it as a separate entity having its own privileges, rights, and liabilities distinct from other businesses and persons. Incorporated place, a type of governmental area incorporated under state law and having legally prescribed powers and functions. Incorporated places, plural of incorporated place. Incorporatedness, the quality of being incorporated. Incorporates, third person singular simple present indicative of incorporate. Incorporating, present participle and gerund of incorporate. Incorporation, the act of incorporating or the state of being incorporated. Incorporations, plural of incorporation. Incorporative, that serves to incorporate. Incorporator, one who or that which incorporates. Incorporators, plural of incorporator. Incorporeal, having no material form or physical substance. Incorporealism, existence without a body or material form, immateriality. Incorporealist, one who believes in incorporealism. Incorporealists, plural of incorporealists. Incorporealities, plural of incorporeality. Incorporeality, the state or characteristic of being incorporeal. Incorporealize, to make incorporeal, to remove the physical form from. Incorporealize, simple past and past participle of incorporealize. Incorporealizes, third person singular simple present indicative of incorporealize. Incorporealizing, present participle and gerund of incorporealize. Incorporeally, in an incorporeal manner, without physical form. Incorporeals, plural of incorporeal. Incorporates, plural of incorporati. Incorporati, the state or characteristic of being incorporeal. Incorpus, to incorporate. Incorpused, simple past and past participle of incorpse. Incorpses, third person singular simple present indicative of incorpse. Incorpsing, present participle and gerund of incorpse. Incorrect, not correct, erroneous or wrong. Incorrected, not corrected. Incorrection, a lack of correction or discipline. Incorrections, plural of incorrection. Incorrectly, in an incorrect manner. Incorrectness, the characteristic of being incorrect. Incorrectnesses, plural of incorrectness. Incorrects, plural of incorrect. Incorrespondence, lack of correspondence, failure to correspond or match up, disagreement, disharmony, or disproportion. Incorrespondences, plural of incorrespondence. Incorrespondency, obsolete form of incorrespondence. Incorresponding, not corresponding, disagreeing. Incorrigibility, the condition of being incorrigible. Incorrigible, defective and impossible to materially correct or set aright. Incorrigibleness, the quality of being incorrigible. Incorrigibility. Incorrigibles, plural of incorrigible. Incorrigibly, in an incorrigible manner. Incorrodible, not corrodible. Incorrodible, incapable of being corroded or eaten away. Incorrigibly, in an incorrigible manner. Incorrodible, not corrodible. Incorrodible, incapable of being corroded or eaten away. Incorrupt, not corrupt, void of moral corruption. Incorruptible, misspelling of incorruptible. Incorrupted, archaic form of uncorrupted. Incorruptibility, the condition of being incorruptible, honesty. Incorruptible, incapable of being bribed or morally corrupted, inflexibly just and upright. Incorruptibleness, incorruptibility. Incorruptibles, plural of incorruptible. incorruptibly, in an incorruptible manner. Incorruption, the state of being incorrupt. Incorruptions, plural of incorruption. Incorrupto, incorruptible, not liable to decay. Incorruptly, not corruptly, without corruption. Incorruptness, the state of being incorrupt. Incorve, a surname from Italian. Incorveus, plural of incorvea. Incoterm, alternative form of incoterm. Incoterm, any of a series of international sales terms that divide transaction costs and responsibilities between the buyer and seller. Incoterm, plural of encoderm. Encoderms, plural of encoder. Encounter, obsolete spelling of encounter. Encountered, simple past and past participle of encounter. Encountering, present participle and gerund of encounter. Encounters, third person singular simple present indicative of encounter. Encounted, simple past and past participle of encounter. Incapable, to transfer incoming energy, usually light, to an electronic device. Incoupled, simple past and past participle of incouple. Incoupler, a device for incoupling. Incouplers, plural of incoupler. Incouples, third person singular simple present indicative of incouple. Incoupling, present participle and gerund of incouple. Incouplings, plural of incoupling. Encourage, archaic form of encourage. Encouraged, simple past and past participle of encourage. Encouragement, archaic form of encouragement. Encouragements, plural of encouragement. Encourager, archaic form of encourager. Encouragers, plural of encourager. Encourages, third person singular simple present indicative of encourage. Encouraging, present participle and gerund of encourage. Ever, abbreviation of increase. Enver, abbreviation of increase. Encrassate, to thicken, condense. Encrassated. Simple past and past participle of encrassate. Engrassate, third person singular simple present indicative of encrassate. Engrassating, present participle and gerund of encrassate. Encrassation, the process of thickening. Encrassations, plural of encrassation. Engrassative, a substance which has the power to thicken, formerly a medicine supposed to thicken the humors. Encrassatives, plural of encrassative. Increasability, ability to be increased. Increasable, able to be increased. Increasableness, the quality of being increasable. Egrease, a male given name. Egreased, simple past and past participle of increase. Increaseful, abundant in produce. Fruitful. Increasement, an increase, growth. Increasements, plural of increasement. Increaser, one who, or that which, increases. Increasers, plural of increaser. Increases, plural of increase. Increases, Second person singular simple present indicative of increase. Increase. Third person singular simple present indicative of increase. Increasing. On keys. Increasing function. Any function of a real variable whose value increases or is constant as the variable increases. Increasing functions. Plural of increasing function. Increasing term assurance. Term assurance with a sum assured that increases over the term of the contract. Increasingly. Increasing in amount or in intensity. Increasings. Plural of increasing. Engage. That exists without having been created. Engaged. Simple past and past participle of increate. Engates. Third person singular simple present indicative of increate. Increating. Present participle and gerund of increate. Incredibilities. Plural of incredibility. Incredibility. The quality of being incredible, incredibleness. Incredible. Too implausible to be credible, beyond belief. Incredible Hulk. A green-colored cocktail made with equal parts of the fruit liqueur, HB Notic and Hennessy brand cognac poured over ice. Incredible Hulks. Plural of Incredible Hulk. Incredibleness. Incredibility. Incredibly. Misspelling of incredibly. Incredibly. In an incredible manner, not to be believed. Incredible. Incredible. Increditable. Incapable of being believed, not creditable. And kids. Incredible. Incredulities. Plural of incredulity. Incredulity. Unwillingness or inability to believe, doubt about the truth or verisimilitude of something, disbelief. Incredulosity. Incredulity. Incredulousness. Incredulous. Skeptical, disbelieving, or unable to believe. Incredulously. In an incredulous manner, tending to disbelieve, skeptically. Incredulousness. Incredulity. The state of being skeptical or in disbelief. Agreed. To creep in, to make a furtive entrance. Agreeping. Present participle and gerund of increep. Ingreeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of increep. Incremable. Incombustible, resistant to being burnt. Incriminate. To cremate. Incriminated. Simple past and past participle of incremate. Incremates. Third person singular simple present indicative of incremate. Incremating. Present participle and gerund of incremate. Incremation. Cremation. Incremations. Plural of incremation. Increments. Incremental growth. Increment. The action of increasing or becoming greater. Increment borer. A tool with a handle and an auger bit, used to extract a section of tissue from a living tree with relatively minor injury to the plant. Increment borers. Plural of increment borer. Incrementability. The quality of being incrementable. Incrementable. Capable of being incremented. Incremental. Pertaining to an increment. Incremental backup. A backup method where only the information that has changed since a previous backup is saved. Incremental backups. Plural of incremental backup. Incremental gain, a video game synonym of idle game. Incremental gains, plural of incremental gain. Incrementalism, any method of achieving a goal by means of a series of gradual increments or small steps. Incrementalisms, plural of incrementalism. Incrementalist, one who follows a policy of incrementalism. Incrementalistic, or related to incrementalism. Incrementalists, plural of incrementalists. Incrementalities, plural of incrementality. Incrementality, the property or characteristic of being incremental. Incrementalize, to make an operation incremental using results from previous iterations instead of performing a complete recalculation every time. Incrementalize, simple past and past participle of incrementalize. Incrementalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of incrementalize. Incrementalizing, present participle and gerund of incrementalize. Incrementally, in an incremental fashion, by small changes. Incrementation, the act or process of incrementing. Incrementations, plural of incrementation. Incremented, simple past and past participle of increment. Incrementer, any device or circuit that carries out an incrementation operation. Incrementers, plural of incrementer. Incrementing, present participle and gerund of increment. Incrementor, that which increments, a computer programming instruction that increments a value. Incrementors, plural of incrementor. Increments, plural of increment. Increpate, to chide, to rebuke, to tell off. Increpate, simple past and past participle of increpate. Increpates, third person singular simple present indicative of increpate. Increpating, present participle and gerund of increpate. Increpation, a rebuke or reproof. Increpations, plural of increpation. Ingrept, simple past and past participle of increep. Increscence, the quality of being increscent. Increscent, a crescent oriented with horns turned to dexter pointing to the viewer's left. Increscence, plural of increscent. Ingressed, to adorn with a crest. Ingrested, simple past and past participle of ingress. Ingresting, present participle and gerund of ingress. Ingrests, third person singular simple present indicative of ingress. Incretin, a gastrointestinal hormone causing an increase in the amount of insulin released from the beta cells of the islets of Langerhans after eating, even before blood glucose levels become elevated. Incretins, plural of incretin. Incretion, an internal secretion. Incretions, plural of incretion. Incriminate, to accuse or bring criminal charges against. Incriminated, simple past and past participle of incriminate. Incriminates, third person singular simple present indicative of incriminate. Incriminating, causing, showing or proving that one is guilty of wrongdoing. Incrimination, the act of incriminating someone. Incriminations, plural of incrimination. Incriminator, one who incriminates. plural of incriminator. Incriminatory, that incriminates. Encroach, obsolete spelling of encroach. Encroach, simple past and past participle of encroach. Encroaches, third person singular simple present indicative of encroach. Encroacheth, third person singular simple present indicative of encroach. Encroaching, present participle and gerund of encroach. Encroachment, archaic form of encroachment. Encroachments, plural of encroachment. Incross, an organism formed by close inbreeding. Incrossbred, produced by close inbreeding. Encrossed, simple past and past participle of encross. Encrosses, plural of encross. Encrossing, present participle and gerund of encross. Incrut, bloodless. Incruto, bloodless, characterized by no blood loss or very little bleeding. Encrust, alternative form of encrust. Encrustant, tending to leave an incrustation on a boiler or other container when the containing water evaporates. Encrustants, plural of encrustant. Encrustate, to encrust. Incrustation, the act of encrusting or the state of being encrusted. Incrustations, plural of incrustation. Encrusted, alternative spelling of encrusted. Encrusting, present participle and gerund of encrust. Encrustment. Incrustation. Encrustments, plural of encrustment. Encrusts, third person singular simple present indicative of encrust. Incrystallizable, not crystallizable. Incapable of being formed into crystals. Incuba, a female incubus. Incubi, plural of incuba. Incubate, to brood, raise, or maintain eggs, organisms, or living tissue through the provision of ideal environmental conditions. Incubated, simple past and past participle of incubate. Incubati, an animal being raised in an incubator. Incubates, plural of incubati. Incubates, third person singular simple present indicative of incubate. Incubating, present participle and gerund of incubate. Incubation, sitting on eggs for the purpose of hatching young, a brooding on, or keeping warm to develop the life within, by any process. Incubation period, the time elapsed between an exposure to a pathogenic organism, a chemical or radiation, and the appearance of signs and symptoms. Incubation periods, plural of incubation periods. Incubation time, the duration required for a process to complete, such as the time for an organism to develop or a reaction to occur. Incubation times, plural of incubation time. Incubational, relating to incubation. Incubations, plural of incubation. Incubative, of or pertaining to incubation. Incubator, any apparatus used to maintain environmental conditions suitable for a reaction. Incubatoria, plural of incubatorium. Incubatories, plural of incubatory. Incubatorium, a brood pouch. Incubators, plural of incubator. Incubatory, serving for or pertaining to incubation. Incube, to bury or encase. Incube, simple past and past participle of incube. Incubee, someone who participates in an incubator is support program for the development of entrepreneurial companies. Incubees, plural of incubee. Incubes, third person singular simple present indicative of incube. Incubi, plural of incubus. Incubing, present participle and gerund of incube. Incubature, incubation. Incubus, describing an arrangement of leaves such that distal anterior parts of older leaves overlap the proximal posterior parts of younger ones. Incubusly, in an orientation such that distal anterior parts of older leaves overlap the proximal posterior parts of younger ones. Incubus, an evil spirit supposed to oppress people while asleep, especially to have sex with women as they sleep. Incubus is plural of incubus. Incudal, or relating to the incus. Incudate, of pertaining to or having an incus bone of the middle ear. Incudectomy, surgical removal or excision of the incus. Incudes, plural of incus. Incudo, relating to the incus. Incudamalial, relating to the incus and the malleus. Incudamalleolar, incudal and malleolar, applied to a small synovial joint that transfers vibrations between the ossicles in the middle ear, facilitating sound perception. Incudistapedial, relating to the incus and the stapes. Incutitympanic, relating to the incus and the tympanum. Inculcate, to teach by repeated instruction. Inculcated, simple past and past participle of inculcate. Inculcates, third person singular simple present indicative of inculcate. Inculcatus, second person singular simple present indicative of inculcate. Inculcata, third person singular simple present indicative of inculcate. Inculcating, present participle and gerund of inculcate. Inculcation, the teaching of something by using frequent repetition. Inculcations, plural of inculcation. Inculcative, serving to inculcate. Inculcator, one who inculcates. Inculcators, plural of inculcator. Inculcatory, serving to inculcate. Inco, to inculcate. Inculct, simple past and past participle of inculc. Inculking, present participle and gerund of inculc. Inculcs, third person singular simple present indicative of inculc. Inculpability, lack of culpability, freedom from blame. Inculpable, not culpable, immune from liability. Inculpableness, the quality of being inculpable, blamelessness. Inculpably, in an inculpable way, blamelessly. Inculpate, to imply the guilt of, to blame or incriminate. Inculpated, simple past and past participle of inculpate. Inculpates, third person singular simple present indicative of inculpate. Inculpated, simple past and past participle of inculpate. Inculpates, third person singular simple present indicative of inculpate. Inculpating, present participle and gerund of inculpate. Inculpation, blame, censure, crimination. Inculpations, plural of inculpation. Inculpatory, that causes someone to be blamed for something. Ingut, uncultivated, wild. Incultivated, uncultivated. Incultivation, lack of cultivation. Inculturate, to adapt Christian teachings for a non-Christian culture. Inculturated, simple past and past participle of inculturate. Inculturates, third person singular simple present indicative of inculturate. Inculturating, present participle and gerund of inculturate. Inculturation, the adaptation of Christian teachings in a non-Christian culture. Inculturations, plural of inculturation. Inculture, to adapt Christian teachings to suit a non-Christian culture. Inculture, simple past and past participle of inculture. Incultures, third person singular simple present indicative of inculture. Inculturing, present participle and gerund of inculture. Incumbents, alternative form of incumbency. Incumbences, plural of incumbents. Incumbencies, plural of incumbency. Incumbency, a tenure. Incumbent, chiefly followed by on or upon, leaning or lying, reclining or resting on something else. Incumbentess, a female incumbent. Incumbentesses, plural of incumbentess. Incumbently, in an incumbent manner, so as to be incumbent. Incumbents, plural of incumbent. Encumber, archaic form of encumber. Encumbered, simple past and past participle of encumber. Encumbering, present participle and gerund of encumber. Encumberingly, in an encumbering manner. Encumberment, archaic form of encumberment. Encumberments, plural of encumberment. Encumbers, third person singular simple present indicative of encumber. Encumbrance, alternative form of encumbrance, that which encumbers. Encumbrancer, one who holds encumbrance or some legal claim, lien, or charge on an estate. Encumbrancers, plural of encumbrancer. Encumbrances, plural of encumbrance. Encumbrous, cumbersome, troublesome. Incunable, alternative form of incunabulum. Incunables, plural of incunable. Incunabula, early printed books. Incunabular, relating to an incunabulum. Incunabulus, someone interested in the field of incunabula. Incunabulists, plural of incunabulus. Incunabulum, a book, single sheet, or image that was printed before the year 1501 in Europe. Uter, to bring upon oneself or expose oneself to, especially something inconvenient, harmful, or onerous, to become liable or subject to. Incurability, the quality or state of being incurable, not being able to be cured. Incurable, of an illness, condition, etc., that is unable to be cured, healless. Incurableness, the state or condition of being incurable. Incurables, plural of incurable. Incurably, in an incurable manner. Incuriosity, the quality or state of lacking curiosity. Incurious. Lacking interest or curiosity, uninterested. Incuriously. In an incurious manner. Incuriousness. The state of being incurious, indifference or apathy. Incurable. That can be incurred. Deter. Obsolete spelling of incur. Incurred. Simple past and past participle of incur. Incurrence. The act of incurring something. Incurrences. Plural of incurrence. Incurrent. Carrying inward, relating to an inward current. Incurrest. Second person singular simple present indicative of incur. Incurreth. Third person singular simple present indicative of incur. Incurring. Present participle and gerund of incur. Incurs. Third person singular simple present indicative of incur. Incursion. A military action consisting of armed forces of one geopolitical entity entering territory controlled by another such entity, generally with the objective of destruction, plunder, or bodily harm rather than in intent to conquer territory or alter the established government. Contrast invasion in its narrow sense. Incursional. Of or relating to incursions. Incursionary. Of or relating to incursion. Incursions. Plural of incursion. Incursive. Characterized by incursion, invasive. Incursively. In an incursive way. Incurtain. To curtain. Incurtained. Simple past and past participle of incurtain. Incurtaining. Present participle and gerund of incurtain. Incurtans. Third person singular simple present indicative of incurtain. Incurvae. Any mouth in the family incurvae. Incurvaeis. Plural of incurvariate. Incurvate. Bending inwards. Incurvated. Simple past and past participle of incurvate. Incurvates. Third person singular simple present indicative of incurvate. Incurvating. Present participle and gerund of incurvate. Incurvation. The act of acquiring or being given a curved form, an instance of curving or bending. Incurvations. Plural of incurvation. Incurvature. Curvature, curving. Incurvatures. Plural of incurvature. Incur. To cause something to curve inwards. Incurred. Turned or curving inward toward the center. Incurs. Third person singular simple present indicative of incur. Incurring. Present participle and gerund of incurve. Incurvities. Plural of incurvity. Incurvity. The quality of being bent inwards. Incut. A small anvil-shaped bone in the middle ear. Induce. Hammered or pressed in usually on a coin. Induced. Simple past and past participle of induce. Incusely. In an incuse manner. Ingazas. Plural of incuse. Incusing. Present participle and gerund of incuse. Incut. Set in by or as if by cutting. Indute. To strike or stamp in. Incuted. Simple past and past participle of incute. Incutes. Third person singular simple present indicative of incute. Incuting, present participle and gerund of incute. Incatus, plural of incut. Inquala, a Swazi ceremony that marks the first fruits of the harvest. Inqualis, plural of inquala. Insai, very small, insai wincy. Insai wincy, very small. Encycloduct, to rotate the eye inward about the anterior-posterior axis, to undergo or make undergo encycloduction, to intort. Encycloducted, simple past and past participle of encycloduct. Encycloducting, present participle and gerund of encycloduct. Encycloduction, intorsion of the eye. Encycloductions, plural of encycloduction. Encycloducts, third person singular simple present indicative of encycloduct. Encyclotorsion, det är tartinal movement of that mediated at the superior oblique muscle deck. Encyclovergence, rotation of the eyes towards each other. And that's archaic form of incest. Incested, simple past and past participle of incest. Incesting, present participle and gerund of incest. Incests, third person singular simple present indicative of incests. And initialism of investigational new drug application. And India, NSE, abbreviation of industrial estate. Indests, plural of NEST. Abbreviation of Indiana, a state of the United States. A surname. Indaba, a tribal conference held by Nguni leaders. Indabas, plural of Indaba. Indacaterol, an ultra-long-acting beta-adrenoster agonist used in the treatment of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Indicine, either of two isomeric aromatic hydrocarbons consisting of two cyclopentadiene rings fused to one of benzene as indacine and S-indacine. Indicines, plural of indacine. Indaconitine, an alkaloid found in Mori aconitum casmenthum. Indacronon, a loop diuretic that decreases reabsorption of uric acid. Indagate, to search into, investigate. Indagative, simple past and past participle of indagate. Indagates, third person singular simple present indicative of indagate. Indagating, present participle and gerund of indagate. Innegation, inquiry, investigation. Innegations, plural of innegation. Indagative, searching, exploratory. Investigative. Innegator, an investigator. Innegators, plural of indicator. Indagatory, indagative, investigative. Innegator, an investigator. Innegators, plural of indicator. Indagatory, indagative. Indagatrices, plural of indagatrix. Indagatrix, a female investigator, a searcheress. Inalpine, a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor marketed in 1983 as an antidepressant but swiftly withdrawn when found to cause neutropenia. Indamage, alternative form of indamage. Indamaged, not damaged. Indamages, third person singular simple present indicative of indamage. Indavaging, present participle and gerund of indamage. Indamine, dated form of indamine. Indamine, any of a range of organic bases related to phenazine. They form indigo-colored salts used in making dyes. Indamines, plural of indamine. Indamines, plural of indamin. And that alternative form of indane. Indenin, a municipality of Sulu, Philippines. Indanazoline, an alpha-adrenergic agonist. Inendyne, either of two isomeric dicones derived from indane. Inandians, plural of indandyne. And then, a bicyclic hydrocarbon consisting of a benzene ring fused to that of cyclopentane. It and its derivatives are found in petroleum. Indandyne, 1,3-andiene, an organic compound with the molecular formula C9H6O2. Indanes, plural of indane. In that, a municipality of Cavite, Philippines. Indagan, a barangay of Macalala, Cotabato, Philippines. Endanger, alternative form of endanger. Endadading, an alpha-adrenergic agonist. Endamycin, an inana that selectively induces apoptosis in some cancer cells. Endanol, either of two isomeric secondary alcohols derived from indane. Indanols, plural of indanol. Indanon, either of two isomeric ketones derived from indane. Indanons, plural of indanon. Indanorex, a stimulant drug with appetite suppressant and anti-hypoglycemic effects. Indenthrin, any of a specific class of anthraquinone vat dyes. Indenthrins, plural of indanthrin. Indanyl, a univalent radical derived from indane. Indanylidine, a divalent radical derived from the cyclopentane ring of an indane. Indanylidines, plural of indanylidine. Indanyls, plural of indanyl. Indapamide, a particular sulfonamide diuretic drug. Indapirofenadone, a synthetic drug of the cathinone class, the inanyl alpha-phenyl analog of the stimulant drug alpha-PVP. Indart, to pierce as if with a dart. Indarded, simple past and past participle of indart. Indarding, present participle and gerund of indart. Indarts, third person singular simple present indicative of indart. Ind, plural of inda. Inde, aniocene of indium, any salt containing such an Indates, plural of indate. Indatroline, a non-selective monoamine reuptake inhibitor that has been shown to block the reuptake of dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin with effects similar to those of cocaine. Indatoximab raftinsyme, an immunomodulator and antineoplastic antibody drug conjugate consisting of anti-CD138 linked to the maytansinoid DM4 targeting various solid tumors and hematological malignancies like multiple myeloma. Indazole, dated form of indazole. Indazole. Benzopyrazole. Indazoles, plural of indazole. Indazolo, any univalent radical derived from indazole. Indazolone, an unstable bicyclic heterocycle derived from indazole that has analgesic, sedative, and spasmolytic properties. Indazolones, plural of indazolone. Indazolose, plural of indazolo. Indazols, plural of indazole. NBB, the station code of Indore Junction railway station in India. Initialism of intended nationally determined contribution. Plural of INC. IND-E, abbreviation of Indian English. Indir, archaic form of endear. Endear, simple past and past participle of endear. Endearing, present participle and gerund of endear. Endearment, alternative form of endearment. Endears, third person singular simple present indicative of endear. Endear, obsolete form of endeavor. Endeavor, simple past and past participle of endeavor. Endeavor, simple past and past participle of endeavor. Endeavoring, present participle and gerund of endeavor. Endeavors, plural of endeavor. Endeavor, archaic form of endeavor. Endeavor, simple past and past participle of endeavor. Endeavor, simple past and past participle of endeavor. Endeavor, third person singular simple present indicative of endeavor. Endeavoring, present participle and gerund of endeavor. Endeavors, plural of endeavor. And that, to bring into debt, to place under obligation. Indebted, simple past and past participle of indebt. Indettedly, in an indebted way. Indebtedness, state of owing money, being in debt. Indebtednesses, plural of indebtedness. Indebted, third person singular simple present indicative of indebt. Indebting, present participle and gerund of indebt. Indebtment. Indebtedness. Indebtments, plural of indebtment. And that's third person singular simple present indicative of indebt. Indecani, an antiarrhythmic agent. Indecence, obsolete form of indecency. Indecences, plural of indecence. Indecencies. Plural of indecency. Indecency, lack of decency, the property or degree of being indecent. Indecent. Offensive to good taste. Indecent assault, sexual contact with another person who does not want it, that does not result in or is not considered to be rape. Indecent assaults, plural of indecent assault. Indecent exposure, the crime of intentionally exposing one's genitalia in public, in some cases also including the act of public urination and defecation. Indecent exposures, plural of indecent exposure. Indecent liberties, plural of indecent liberty. Indecent liberty, any behavior beyond the limits of propriety. Indecentess, superlative form of indecent, most indecent. Indecently, in an indecent manner. Indecentness, the quality of being indecent. Indecidability, undecidability. Indeciduate, indeciduous. Indeciduous, not deciduous, evergreen, permanent, perennial. Indecimable, not decimable, or liable to be decimated, not liable to the payment of tithes. Indecipherability, the state of being indecipherable. Indecipherable, not decipherable, impossible to decode, read, understand, or comprehend. Indecipherableness, the quality of being indecipherable. Indecipherably, in an indecipherable fashion. Indecision, the inability to decide on a course of action, especially if two or more possibilities exist. Indecisions, plural of indecision. Indecisive, not decisive, not marked by promptness or decision. Indecisively, in an indecisive manner. Indecisiveness, the condition of being indecisive. Indecisiveness, plural of indecisiveness. Indecal, abbreviation of indeclinable. Indeclarable, not declarable, that cannot be declared. Indeclension, the state of being gratically indeclinable. Indeclinability, the quality of being indeclinable. Indeclinable, that one cannot decline, unavoidable. Indeclinableness, the quality of being indeclinable. Indeclinables, plural of indeclinable. Indeclinably, without declination, variation of termination in a word. Indecomponable, indecomposable. Indecomposability, the condition of being indecomposable. Indecomposable, not decomposable, unable to be decomposed. Indecomposableness, the quality or state of being indecomposable. Indecomposables, plural of indecomposable. Indecorous, improper, immodest, or indecent. Indecorously, in an indecorous manner, conflicting with accepted standards of conduct or good taste. Indecorousness, the quality of being indecorous. Indecorum, indecorous behavior or the state of being indecorous. Indecorums, plural of indecorum. Indeducible, synonym of undeducible. Indeed, truly, in fact, actually. Indeed, obsolete spelling of indeed. Indeedy, alternative spelling of indeedy. Indeedy, indeed, indeed, duty, indeed. Indef, abbreviation of indefinite. Indef, alternative spelling of indef. Indef, alternative form of indef. Indefatigabilities, plural of indefatigability. Indefatigability, the state of being indefatigable, tirelessness, persistence, stamina. Indefatigable, synonym of Santa Cruz, an island of Galapagos, Ecuador. Indefatigableness, the state of being indefatigable. Indefatigably, in an extremely persistent and untiring manner, in an indefatigable manner. Indefatigation, the quality of being indefatigable, tirelessness. Indefeasibility, the state or quality of being indefeasible, of being incapable of being defeated. Indefeasible, not liable to being annulled or declared void. Indefeasibleness, the quality of being indefeasible. Indefeasibly, in an indefeasible manner. Indefectibility, the quality of being indefectible. Indefectible, having the ability to resist defect or failure, permanent, lasting. Indefectibly, in an indefectible manner. Indefective, not defective, perfect, complete. Indephasable, obsolete form of indefeasible. Indefensibility, the quality or state of not being defensible. Indefensible, not defensible, not capable of being defended. Indefensibleness, the quality or state of not being defensible. Indefensibly, in an indefensible manner. Indefensive, not defensive, unprotected. Indefensibly, in a manner that is indefensive, and that, used to describe a user, account, or IP address that is indefinitely blocked or banned from editing or other actions. Indefe, present participle and gerund of indef. Indefiable, undefiable. Indeficiencies, plural of indeficiency. Indeficiency, the state or quality of not being deficient. Sufficiency. Indeficient, not deficient, full or sufficient. Indefinabilities, plural of indefinability. Indefinability, the quality of being indefinable. Indefinable, that which cannot be precisely defined or put into words. Indefinableness, the state of being indefinable. Indefinables, plural of indefinable. Indefinably, in an indefinable manner. Indefinite, without limit, forever or until further notice, not definite. Indefinite adjective, an indefinite pronoun used as a determiner. Indefinite adjectives, plural of indefinite adjective. Indefinite article, a word preceding a noun to indicate that the noun refers to any member of the class of objects named by the noun. Indefinite articles. Plural of indefinite article. Indefinite call sign, a call sign which does not represent a specific facility, command, authority, activity, or unit, but which may represent any one or any group of these. Indefinite call signs, plural of indefinite call sign. Indefinite integral, the set of all functions whose derivative is a given function, the set of all antiderivatives of a given function. Indefinite integrals, plural of indefinite integral. Indefinite pronoun, a pronoun that does not specify the identity of its referent. Indefinite pronouns, plural of indefinite pronoun. Indefinitely, in a manner that is not definite. Indefiniteness, the characteristic of being indefinite. Indefinites, plural of indefinite. Indefinities, plural of indefinity. Indefinitive, not definitive. Indefiniteness, the state or condition of being indefinitive. Indefinitize, to make indefinite. Indefinitized, simple past and past participle of indefinitize. Indefinitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of indefinitize. Indefinitizing, present participle and gerund of indefinitize. Indefinitude, the quality of being indefinite, are vague. Indefinitudes, plural of indefinitude. Indefinity, the quality of being vague and poorly defined. Indefs, plural of indef. Indegree, the number of edges directed into a vertex in a directed graph. Indegrees, plural of indegree. Indihiscence, the state of being indihiscent. Indihiscent, not dehissing when mature, not dehiscent. Indel, either an insertion or deletion mutation in the genetic code. Indelible, misspelling of indelible. Indelible, obsolete form of indelible. Indelectable, not delectable, unpleasant, disagreeable. Indeliberate, done without deliberation or forethought, unpremeditated. Indeliberated, obsolete form of indeliberate. Indelibrately, in an indeliberate manner. Indeliberateness, quality of being indeliberate. Indelibilities, plural of intellibility. Indelibility, the property of being indelible. Indelible, having the quality of being difficult to delete, remove, wash away, blot out, or efface. Indelibleness, quality of being indelible. Indelibly, in an indelible manner. Indelicacies, plural of indelicacy. Indelicacy, the condition of being indelicate. Indelicate, improper or immodest. Indelicately, in an indelicate manner. Indelicateness, the quality of being indelicate, indelicacy. Indelicato, a surname from Italian. Indelicatos, plural of indelicato. Indoloxazine, a drug used to treat cerebrovascular disease. Indels, plural of indel. Indel, to bury. Indelved, simple past and past participle of indelve. Indels, third person singular simple present indicative of indelve. Indelving, present participle and gerund of indelve. Indelve, abbreviation of indemnity. Indelve, without loss or injury. Indemnifiable, suitable for indemnification. Indemnificate, to insure or indemnify. Indemnificated, simple past and past participle of indemnificate. Indemnificates, third person singular simple present indicative of indemnificate. Indemnificating, present participle and gerund of indemnificate. Indemnification, the act or process of indemnifying, preserving, or securing against loss, damage, or penalty. Indemnifications, plural of indemnification. Indemnificator, one who indemnificates. Indemnifier. Indemnificators, plural of indemnificator. Indemnificatory, that serves to indemnify. Indemnify, simple past and past participle of indemnify. Indemnifier, one who indemnifies. Indemnifiers, plural of indemnifier. Indemnifies, third person singular simple present indicative of indemnify. Indemnifia, third person singular simple present indicative of indemnify. Indemnify, to secure against loss or damage, to insure. Indemnifying, present participle and gerund of indemnify. Indemnity, a person protected by or benefiting from an indemnity. Indemnities, plural of indemnity, Indemnities. Plural of indemnity. Indemnitor, one who indemnifies. Indemnitors, plural of indemnitor. Indemnity. Security from damage, loss, or penalty. Indemnity costs, a special award granted by a court requiring one party, normally the unsuccessful party in litigation, to indemnify another party against actual costs that the latter incurred in connection with the case. Indemonstrability, the quality of being indemonstrable, impossibility to demonstrate. Indemonstrable, not able to be demonstrated or proved. Unprovable. Indemonstrableness, the quality of being indemonstrable. Indemonstrably, in a way that cannot be demonstrated. Endene, the bicyclic hydrocarbon consisting of a benzene ring fused to one of cyclopentadiene. Endenes, plural of indene. Indeniable, undeniable. Indeniably, undeniably. Indenization, archaic form of indenization. Indenizations, plural of indenization. Indenize, to naturalize. Indenizen, alternative form of indenizen. Indenizen, simple past and past participle of indenizen. Indenizening, present participle and gerund of indenizen. Indenizens, third person singular simple present indicative of indenizen. Indeno, an indene group of rings fused with some other compound. Indenobenzeisbine, a tetracyclic heterocycle composed of an indene fused with a benzisbine. Indenobenzeisbines, plural of indenobenzeisbine. Indenoisoquinoline, a four-ringed heterocycle composed of an indene fused with an isoquinoline. Indenoisoquinolines, plural of indenoisoquinoline. Indenol, hydroxylated indene. Some of indenol isomers are enol form of an indanon. Indenol, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Indenols, plural of indenol. Indenol, the bicyclic aromatic keton formerly derived from indene, or by fusion of a benzene ring with cyclopentadienon. Indenons, plural of indenon. Indenophane, a cyclophane based on indene. Indenophanes, plural of indenophane. Indenopyrazole, any compound containing an indene fused to a pyrazole ring. Indenopyrazoles, plural of indenopyrazole. Indenopyran, an indene bicyclic molecule fused with a pyran polycyclic aromatic molecule. Indenopyrans, plural of indenopyran. Indenopyridine, a tricyclic heterocycle composed of a pyridine fused with an indene, typically through the cyclopentadiene ring. Indenopyridines, plural of indenopyridine. Indenotriptyline, any compound composed of an indene fused to a tryptyline, any alkaloid based on the structure. Indenotriptylines, plural of indenotriptyline. Endette, a cut or notch in the margin of anything, or a recess like a notch. Indentable, capable of being indented. Indentation, the act of indenting or state of being indented. Indentational, relating to indentation. Indentations, plural of indentation. Indented, cut any edge into points or inequalities, like teeth, dented on the surface, jagged, notched, stamped in. Indentively, with indentations. Indentedness, the state or property of being indented. Indenter, a device or program that indents. Indenters, plural of indenter. Indenting, present participle and gerund of indent. Indentings, plural of indenting. Indention, the act of indenting a line of text by including blank space at the beginning. Indentions, plural of indention. Indentment, indenture or indentation. Indentments, plural of indentment. Indentor, a person who is a representative for a foreign company, product, or a person, and who gets commission or royalty on any transaction which takes place in his home country irrespective of whether the transaction has taken place out of his effort or consent. Indentors, plural of indentor. Indentor, obsolete form of indentor. Indenters, plural of indentor. Indents, plural of indent. Indenture, a contract which binds a person to work for another under specified conditions for a specified time, often as an apprentice. Indenture, subject to an indenture. Indentured servant, a debt bondage worker who is under contract of an employer for a specified period of time in exchange for transportation, food, drink, clothing, lodging, and other necessities. Indentured servants, plural of indentured servant. Indentures, plural of indenture. Indentury, a person who is indentured bound under a contract. Indenturies, plural of indentury. Indenturer, a person who is indentured bound under a contract. Indenturers, plural of indenturer. Indentures, plural of indenture. Indentureship, the condition of being indentured. Indentureships, plural of indentureship. Indenturing, present participle and gerund of indenture. Indentwise, cut so that the two cut pieces fit together in an interlocking fashion, like a traditional indenture document. Indenumerable, not denumerable. Indenile, a univalent radical derived from indene. Indenylidene, a divalent radical derived from the cyclopentane ring of an indene. Indenylidenes, plural of indenylidene. Indenyles, plural of indenyl. Indep, abbreviation of independent. Independence, obsolete form of independence. Independent, obsolete spelling of independent. Independently, misspelling of independently. Independence, the quality or state of being independent, lack of dependence, the state of not being reliant on. Independence County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Batesville. Independence Day, a holiday celebrated in the United States commemorating the country's independence from Great Britain, celebrated each year on the 4th of July. Independence Day, an annual celebration commemorating the anniversary of a nation's assumption of independent statehood. Independence Days, plural of Independence Day. Independence number, the number of vertices in a maximum independence set of a given graph, often denoted as alpha equals alpha g. Independence Pass, a mountain pass in the Sawatch Range between Pitkin County and Lake County, Colorado. Independence War. Synonym of War of Independence. Independence Wars. Plural of Independence War. Independences. Plural of independence. Independencies. Plural of independency. Independency. The principle that each individual religious congregation is free from any external ecclesiastical control as by a bishop. Independent. Not dependent, not contingent or depending on something else, free. Independent Catholic. An adherent of independent Catholicism. Independent Catholicism. A denomination of Catholicism that affirms both its belonging to the Catholic tradition as well as its independence from Rome. Independent Catholics. Plural of independent Catholic. Independent cities. Plural of independent city. Independent city. A city that does not form part of another general purpose local government entity. Independent clause. Synonym of main clause. Independent clauses. Plural of independent clause. Independent contractor. A person working independently under a contract, a self-employed person. Independent contractors. Plural of independent contractor. Independent counsel. A special prosecutor. Independent counsels. Plural of independent counsel. Independent function. Any of a set of functions the value of which cannot be deduced from that of all the others. Independent functions. Plural of independent function. Independent genitive. A grammatical construction in which a noun or pronoun in the genitive or possessive case is used independently of the noun which it possesses. Independent genitives. Plural of independent genitive. Independent means income from one's own assets resulting in no need for employment. Independent mini-nation. Alternative form of mini-independent country. Independent mini-nations. Plural of independent mini-nation. Independent Olympic participant. An athlete participating in the Olympic Games under the Olympic flag, i.e., without representing any nation either because the athlete is stateless or because their nation has no international recognition or is banned. Independent Olympic participants. Plural of independent Olympic participant. Independent possessive. Synonym of independent genitive. Independent possessives. Plural of independent possessive. Independent scholar. A person who works outside traditional academia in the pursuit of truth and knowledge. Independent scholars. Plural of independent scholar. Independent set. A set of vertices of a graph such that no pair of them are adjacent to each other. In other words, a set of vertices which are all independent of each other. Independent sets. Plural of independent set. Independent state of Papua New Guinea. Official name of Papua New Guinea, an island country in Oceania. Independent state of Samoa. Official name of Samoa, an island country in Polynesia. Independent variable. In equation, any variable whose value is net dependent on any other in the equation. Independent variables. Plural of independent variable. Independenta. A commune of Calarasi County, Romania. Independentize. Alternative form of independentize. Independentize. Simple past and past participle of independentize. Independentizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of independentize. Independentizing, present participle and gerund of independentize. Independentism, independency, independentists. One who favors independence of a non-independent state. Independentista, a supporter or advocate for the political independence of some region, especially a Spanish or Catalan-speaking region, an independentist. Independentistas, plural of independentista. Independentists, plural, especially a Spanish or Catalan-speaking region, an independentist. Independentistas, plural of independentista. Independentists, plural of independentists. Independentization, the process of becoming independent. Independentize, to make independent. Independentized, simple past and past participle of independentize. Independentizes, third person singular simple present indicative of independentize. Independentizing, present participle and gerund of independentize. Independently, in an independent manner. Independently wealthy, possessing enough wealth that one does not need financial support from others or income from employment. Independence, plural of independent. Independista, a member of the Puerto Rican independence movement. Indeposable, incapable of being deposed. Indeprivable, that one cannot be deprived of, inalienable. Indep, alternative form of indep. Indeply, indebt. Indepmass, alternative form of indepmass. Inderbori, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing boron, calcium, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Inderide, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing boron, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Inderivability, synonym of underivability. Inderivable, synonym of underivable. Inderivative, without derivation, autonomous. Inderivatively, autonomously. Indescribabilities, plural of indescribability. Indescribability, the state or characteristic of being indescribable. Indescribable, impossible or very difficult to describe. Indescribableness, the quality of being indescribable. Indescribables. Trousers. Indescribably, in an indescribable manner. Indescript, undescribed. Indescriptive, not descriptive. Indesert, ill desert, failure to deserve something. Indeserts, plural of indesert. Indesignate, without any indication of quantity. To deserve something. Indeserts, plural of indesert. Indesignate, without any indication of quantity. Indesignant, perpetual, eternal. Indesignately, in an indesignant manner, perpetually. Indesirable, archaic form of undesirable. Indestructible, misspelling of indestructible. Indestructibility, the condition of being indestructible. Indestructible, not destructible, incapable of decomposition or of being destroyed, invincible. Indestructibleness, indestructibility, the quality of being indestructible. Indestructibly, in a way or to an extent that is indestructible. Indestructive, not destructive. In that, abbreviation of indeterminate. Indetectable, not detectable. Indetectably, in an indetectable manner. Indetectable, that cannot be detected. Indeterminable, that is incapable of being measured. Indeterminableness, the quality of being indeterminable. Indeterminables, plural of indeterminable. Indeterminably, in an indeterminable manner. Indeterminacies, plural of indeterminacy. Indeterminacy, the condition of being indeterminate. Indeterminacy principle, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Indeterminate, not accurately determined or determinable. Indeterminately, in an indeterminate manner. Indeterminants, plural of indeterminate. Indeterminate, not accurately determined or determinable. Indeterminate state, a noun form occurring in Afroasiatic languages when the noun does not bear a determiner, where it would use the determinate state, nor governs a noun, where it would use the construct state. Indeterminate states, plural of indeterminate state. Indeterminate verb, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see indeterminate verb. Indeterminate verbs, plural of indeterminate verb. Indeterminately, in an indeterminate manner. Indeterminateness, the quality of being indeterminate. Indeterminates, plural of indeterminates. Indetermination, lack of determination, an unsettled or wavering state as of the mind. Indeterminations, plural of indetermination. Indetermined, archaic form of undetermined. Indeterminism, the doctrine that all human actions are not so much determined by the preceding events, conditions, causes, or karma as by deliberate choice or free will. Indeterminisms, plural of indeterminism. Indeterminist, one who believes the doctrine of indeterminism. Indeterministic, not deterministic, containing randomness. Indeterministically, in an indeterministic manner. Indeterminists, plural of indeterminists. Indivirginate, virgin, virgimo. Indevote, not devoted. Indevotion, lack of devotion, impiety, irreligion. Indevotional, not devotional. Indevour, obsolete spelling of endeavor. Indevoured, simple past and past participle of indevour. Indevouring, present participle and gerund of indevour. Indevours, third person singular simple present indicative of indevour. Indevout, not devout. Indevoutly, in an indevout manner. Indevoutness, the quality of being devout. Endu, obsolete spelling of endu. Endu, simple past and past participle of indu. Indue, present participle and gerund of indu. Endu's, third person singular simple present indicative of indu. Index, an unincorporated community in Miller County, Arkansas. Index card, a piece of heavy paper stock used to record information to be stored in a card index or to supply the copy content from which to generate a book index. Index cards, plural of index card. Index case, the first documented case in a disease epidemic within a population or the first case of interest in an epidemiological investigation. The case of patient 0, the index patient. Index cases, plural of index case. Index digit. In other animals, that digit corresponding to the human index finger. Index digits, plural of index digit. Index finger, the forefinger. Index fingers, plural of index finger. Index fossil, any ancient remains of a plant or animal that lived during a specific geological period and that can be used to date the containing rocks. Index fossils, plural of index fossil. Index fund, a fund that tracks a specific basket of underlying investments. Index funds, plural of index fund. Index of suspicion, the level of suspicion that a disease or condition is the underlying diagnosis based on the available findings in a patient. Index patient, synonym of patient zero. Index patients, plural of index patient. Index register, a processor register or an assigned memory location used to point to operand addresses during the run of a program, useful for stepping through strings and arrays. Index registers, plural of index register. Index rerum, a tabulated and alphabetized notebook for systematic preservation of items, quotations, etc. Index rerums, plural of index rerum. Index term, a term associated with particular documents in an index used for document retrieval, typically a term that captures the essential meaning of a document. Index terms, plural of index term. Index verborum, an index of words. Indexes, plural of index. Index linked, of financial products such as bonds, savings accounts, pension schemes, etc., yielding returns that are calculated based on the level of a reference financial index, such as a consumer price index, typically to keep pace with inflation. Indexability, the property of being indexable. Indexable, that can be indexed. Indexal, synonym of indexical. Indexation, the adjustment of an economic variable such as a salary according to an index such as that of inflation. Indexations, plural of indexation. Index, having an index or arranged in an index. Indexer, a person or program which creates indexes. Indexers, plural of indexer. Indexes, plural of index. Indexic, indexical. Indexical, of pertaining to or like an index, having the form of an index. Indexicalization, the act or process of indicating, an indication. Indexicalizations, plural of indexicalization. Indexicalism, a philosophy of indexicality. Indexicalists, relating to indexicalism. Indexicalities, plural of indexicality. Indexicality, the quality or state of being indexical. Indexically, in an indexical way. Indexicals, plural of indexical. Indexing, present participle and gerund of index. Indexing language, a controlled set of terms selected from natural language and used to represent, in summary form, the subjects of documents within a given field of knowledge. Indexing languages, plural of indexing language. Indexings, plural of indexing. Indexless, without an index. Index-like, resembling or characteristic of an index ordered listing of items. Indexterity, lack of dexterity, skill, or readiness in any respect, awkwardness, sluggishness, clumsiness. Indexterous, alternative form of indexterous. Indexterously, in an indexterous manner. Indextrinoi, not dextrinoid. Indextrous, not dexterous, maladroit. Indai, an electoral division in Victoria, Australia. Ida, initialism of Indian National Developmental Inclusive Alliance, a political alliance. Ida, a country in South Asia. Official name, Republic of India. Capital, New Delhi. Ida ink, a black ink made from lamp black, used for printing and artwork. India inks, plural of India ink. India matting, floor matting manufactured in China or India, consisting of grass and reeds. India Pale Ale, a beer with a high level of alcohol and hops, traditionally made for export from Britain to India. India Pale Ales, plural of India Pale Ale. India Taper, a thin, tough paper made from bleached hemp and rag fibers. India Proof, a high-quality proof taken from engraved plates by means of India paper. India Proofs, plural of India Proof. India Relish, a sour vinegared relish containing pickled cucumbers, onions, and typically other vegetables. India Relishes, plural of India Relish. India, alternative lettercase form of India Rubber. Indiars, plural of India Rubber. India Shawl, a kind of rich cashmere shawl woven in India from pieces which are sewn together. India Shawls, plural of India Shawl. India Stale, what? Indian High, black, very dark. Inaka, a sport resembling pitaka, played with a large shuttlecock rather than a ball. Idilay, a hexagonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Idan, a large ship that traded between Britain and India on behalf of the East India Company. Idana, plural of Indiaman. India, of or relating to India or its people, or formerly of the East Indies. Indian aconite. Aconitum ferox is species of plant from around the Himalayas known for the potentness of its poison. Indian agent, a person authorized to interact with Native American tribes on behalf of the United States government. Indian agents, plural of Indian agent. Indian almond, a tropical tree grown for its edible fruit, almond-like nuts, and as an ornamental shade tree, Terminalia catappa. Indian almonds, plural of Indian almond. Indian apple, Punica granatum pomegranate. Indian apples, plural of Indian apple. Indian badger, synonym of honey badger Mellivora capensis. Indian badgers, plural of Indian badger. Indian Bay, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Indian beet, the flowering plant Lupinus perennis. Indian berries, plural of Indian berry. Indian berry. Amyrtococulus, a climbing plant of India and Southeast Asia. Indian bison, synonym of Gorboscorus. Indian black-horned tit, Machlolophus aplanatus, a small bird of the tit family parody. Indian black-horned tits, plural of Indian black-horned tit. Indian boys and girls, synonym of Dutchman's breeches the plant Dyson tricucularia. Indian bread, the edible Takaho fungus. Indian bullfrog, synonym of Indus Valley bullfrog. Indian burr, synonym of Indian sunburn. Indian burns, plural of Indian burn. Indian car, Strynoceratosis. Indian caustic barley, synonym of Sabadilla. Indian chrysanthemum, Chrysanthemum indicum, a species of yellow flowering chrysanthemum. Indian chrysanthemums, plural of Indian chrysanthemum. Indian club, a form of 19th century exercise equipment, a wooden club shaped like a bowling pin, swung in certain patterns to build up strength. Indian clubs, plural of Indian club. Indian cobra, a cobra of the species Naja naja, having on its hood two circular ocelli patterns connected by a curved line. Indian cobras, plural of Indian cobra. Indian coral tree, a tree of species Erythrina variegata, native to the tropical and subtropical regions of eastern Africa, the Indian subcontinent, northern Australia, and the islands of the Indian Ocean and the western Pacific Ocean east to Fiji. Indian coral trees, plural of Indian coral tree. Indian corn, maize. Indian cress, a plant of species Tropialum majus. Indian darter, synonym of Oriental darter. Indian darters, plural of Indian darter. Indian defense, a chess opening characterized by the moves 1.d4 nf6. Indian elephant, a subspecies of the Asian elephant Elephas maximus indicus distributed across India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Myanmar, Thailand, the Malay Peninsula, Laos, southern China, Cambodia, Vietnam, and formerly Pakistan. Indian elephants, plural of Indian elephant. Indian English, a major dialect of the English language is spoken in many varieties in India and by people from India. Indian Englishes, plural of Indian English. Indian Falls, a census-designated place in Plumas County, California, United States. Indian feather moss, moss of the species Timea megapolitana. Indian feather mosses, plural of Indian feather moss. Indian fever, attraction to Indian men or women. Indian fay, certain species of Asian fay. Indian fig, plural of Indian fig. Indian file, single file. Indian fire, a pyrotechnic composition of sulfur, niter, and realgar, burning with a brilliant white light. Indian fox, the Bengal fox. Indian foxes, plural of Indian fox. Indian game, a breed of poultry. Indian gazelle, a Chinkura gazella bennetii. Indian gazelles, plural of Indian gazelle. Indian geranium, synonym of Pomerosa. Indian gift, something given or delivered in an Indian giving. Indian gifts, plural of Indian gift. Indian ginger, any of species Asarum canadense. Indian gingers, plural of Indian ginger. Indian ginseng, synonym of ashwagandha the plant Withania somnifera. Indian giver, a person who demands the return of or takes back something that was previously given. Indian givers, plural of Indian giver. Indian giving, the act of demanding the return of a gifted item or taking back something that was previously given, or expecting something in return. Indian gooseberries, plural of Indian gooseberry. Indian gooseberry, the Amlophylanthus umbilica tree or fruit. Indian goosegrass turn. Indian gooseberries, plural of Indian gooseberry. Indian gooseberry, the Amlophylanthus umbilica tree or fruit. Indian goosegrass, grass of species Eleusine indica of warm climates worldwide. Indian har, synonym of asraj. Indian harps, plural of Indian harp. Indian hawthorn, an ornamental shrub in the family Raceaceae, Rhaphiopes indica. Indian hawthorns, plural of Indian hawthorn. Indian hemp, the plant Crotalaria juncea. Indian hemps, plural of Indian hemp. Indian Hills, a census-designated place in Douglas County, Nevada, United States. Indian hog deer, a deer of species Axis porcinus. Indian hog deers, plural of Indian hog deer. Indian ink, alternative form of India ink. Indian inks, plural of Indian ink. Indian lemonade, synonym of sumacade. Indian licorice, the woody leguminous climbing plant Abruz precatorius. Indian licorices, plural of Indian licorice. Indian lilac, neem tree as a Duracia indica. Indian lilacs, plural of Indian lilac. Indian licorice, alternative spelling of Indian licorice. Indian licorices, plural of Indian licorice. Indian madder, Rubia cordifolia mungete, now widely distributed at tropical and subtropical latitudes in eastern and southern Africa and Asia, growing at elevations up to 3,500 meters. Indian mahoganies, plural of Indian mahogany. Indian mahogany, any tree or the wood from two species of trees in the family Meliaceae. Indian meal moth, Plodia interpunctella, a species of moth that feeds on dried foods, especially nuts and fruit. Indian meal moths, plural of Indian meal moth. Indian millet, Durus sorghum bicolor. Indian millets, plural of Indian millet. Indian mulberries, plural of Indian mulberry. Indian mulberry, a small tree of the madder family found from India to Australasia, characterized by shiny leaves, white flowers, and fleshy, yellowish fruit. Orinthis citrifolia. Indian mustard, mustard grains. Indian mina, Acridothers tristes, an omnivorous open woodland bird of the family Sternidae with a strong territorial instinct that has adapted extremely well to urban environments. Indian minas, plural of Indian mina. Indian nard, spinard. Indian nards, plural of Indian nard. Indian nightjar, Capra mulbus asiaticus, a common species of nightjar perching bird found in southern and southeastern Asia. Indian Ocean, the ocean separating Africa, southern Asia, Australia, and Antarctica. Indian ox, Abu. Indian oxen, plural of Indian ox. Indian paint pot, a concave, iron oxide containing mineral concretion such as red shale which sheds a chalky, reddish debris when wet and rubbed, often found along beaches. Indian paint pots, plural of Indian paint pot. Indian paint rock, synonym of Indian paint pot. Indian paint rocks, Plural of Indian paint rock. Indian paintbrush, a herbaceous perennial plant of the genus Castellaria. Indian paint pot, alternative form of Indian paint pot. Indian paint pots, plural of Indian paint pot. Indian pangolin, a pangolin of species Manis crassicaudata. Indian pangolins, plural of Indian pangolin. Indian pariah dog, a landrace of dog native to the Indian subcontinent. Indian pariah dogs, plural of Indian pariah dog. Indian pea, synonym of chickling vetch. Indian peacock, Pavo cristatus, a species of peacock native to the Indian subcontinent. Indian peacocks, plural of Indian peacock. Indian peacocks, plural of Indian peacock. Indian peafowl, Pavo cristatus, a common, brightly colored peafowl native to South Asia. Indian peninsula, a peninsula located within the southern tip of India. Indian pipe, a white mica heterotrophic herb, Monotropa uniflora, of the family Ericaceae. Indian pipes, plural of Indian pipe. Indian plum, Onleria cerciformis, a shrub in the rose family, native to the Pacific coast of North America. Indian plums, plural of Indian plum. Indian poker, a form of poker where each player sees all cards but his own. Indian pond, a neighborhood of Conception Bay South, Newfoundland, and Labrador, Canada. Indian potato, any of several kinds of North American plants with edible, starchy bulbs or other underground structures, such as Mariposa lilies, groundnuts, etc., especially. Indian potatoes, plural of Indian potato. Indian pudding, a traditional New England dessert based on hasty pudding but with cornmeal replacing wheat, milk replacing water, and additional sweeteners and spices. Indian puddings, plural of Indian pudding. Indian red, any of a variety of red or purple pigments containing ferric oxide found in natural earth or made by chemical methods like calcinating green copperas. Indian reds, plural of Indian red. Indian reali, a sport developed by the Prairie Amarant/Great Plains Indians where competitors race thrice around a horse track bareback on horses where the racer must jump off one horse and onto another at the end of each lap. Indian relish, alternative form of India relish. Indian relishes, plural of Indian relish. Indian Revenue Service, a civil service that is primarily responsible for collecting and administering direct and indirect taxes. Indian rhino, Indian rhinoceros. Indian rhinoceros, a rhinoceros of species Rhinoceros unicornis in the family Rhinoceratidae. Indian rhinoceroses, plural of Indian rhinoceros. Indian rhinos, plural of Indian rhino. Indian rhubarb, Dharmara peltata, a slow-spreading rhizomatous perennial flowering plant native to mountain streamsides in woodland in the western United States. Indian ricegrass, a bunchgrass and wild grain native to western North America. Eriacoma hymenoides, sin, or Zopsis hymenoides. Indian ricegrasses, plural of Indian ricegrass. Indian River, a river in Barbados. Indian River County, one of 67 counties in Florida, United States. County seat, Vero Beach. Indian Rajak, a dish of fritters, potatoes, hard-boiled eggs, etc. served with a spicy peanut sauce. Indian roller, Coracius benghalensis, a bird that occurs widely from West Asia to the Indian subcontinent. Indian rollers, plural of Indian roller. Indian rope trick, a magic trick said to have been performed in and around India during the 19th century, involving the climbing of a rope that appears to rise unsupported into the air. Indian rope tricks, plural of Indian rope trick. Indian rugburn, synonym of Indian sunburn. Indian rummy, alternative letter case form of Indian rummy. Indian rummy, a certain Indian variant of rummy with 13 cards dealt to each player. Indian runner, a domestic duck of a particular breed that stand erect like penguins and run rather than waddling. Indian runners, plural of Indian runner. Indian saffron, synonym of turmeric. Indian sandalwood, a species of sandalwood santalum album, the most commonly known source of sandalwood. Indian sandalwoods, plural of Indian sandalwood. Indian sarsaparilla, a plant of species Hemianthus indicus found in South Asia, the root of which is used as a substitute for sarsaparilla. Indian sign, a curse causing loss of willpower or persistent bad luck. Indian signs, plural of Indian sign. Indian skimmer, Rhynchops albicales, a skimmer of southern Asia. Indian skimmers, plural of Indian skimmer. Indian Spitz, a Spitz-type dog breed belonging to the utility group. Indian Spitzes, plural of Indian Spitz. Indian spotted creeper, a small passerine bird of the species Salpornis spilinota. Indian spotted creepers, plural of Indian spotted creeper. Indian Springs, a census-designated place in Clark County, Nevada, United States. Indian star tortoise, the Tortoise Geochelon elegans. Indian star tortoises, plural of Indian star tortoise. Indian strawberries, plural of Indian strawberry. Indian strawberry, a plant Pittsentilla indica, native to India, that produces a fruit resembling a strawberry. Indian stream, ellipsis of Republic of Indian stream. Indian stream republic, alternative form of Republic of Indian stream. Indian studies, synonym of Indology. Indian style, cross-legged. Indian subcontinent, alternative letter case form of Indian subcontinent. Indian subcontinent, the landmass south of the Himalayas projecting into the Indian Ocean, sometimes also including nearby islands, the land on the Indian plate. Indian summer, a stretch of sunny and warm, often hazy, days during late autumn. Indian summers, plural of Indian summer. Indian sunburn, the prank of grabbing a victim's forearm in both hands and twisting the skin in opposite directions. Indian sunburns, plural of Indian sunburn. Indian swiftlet, Aerodromus unicolor, a species of swiftlet bird. Indian swiftlets, plural of Indian swiftlet. Indian taco, a dish made of fried bread topped with ingredients such as beans, cheese, and lettuce. Indian tacos, plural of Indian taco. Indian tapir, synonym of Malayan tapir. Indian thistle, a thistle of species Cirsium eduale. Indian thistles, plural of Indian thistle. Indian tick typhus, synonym of Boutonniere fever. Indian thyme, alternative letter case form of Indian time. Indian time, a notional/cultural system of time which others sometimes derogatorily ascribe to Indians' Native American culture and which they sometimes jocularly ascribe to themselves to account for their supposed tendency to be leisurely, not rigorous about scheduling, and often very early or very tardy. Indian 10. Thick. Indian turnip. Aricema triphyllum. Indian turnips, plural of Indian turnip. Indian warrior, the flowering plant Pedicularis densiflora. Indian wax scale, scale insect from South Asia that makes argent wax Ceroplast cerophorus. Indian wells, a place in the United States. Indian wheat, maize or Indian corn. Indian whistling duck, synonym of lesser whistling duck. Indian whistling ducks, plural of Indian whistling duck. Indian wild ass, a subspecies of the Asiatic wild ass Equus hemianus cur, formerly ranging from southeastern Iran to western India but now restricted to a relict population in Rann of Kutch, Gujarat. Indian wild asses, plural of Indian wild ass. Indian wolf, Canis lupus palaps, a subspecies of gray wolf that ranges from southwest Asia to the Indian subcontinent, intermediate in size between the Himalayan wolf and the Arabian wolf, and lacking the luxuriant winter coat of the former. Indian wolves, plural of Indian wolf. Indian wrestle, to stand with the lateral side of one's usually right foot touching the lateral side of his opponent's right foot and with his right hand clasping his opponent's, and to attempt to force his opponent to lose balance to the extent the latter's right foot moves even as his opponent does the same to him. Indian wrestle, simple past and past participle of Indian wrestle. Indian wrestles. Third person singular simple present indicative of Indian wrestle. Indian wrestling, present participle and gerund of Indian wrestle. Indian yellow, the pigment euxanthin. Indian's dream, the fern Aspedotes densa. Indian American, an American of Indian ancestry or extraction. Indian Americans, plural of Indian American. Indiana, a place name. Indiana, Myodes sodalis, a medium-sized mouse-eared bat native to North America. Indiana nets, plural of Indiana bat. Indiana County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Indiana. Indiana Jones, an expert in some scholarly subject who makes daring explorations. Indiana Joneses, plural of Indiana Jones. Indiana Jonesesque, reminiscent or characteristic of the Indiana Jones character or franchise. Indiana Jonesian, synonym of Indiana Jonesesque. Indiana State, ellipsis of Indiana State University. Indianate, a variety of Howazate found in Indiana. Indianan, synonym of Hoosier, a native or inhabitant of Indiana. Indianans, plural of Indianan. Indianapolis, the capital city of India, United States, and the county seat of Marion County, with which the city is consolidated. Indianapolitan, of or from Indianapolis. Indianapolitans, plural of Indianapolitan. Indianeer, an Indiaman vessel. Indianeers, plural of Indianeer. Indianesque, reminiscent of India or its culture, artworks, etc. Indianess, a female Indian, a woman from India. Indianesses, plural of Indianness. Indianhood, the quality of being Indian. Indian, a native or resident of the state of Indiana in the United United States of America. Indians, plural of Indian. Indianization, the act, process, or result of Indianizing. Indianize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of Indianize. Indianized, simple past and past participle of Indianize. Indianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Indianize. Indianizing. Present participle and gerund of Indianize. Indianizam, a word or phrase peculiar to a language spoken in India, such as Indian English. Indianisms, plural of Indianism. Indianess, a proponent of Indianism. Indianists, plural of Indianists. Indianization, alternative spelling of Indianization. Indianize, to make Indian. Indianized, simple past and past participle of Indianize. Indianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Indianize. Indianizing, present participle and gerund of Indianize. Indianas. The quality of being Indian. Indianoi, a person of a natural evolutionary origin in the Indian subcontinent and anthropologically sharing much genetic history with Caucasoids. Indianoids, plural of Indianoid. Indianoa, a census-designated place near Eureka, Humboldt County, California, United States. Indians, plural of Indian. India-rubber, alternative form of India-rubber. India-rubbers. Plural of India-rubber. Indias, plural of India. Indi, a branch of the Indo-European family of languages comprising Sanskrit and its modern descendants such as Bengali, Hindi, Urdu, and Punjabi. Indic script, Indian script with the structure of the Brahmic script or one of its descendants. Indic, abbreviation of indication. Indica, any of the indica subspecies of the rice Oryza sativa, which, unlike the japonica or Sinica subspecies, are non-sticky and long-grained. Indicability, the condition of being indicable. Indicable, such that there exists a homomorphism from it to letter 2124, the integers. Indican, an alkaloid found in Plantago indica. Indica, indexical. Indicamine, synonym of lagersromine. Indican, a glycoside obtained from plants of genus Indigofera, the source of natural indigo dye. Indicans, plural of indican. Indicate, indicative, that points out. Indicans, plural of indicant. Indicanuria, the presence of unusual amounts of indican in the urine. Indicanurias, plural of indicanuria. Indicas, plural of indica. Indicatable, that can be indicated. Indicate, to point out. To discover, to direct to a knowledge of, to show, to make known. Indicative, simple past and past participle of indicate. Indicated airspeed, the airspeed displayed by an aircraft's airspeed indicator based on measurements from the Pitot static system, the airspeed used by pilots in air traffic control when flying and controlling aircraft. Indicated airspeeds, Plural of indicated airspeed. Indicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of indicate. Indicatus. Second person singular simple present indicative of indicate. Indicateth. Third person singular simple present indicative of indicate. Indicating. Present participle and gerund of indicate. Indication. An act of pointing out or indicating. Indicational. Relating to indication. Indications. Plural of indication. Indicative. Serving as a sign, indication, or suggestion of something. Indicative conditional. A type of conditional statement in natural language that expresses a relationship between two propositions and used to convey the situation where the truth of one proposition the antecedent suggests or implies the truth of another proposition the consequent. Indicative conditionals. Plural of indicative conditional. Indicative mood. The mood of a verb used in ordinary, factual, or objective statements. Indicative moods. Plural of indicative mood. Indicative planning. A form of economic planning based on imperfect information, employing grants, subsidies, and other influences, but not imposing mandatory quotas. Indicative vote. A vote with no legal implication, a vote to test the prevalent mood in a given body of members. Indicative votes. Plural of indicative vote. Indicatively. In an indicative manner. Indicativeness. The state or condition of being indicative. Indicatives. Plural of indicative. Indicator. A pointer or index that indicates something. Indicator card. A diagram showing engine pressure and changes in volume. Indicator cards. Plural of indicator card. Indicator diagram. Pressure volume diagram. Indicator diagrams. Plural of indicator diagram. Indicator function. A function which is equal to 1 for all points in its domain which belong to a given set and is equal to 0 for all points in the domain which do not belong to that given set. Indicator functions. Plural of indicator function. Indicator lamp. Synonym of indicator light. Indicator lamps. Plural of indicator lamp. Indicator light. An illuminated device that visually communicates a single piece of information. Indicator lights. Plural of indicator light. Indicator variable. A binary variable whose value of 0 or 1 indicates which category an individual falls into. Indicator variables. Plural of indicator variable. Indicatorid. Any member of the Indicatoridae, the honey guides. Indicatorids. Plural of indicatorid. Indicators. Plural of indicator. Indicatory. That indicates, signifies, or implies. Indicatrices. Plural of indicatrix. Indicatrix. An ellipsoid whose 3 axes represent the refractive indices of an anisotropic crystal for light following different directions with respect to the crystal axis. Indicavet. A writ of prohibition against proceeding in the spiritual court in certain cases, when the suit belongs to the common law courts. Indicats. Plural of indicavit. Indicaxanthin. A certain pigment found in beets. Endus. Index. Indices. Plural of index. Indices verborum. Plural of index verborum. Indea. Plural of indicium. Indicial. of or pertaining to an indicia, indicative. Indicias, plural of indicia. Indicible, indescribable. Indicine, a particular steroid glycoside. Indicium, an indication, a sign. Indiciums, plural of indicium. Indico, obsolete spelling of indigo. Indicolactone, a natural produce, which is a sorrel and ether derivative with EUPAC name 9-E3-methyl-4,4-methyl-5-oxo-2-H-furan-2-il, but 2-inoxy-furo-3-2-G chrome 7-1. Indicolite, an indigo blue variety of tourmaline. Indicolites, plural of indicolite. Indicosi, a particular steroid glycoside. Indict, to accuse of wrongdoing. Charge. Indict a ham sandwich, to charge someone with a crime with ease, despite the innocence of the accused party, a lack of evidence to secure an indictment, etc. Indictability, the quality of being indictable. Indictable, subjecting one to an indictment of an act. Indictable offense, an offense which can only be tried on an indictment after a preliminary hearing to determine whether there is a prima facie case to answer or by a grand jury, in contrast to a summary offense. Indictable offenses, plural of indictable offense. Indictably, subject to indictment. Indicted, simple past and past participle of indict. Indictee, a person who is indicted. Indictees, plural of indictee. Indictor, someone who indicts. Indictors, plural of indictor. Indicting, present participle and gerund of indict. Indiction, a fiscal period of 15 years instituted by Constantine in 313 CE, but counting from 1st September 312, used throughout the Middle Ages as a way of dating events, documents, etc. Indictions, plural of indiction. Indictive, proclaimed, declared, public. Indictment, an official formal accusation for a criminal offense or the process by which it is brought to a jury. Indictments, plural of indictment. Indictor, someone who indicts. Indictors, plural of indictor. Indicts, third person singular simple present indicative of indict. Indicusin, a particular steroid glycoside. And that, being of the racial group of the majority of the Indian subcontinent, a subgroup of Caucasoid. Indite, any chemical compound of indium and a more electropositive element. And that, plural of indi. It, alternative form of indie, the independent newspaper. Indie folk, a genre of folk music influenced by indie rock. Indie pop, a genre of pop music that has little mainstream appeal and is influenced by alternative rock or indie rock. Indie rock, a genre of modern rock, originally synonymous with alternative rock, but now referring to a specific style of popular rock music. Indie-like, almost indie, similar to indie phenomena such as indie rock. Indiedom, the realm or sphere of indie music, films, video games, etc. Indinas, quality of being indie. Idem, a type of elaborately patterned textile produced in Europe between the 17th and 19th centuries. Andes, the East Indies, including India, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and adjacent lands. Indie-tronica, a musical genre combining elements of indie, electronica, rock, and pop music. Indie, independent films made outside of the traditional Hollywood studio system, usually with a low budget. Indifference, the state of being indifferent. Indifference curve, a graph showing different bundles of goods, each measured as to quantity, between which a consumer is indifferent. Indifference curves, plural of indifference curve. Indifferences, plural of indifference. Indifferencies, plural of indifferency. Indifferency, impartiality, fairness, disinterestedness. Indifferent, ambivalent, unconcerned, uninterested, apathetic. Indifferentiability, the condition of the indifferentiable. Indifferentiable, unable to be differentiated. Indifferentiate, to make less distinct, to obscure any differentiation. Indifferentiated, simple past and past participle of indifferentiate. Indifferentiates, third person singular simple present indicative of indifferentiate. Indifferentiating, present participle and gerund of indifferentiate. Indifferentiation, a lack of differentiation in the senses. Indifferentiations, plural of indifferentiation. Indifferentism, the doctrine that all religions are equally valid. Indifferentisms, plural of indifferentism. Indifferentis, an advocate of indifferentism. Indifferentistic, expressing or relating to indifferentism. Indifferentists, plural of indifferentists. Indifferently, in an indifferent manner. Indifferentness, the quality of being indifferent. Indifference, plural of indifferent. Indiffusible, that is not diffused. Indeficient, a brown amorphous powder obtained from indicant. Indify, change a particular functionality to use invoke dynamic calls. Indigang, indium hydride in H3. Indigen, an indigene or native. Indigena, a native, local, indigenous, inhabitant, aboriginal. Indigene, plural of indigena. Indigenal, indigenous. Indigence, extreme poverty or destitution. Indigences, plural of indigence. Indigencies, plural of indigency. Indigency, alternative form of indigence. Indigene, indigenous. Indigenate, plural of indigeneity. Indigeneity, quality of being indigenous, membership of an indigenous group. Indigenes, plural of indigene. Indigeneship, the status of being an indigene, native status. Indigenization, alternative spelling of indigenization. Indigenizations, plural of indigenization. Indigenize, alternative form of indigenize. Indigenized, simple past and past participle of indigenize. Indigenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of indigenize. Indigenizing, present participle and gerund of indigenize. Indigenism, any of various socio-political ideologies promoting the interests of indigenous peoples. Indigenisms, plural of indigenism. Indigenous, supporting indigenous people or beliefs. Indigeneste, synonym of indigenous. Indigenous, plural of indigenous. Indigeneity, indigenousness. Indigenization, the act of making something or someone more indigenous, adaptation to native or local culture. Indigenizations, plural of indigenization. Indigenize, to bring something under the control or influence of an indigenous people. Indigenized, simple past and past participle of indigenize. Indigenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of indigenize. Indigenizing, present participle and gerund of indigenize. Indigenocide, the systematic or targeted destruction of the indigenous people of a place, especially Australia. Indigenocides, plural of indigenocide. Indigenous, alternative letter case form of indigenous native, relating to the native inhabitants of a land. Indigenous Australian, a person of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander descent. Indigenous Australians, plural of Indigenous Australian. Indigenous Canadian, an Indigenous person of Canada belonging to either the First Nations, Inuit or Métis ethnic peoples, and Indian. Indigenous Canadians, plural of Indigenous Canadian. Indigenous medicine, synonym of folk medicine. Indigenous medicines, plural of indigenous medicine. Indigenous Peoples Day, the second Monday in October, a holiday in the United States that honors the indigenous peoples of the Americas and celebrates their history and culture. In many states and other localities, the holiday is variously observed in place of Columbus Day or along with it. Indigenously, in an indigenous way. Indigenousness, the quality or state of being indigenous. Indigenousness, plural of indigenousness. Indigents, plural of indigen. Indigent, poor, destitute, in need. Indigently, in an indigent manner. Indigents, plural of indigent. Indigest, crude, undigested, upset, unformed, unorganized. Indigested, not resolved, not regularly disposed and arranged, unmethodical, crude. Indigestedness, the state or quality of being indigested, crudeness. Indigestibility, the state of being indigestible. Indigestible, difficult or impossible to digest. Indigestibleness, indigestibility, the quality of being indigestible. Indigestibles, plural of indigestible. Indigestibly, such that it cannot be digested. Indigesting, failing to digest. Indigestion, a condition of heartburn, nausea, or other stomach-related pain, sometimes caused by eating too quickly. Indigestions, plural of indigestion. Indigestive, having or relating to indigestion, dyspeptic. Indigestly, in an indigest manner. Indigests, plural of indigest. Inded, alternative form of indigene. Indigens, plural of indigen. Indigeride, A monoclinic snow-white mineral containing aluminum, carbon, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Indigirka, a river in Sakha, Russia. Indigitate, to proclaim, declare. Indigitated, simple past and past participle of indigitate. Indigitates, third person singular simple present indicative of indigitate. Indigitating, present participle and gerund of indigitate. Indigitation, the act of pointing out with or as if with the finger, indication. Indigitation, plural of indigitation. Indeblucin, the variety of sugar glucose obtained from the glucoside indican. In 9, unworthy, undeserving. Indignance, indignation. Indignancies, plural of indignancy. Indignancy, indignation. Indignant, showing anger or indignation, especially at something unjust or wrong. Indignantly, in an indignant manner. Indignatio, a closing of a speech intended to arouse negative emotion toward an accused or an opponent and the actions or proposal at issue. Indignation, an anger aroused by something perceived as an indignity, notably an offense or injustice. Indignations, plural of indignation. Indignify, simple past and past participle of indignify. Indignifies, third person singular simple present indicative of indignify. Indigify, to treat with disdain or indignity, to contemn. Indigifying, present participle and gerund of indignify. Indigites, plural of indignity. Indigite, degradation, debasement, or humiliation. Indignely, in an unworthy manner. Indigo, a purplish blue color. Indigo bird, alternative form of indigo bird. Indigo birds, plural of indigo bird. Indigo blue, the synthetic dye indigotin used to replace natural indigo. Indigo brown, a brown resinous substance found in crude indigo. Indigo bunting, a blue bunting of North America, Passerina cyanea. Indigo bunting, plural of indigo bunting. Indigo bush, a shrub of any of several genera in the Fabaceae family, including indigo bushes, plural of indigo bush. Indigo carmine, synonym of indigotin. Indigo child, a child believed to be the next stage of human evolution, believed to have paranormal abilities like telepathy, or to be more empathic, independent, and creative than his or her peers. Indigo children, plural of indigo child. Indigo copper, covalite. Indigo red, a dyestuff, isomeric with indigo blue, obtained from crude indigo as a dark brown amorphous powder. Indigo snake, a snake of the genus Trimarchin, species of which are found in the southeastern U.S., Texas, and northern South America. Indigo snakes, plural of indigo snake. Indigo white, a white crystalline powder obtained by reduction from indigo blue and by oxidation easily changed back to it. Indigoberries, plural of indigoberry. Indigoberry, any of the genus Renia of shrubs and small trees. Indigobird, any of various African passerine birds of the family Viduidae. Indigobirds, plural of indigobber. Indigobush, alternative form of indigo bush. Indigocarmine, alternative form of indigo carmine. Indigodine, misspelling of indigoidine. Indigos, plural of indigo. Indigophorus, yielding indigo. Indonesian, indigo white. Indigogene, alternative form of indigogen indigo white. Indigogenic, that generates indigotin or indigo. Indidoid, having a structure related to indigotin. Indigoidine, a blue pigment found in Vogella indigofera and certain other bacteria. Indigoids, plural of indigoid. Indigolite, alternative form of indicolite. Indigolites, plural of indigolite. Indigorubin, alternative form of indigrubin. Indigos, plural of indigo. Indigotate, any salt or ester of indigotic acid. Indigotates, plural of indigotate. Indigotic, pertaining to or derived from indigo. Indigotic acid, synonym of nitrosalicylic acid. Indidotin, a dark blue compound that is the principal dye found in indigo. Indigotine, alternative form of indigotin. Indigotines, plural of indigotine. Indigotins, plural of indigotin. Indigrubin, earthen. Indihuman, a brown amorphous substance resembling human and obtained from indican. Indigesters, indigestion. Indilatory, not dilatory. Indiligence, lack of diligence. Indiligent, not diligent, idle, slothful. Indiminishable, incapable of being diminished. And then, a dark red crystalline substance, isomeric with and resembling indigo blue, and obtained from isotide and dioxindole. Indinavir, an antiretroviral drug CHN504 of the protease inhibitor class that is used in the form of its sulfate in combination with antiretroviral drugs such as zidovudine to treat HIV-infected patients. Idaho, a city in Riverside County, California, United States. Idaho Hills, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Idaho's plural of indio. Indese, a particular steroid glycoside. Imira, name of Hindu goddess Lakshmi. Indirect, not direct. Indirect anagram, a cryptic device forbidden in most publications in which the word to be anagrammed is not present in the wordplay. Indirect anagrams, plural of indirect anagram. Indirect cost, any cost that is not directly accountable to a cost object such as a particular project, facility, function, or product. They include administration, personnel, and security costs. Indirect costs, plural of indirect cost. Indirect die, adjective die. Indirect election, an election process in which elected persons directly elected by voters who will then vote and elect their choice of president. Indirect elections. Plural of indirect election. Indirect fire. The aiming and firing of a projectile without relying on a direct line of sight between the weapon and its target, especially at either very close ranges such as mortar fire or very far ranges up to the limits of artillery range. The trajectories involved are steeper. Indirect free kick. A free kick from which a goal may be scored only after the ball has been played by at least one other player. Indirect free kicks. Plural of indirect free kick. Indirect kiss. The act of kissing an object that someone else kissed recently, symbolizing a kiss between the two people. Indirect kisses. Plural of indirect kiss. Indirect maternal death. A pregnancy-related death in a female patient with a pre-existing or newly developed health problem. Indirect maternal deaths. Plural of indirect maternal death. Indirect object. A grammatical role of a detransitive verb that manifests a secondary or passive participant in an action, often a recipient or goal. Indirect objects. Plural of indirect object. Indirect predation. A non-consumptive suppression of prey by a predator. Indirect procurement. The procurement of goods and services that are not directly related to manufacturing, such as those used for maintenance and supplies that are consumed in the production process. Indirect question. A question asked in an indirect way, either as a statement, for example, I'd like to know how much I would earn, or enclosed in another question, for example, could you tell me how much I would earn? Indirect questions. Plural of indirect question. Indirect quotation. An utterance in which one person states what someone else said, but framed as an object within a larger clause without quotation marks when in written form and sometimes, but not necessarily, repeating their exact words verbatim. Indirect quotations. Plural of indirect quotation. Indirect red card. Synonym of second yellow card. Indirect red cards. Plural of indirect red card. Indirect report. An employee who is indirectly under the supervision of a particular manager. Indirect reports. Plural of indirect report. Indirect speech. Reported speech. Indirect tax. A tax that is levied upon goods and services before they reach the customer, who ultimately pays the indirect tax as a part of the market price of the goods or services purchased. Indirect taxes. Plural of indirect tax. Indirect transitive. Taking an indirect object. Indirected. Lacking direction, aimless. Indirecting. Present participle and gerund of indirect. Indirection. An indirect action or process. Indirections. Plural of indirection. Indirective. Relating to a construct in some languages that indicates whether there is evidence for a given statement, without specifying the source of knowledge, i.e. whether it is from hearsay, inference, or perception. Indirectivity. Quality of being indirective. Indirectly. In an indirect manner. Indirectness. The condition of being indirect. Indirectnesses. Plural of indirectness. Indirects. Plural of indirect. Indiretin. A dark brown resinous substance obtained from indican. Indirigibility. The quality or state of being indirigible or unsteerable. Indirigible. Not dirigible. Indurban. A substance isomeric with and resembling indigo blue, a component of Tyrian purple. Indurubinoi. Any derivative of indurubin, especially one present in Tyrian purple. Indurubinoids. Plural of indurubinoi. Indurubins. Plural of indurubin. Indiscernibilities, plural of indiscernibility. Indiscernibility, the state or characteristic of being indiscernible, inability to be observed. Indiscernibility of identicals, the principle that if two objects are absolutely identical, then they must be indistinguishable from one another with respect to all of their properties. Indiscernible, not capable of being discerned or perceived. Indiscernibleness, synonym of indiscernibility. Indiscernibles, plural of indiscernible. Indiscernibly, in a way that cannot be discerned. Indiscernibility, the state or quality of being indiscernible. Indiscernible, not discernible, inseparable. Indiscernibly, in an indiscernible manner. Indiscernibility, the state or quality of being indiscernible. Indiscernible, alternative form of indiscernible. Indisciplinable, not disciplinable, impossible to discipline. Indisciplinarity, alternative form of undisciplinarity. Indisciplinary, alternative form of undisciplinary. Indiscipline, lack of discipline. Indisciplined, alternative form of undisciplined. Indisciplines, plural of indiscipline. Indiscoverable, unable to be discovered, undiscoverable, not discoverable. Indiscoverably, so that it cannot be discovered. Indiscovery, lack of discovery. Indiscreet, not discreet, lacking in discretion. Indiscreeter, comparative form of indiscreet, more indiscreet. Indiscretus, superlative form of indiscreet, most indiscreet. Indiscreetly, in an indiscreet manner. Indiscreetness, indiscretion. Indiscreetnesses, plural of indiscreetness. Indiscreet, not discreet mathematically. Indiscreetly, in an indiscreet manner. Indiscretion, the quality or state of being indiscreet, lack of discretion. Indiscretional, being or relating to an indiscretion. Indiscretions, plural of indiscretion. Indiscriminable, that cannot be discriminated or distinguished from another. Indiscriminate, non-standard form of indiscriminate. Indiscriminately, misspelling of indiscriminately. Indiscriminate, not marked by discrimination or discernment, by extension confused, promiscuous. Indiscriminately, in an indiscriminate manner. Indiscriminateness, the state of being indiscriminate. Indiscriminating, indiscriminate. Indiscriminatingly, in an indiscriminating manner. Indiscrimination, lack of discrimination or distinction, impartiality. Indiscriminations, plural of indiscrimination. Indiscriminative, making no distinction, not discriminating, indiscriminate. Indiscriminatively, in an indiscriminative manner. Indiscriminatorily, without discrimination, in an indiscriminatory way. Indiscriminatory, that does not discriminate. Indiscussable, alternative form of undiscussable. Indiscuss, not discussed. Indiscussable, impossible to discuss. Indisitron, a serotonin antagonist. Indispensabilities, plural of indispensable. indispensability. Indispensability, the characteristic of being indispensable. Indispensable, not admitting ecclesiastical dispensation, not subject to release or exemption, that cannot be allowed by bending the canonical rules. Indispensable nation, the one nation that supposedly keeps the world affairs in check via its economic and military power. Indispensable nations, plural of indispensable nation. Indispensableness, the characteristic of being indispensable, indispensability. Indispensables, plural of indispensable. Indispensably, in an indispensable manner, such that one cannot do without it. Indispensable, misspelling of indispensable. Indisperse, to disperse within or throughout. Indispersed, not dispersed. Indisperses, third person singular simple present indicative of indisperse. Indispersing, present participle and gerund of indisperse. Indisposable, not disposable. Indispose, to render unfit or unsuited, to disqualify. Indisposed, mal indisposedly, in an indisposed state or manner. Indisposedness, the condition or quality of being indisposed. Indisposes, third person singular simple present indicative of indispose. Indisposing, present participle and gerund of indispose. Indisposition, a mild illness, the state of being indisposed. Indispositions, plural of indisposition. Indisputability, the property of being indisputable. Indisputable, not disputable, not open to question, obviously true. Indisputableness, the property of being indisputable. Indisputably, in a manner that is incapable of being disputed or argued against. Indisputed, undisputed. Indisputably, alternative form of undisputedly. Indissipable, incapable of being dissipated. Indissociable, not dissociable. Indissociably, a way that does not allow dissociation, having an inextricable link. Indissolubility, the quality or state of being indissoluble. Indissoluble, lasting. Indestructible, not possible to dissolve, disintegrate, or break up. Indissolubleness, the quality of being indissoluble. Indissolubly, in an indissoluble manner, in a manner that is unable to be dissolved. Indissolvable, not dissolvable, incapable of being dissolved or separated. Indissolvableness, the quality of not being dissolvable. Indissuadable, not to be dissuaded. Indissuadably, without the possibility of being dissuaded. Andestancy, lack of distance or separation, nearness. Indistensible, not distensible. Indistillable, undistillable. Indistinct, not clearly defined or not having a sharp outline, faint or dim. Indistinctible, indistinguishable. Indistinction, the fact of not distinguishing or making distinctions, failure to perceive or make a difference. Indistinctions, plural of indistinction. Indistinctive, that has no distinguishing characteristics. Indistinctively, in an indistinct manner. Indistinctiveness, the quality of being indistinctive. Indistinctly, in an indistinct manner. Indistinctness, the property of being indistinct. Indistinctnesses, plural of indistinctness. Indistinguishabilities, plural of indistinguishability. Indistinguishability. The state of being indistinguishable. Indistinguishable, not distinguishable, not capable of being perceived, known, or discriminated as separate and distinct. Indistinguishableness, synonym of indistinguishability, the state or quality of being indistinguishable. Indistinguishables, plural of indistinguishable. Indistinguishably, in an indistinguishable manner, so that separate components or differences cannot be discerned. Indistinguished, indistinct. Indistinguishing, making no difference, indiscriminate, impartial. Indistortable, incapable of being distorted. Indistributable, not distributable. Indisturbance, freedom from disturbance, calmness, repose. Inditch, to bury in or cast into a ditch. Inditch, simple past and past participle of inditch. Inditches, third person singular simple present indicative of inditch. Inditchy, present participle and gerund of inditch. Indite, to physically make letters and words on a writing surface, to inscribe. Indicted, simple past and past participle of indite. Indictment, the product of inditing or composing, a written composition. Indictments, misspelling of indictments. Inditer, one who indicts. Inditers, plural of inditer. Indites, third person singular simple present indicative of indite. Inditing, present participle and gerund of indite. Indel, a chemical element symbol in with an atomic number of 49, is soft silvery white metal. Indium arsenide, a semiconductor binary compound of indium and arsenic in as. Indiums, plural of indium. Indi, abbreviation of individual. Indi, abbreviation of individual. Indivertible, incapable of being diverted. Indivisible, that cannot be divided, indivisible. Individed, not divided. Individu, plural of individuum. Individuability, ability to be individuated, poverty of being individuable. Individuable, able to be individuated. Individual, a person considered alone rather than as belonging to a group of people. Individual medley, a medley swimming race consisting of a single competitor swimming equal distances of 4 different strokes. Individual medleys, plural of individual medley. Individual psychology, a psychological method or science founded by the Viennese psychiatrist Alfred Adler. Individual pursuit, a discipline in track cycling where 2 opposing cyclists start on opposite sides of the track and try to catch their opponent or get a faster time over a predecided distance. Individual sport, a sport which is practiced by 2 opposing individuals or 1 individual rather than a team. Individual sports, plural of individual sport. Individual time trial, A race where each cyclist competes alone against the clock, starting at intervals, and the winner is the one who completes the course in the fastest time. Individual time trials, plural of individual time trial. Individual voluntary arrangement, a formal alternative to bankruptcy involving a flexible contract with creditors. Individual voluntary arrangements, plural of individual voluntary arrangement. Individualhood, the quality or condition of being an individual, individuality. Individualization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of individualization. Individualizations, plural of individualization. Individualize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of individualize. Individualize, simple past and past participle of individualize. Individualizer, alternative form of individualizer. Individualizers, plural of individualizer. Individualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of individualize. Individualizing, present participle and gerund of individualize. Individualism, the tendency for a person to act without reference to others, particularly in matters of style, fashion, or mode of thought. Individualisms, plural of individualism. Individualists, someone who believes in individualism as a sociopolitical system. Individualist anarchism, referring to a number of anarchist schools advocating individualism, i.e. the individual's will and rights over greater society and external institutions. Individualist anarchisms, plural of individualist anarchism. Individualist anarchists, of, supporting, relating to, or advocating individualist anarchism. Individualist anarchists, plural of individualist anarchists. Individualistic, more interested in individual people than in society as a whole. Individualistically, in an individualistic manner. Individualists, plural of individualists. Individualities, plural of individuality. Individuality, the characteristics that contribute to the differentiation or distinction of someone or something from a group of otherwise comparable identity. Individualizable, capable of being individualized. Individualization, the act of individualizing, the state of being individualized. Individualizations, plural of individualization. Individualize, to give something its own individuality, to characterize or differentiate. Individualize, simple past and past participle of individualize. Individualizer, one who individualizes. Individualizers, plural of individualizer. Individualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of individualize. Individualizing, present participle and gerund of individualize. Individualizingly, so as to individualize. Individual, obsolete form of individual. Individuals, plural of individual. Individually, as individuals separately, independently. Individualness, quality of being individual. Individuals, plural of individual. Individuatability, the ability to be individuated, the poverty of being individuatable. Individuatable, able to be individuated. Individuates, to make or cause to appear individual. Individuatable, Alternative spelling of individuatable. Individuated. Simple past and past participle of individuate. Individuates. Third person singular simple present indicative of individuate. Individuating. Present participle and gerund of individuate. Individuation. The process of individuating or individualizing. Individuations. Plural of individuation. Individuative. Pertaining to individuation. Individuator. Someone or something that individuates. Individuators. Plural of individuator. Individuities. Plural of individuity. Individuity. Separate existence, individuality, oneness. Individuum. An indivisible entity. Individuans. Plural of individuum. Indivinity. Lack of divinity or divine power. Indivisibilities. Plural of indivisibility. Indivisibility. The state of being indivisible. The state incapable of being divided. Indivisible. Incapable of being divided. Atomic. Indivisibleness. The state of being indivisible. Indivisibility. Indivisibles. Plural of indivisible. Indivisibly. In an indivisible manner. Indivision. The absence of division, an undivided state. Indivisive. Indivisible. Individual. Pronunciation spelling of individual, representing Victorian London English. Individuals. Plural of individual. Inlamu. A traditional Zulu dance from South Africa in which the dancer lifts one foot over the head and brings it down hard, landing squarely on the downbeat. Indo. Abbreviation of indemnity. Abbreviation of Indian. Indans. Plural of Indian. Indo. A Eurasian person living in or connected with Indonesia, especially historical a person in the former Dutch East Indies who held European legal status but was of mixed Dutch and indigenous Indonesian descent, or a descendant of such a person. Indo. Indo-African. Alternative form of Afro-Indian. Indo-Africans. Plural of Indo-African. Indo-Arabic. Pertaining to the interaction between Indian and Arabic cultures. Indo-Arabic numeral. Synonym of Arabic numeral. Indo-Arabic numerals. Plural of Indo-Arabic numeral. Indo-Aryan. A branch of the Indo-Iranian languages in the Indo-European language family. Indo-Aryanist. A linguist who specializes in studying Indo-Aryan languages. Indo-Aryanists. Plural of Indo-Aryanists. Indo-Aryans. Plural of Indo-Aryan. Indo-Aya. A landmass on Earth consisting of the Indian subcontinent and adjacent parts of East and Southeast Asia, particularly the tropical and subtropical regions. Indo-Asian. Of or pertaining to Indo-Asia. Indo-Asians. Plural of Indo-Asian. Indo-Bangla. Indo-Bangladeshi. Indo-Briton. A person born in India of mixed Indian and British ancestry. Indo-Britons. Plural of Indo-Briton. Indo-Canadian. Canadian with Indian ancestry. Indochina. Alternative spelling of Indochina. Indochinese. Alternative spelling of Indochinese. Indo-European. a major language family which includes many of the native languages of Europe, Western Asia, and India, with notable Indic, Iranian, and European sub-branches. Indo-European studies, the academic study of the Indo-European languages in relation to Proto-Indo-European and sometimes of related humanities. This entry is a translation hub. Indo-Europeanism, a language family and the people who speak them, as well as the hypothetical language from which they are hypothesized to have descended. Indo-Europeanists, a scientist, usually a linguist or anthropologist engaged in Indo-European studies. Indo-Europeanists, plural of Indo-Europeanists. Indo-Europeanization, the arrival or predomination of Indo-European language s in a place. Indo-Europeans, plural of Indo-European. Indo-Gangetic, relating to the rivers Indus and Ganges to the fertile plain of the northern Indian subcontinent which encompasses the drainage basins of said rivers, or to any of certain ancient civilizations associated with the plain. Indo-Germanic, Indo-European, a major language family. Indo-Greek, a proposed branch within the Indo-European language family, of which the Hellenic and Indo-Iranian branches are sub-branches. Indo-Hittite, a hypothetical language family in which the Anatolian and the Indo-European languages are separate branches. Indo-Iranian, a branch of the Indo-European language family, including the Indic and Iranian languages. Indo-Iranianist, a linguist who specializes in studying Indo-Iranian languages. Indo-Iranianists, plural of Indo-Iranianists. Indo-Iranians, plural of Indo-Iranian. Indo-Pacific, of or pertaining to the tropical parts of the Indian Ocean and of the Western Pacific Ocean. Indo-Pacific crocodile, saltwater crocodile. Indo-Pacific humpback dolphin, a species of dolphin Sausa chinensis of the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Indo-Pacific humpback dolphins, plural of Indo-Pacific humpback dolphin. Indo-Pacific tarpon, Megalops cyprinoides, the smaller of the two species of tarpon that inhabits the Indo-Pacific waters. Indo-Pacific tarpons, plural of Indo-Pacific tarpon. Indo-Pak, Indo-Pakistani. Indo-Portuguese, pertaining to India and Portugal. Indo-Semitic, of or relating to both the Indo-European and the Semitic languages, or to a proposed ancestor of both. Indo-Uralic, of or relating to both the Indo-European and the Uralic languages, especially of or pertaining to a proposed language family containing both the Indo-European and the Uralic languages. Indonylene, any of a series of artificial blue dyes used as substitutes for indigo. Indonylenes, plural of Indonylene. Inerta, alternative spelling of Indo-Aryan. Indoasia, alternative form of Indo-Asia. Indosian, alternative form of Indo-Asian. Indosians, plural of Indosian. Ibuprofen, a platelet aggregation inhibitor that acts as a reversible cyclooxygenase inhibitor. MNA, abbreviation of indoctrination. Indocarbazole, alternative form of indolocarbazole. Indocarbazoles, plural of indocarbazole. Inactidazang, any of a class of dyes composed of two indole groups connected by a short and saturated chain of carbon atoms, typically of 3 carbon atoms. Inactidazans, plural of indocarbazianine. Indochina, a peninsula and geographic region of Southeast Asia consisting of the mainland portion, not including islands such as those of Indonesia. Indochinese, of or pertaining to Indochina or its culture or people. Indochinese hog deer, synonym of Indian hog deer. Indochinese hog deers, plural of Indochinese hog deer. Indochini, a tektite originally found in a strewn field of Indochina. Indochinites, plural of Indochinite. Indocibility, the state of being indocible, untamability. Indocible, incapable of being taught or not easily instructed, dull in intellect, intractable. Indocibleness, quality of being indocible. Indocile, unwilling to be taught or instructed, intractable or recalcitrant. Indocilities, plural of indocility. Indocility, the quality or condition of being indocile. Indoctrinability, the state of being open to indoctrination. Indoctrinable, able to be indoctrinated. Indoctrinate, to teach with a biased, one-sided or uncritical ideology, to brainwash. Indoctrinated, simple past and past participle of indoctrinate. Indoctrinati, one who is indoctrinated. Indoctrinatis, plural of indoctrinati. Indoctrinates, third person singular simple present indicative of indoctrinate. Indoctrinating, present participle and gerund of indoctrinate. Indoctrination, the act of indoctrinating or the condition of being indoctrinated. Indoctrinational, of or related to indoctrination. Indoctrinations, plural of indoctrination. Indoctrinator, one who indoctrinates. Indoctrinators, plural of indoctrinator. Indoctrinatory, serving to indoctrinate. Indoctrine, archaic form of indoctrinate. Indoctrined, simple past and past participle of indoctrine. Indoctrine, synonym of indoctrinati. Indoctrines, plural of indoctrini. Indoctrines, third person singular simple present indicative of indoctrine. Indoctrining, present participle and gerund of indoctrine. Indoctrinize, alternative form of indoctrinize. Indoctrinize, simple past and past participle of indoctrinize. Indoctrinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of indoctrinize. Indoctrinizing, present participle and gerund of indoctrinize. Indoctrinization, indoctrination. Indoctrinizations, plural of indoctrinization. Indoctrinize, to indoctrinate. Indoctrinize, simple past and past participle of indoctrinize. Indoctrinizes, third person singular simple present indicative of indoctrinize. Indoctrinizing, present participle and gerund of indoctrinize. Inazeni, any cyanine dye containing an indole group. Inazans, plural of indocyanine. Indicibocyanine, an indocarbocyanine connected by an unsaturated chain of 5 carbon atoms. Indicibocyanes, plural of indocarbocyanine. Indo-European, alternative form of Indo-European. Indo-Europeanist, alternative form of Indo-Europeanist. Indo-Europeanists, plural of Indo-Europeanists. Endogen, a complex nitrogenous radical C8H5 no regarded as the essential nucleus of indigo. Endogeny, any of the derivatives of endogen that contain that groove as a nucleus. Endogenides, plural of endogeny. Endogens, plural of endogen. Endure, a substance resembling indigo blue, obtained artificially from certain isotogen compounds. Indol, alternative form of indole used for derivatives starting with a vowel. Indolactan, any of a group of indolactam alkaloids that activate protein kinase. Indolactams, plural of indolactam. Indolamine, any amine derivative of indole, but especially the neurotransmitter serotonin. Indolamines, plural of indolamine. Indolate, any anion or salt containing such an anion derived from an indole by removal of the hydrogen atom bound to the nitrogen atom. Indolates, plural of indolate. Indole, an organic compound, C8H7N, found in coal tar and produced in the gut by the bacterial decomposition of tryptophan. It is an aromatic bicyclic heterocycle having a benzene ring fused with a pyrrole ring. Indole and its derivatives occur widely in nature and have many industrial applications. Indole alkaloid, an alkaloid that contains an indole structure, a bicyclic structure made up of a 6-membered benzene ring fused to a 5-membered nitrogen-containing pyrrole ring. Indole alkaloids, plural of indole alkaloid. Indolacetamide, the acetamide of indolacetic acid. Indolacetic, of or pertaining to indolacetic acid or its derivatives. Indolacetic acid, an auxin plant hormone, synthesized in leaves that stimulates growth, especially in the presence of ethylene. Indolamide, any carboxamide derivative of an indole. Indolamides, plural of indolamide. Indolamine, any of various indole derivatives as serotonin or tryptamine that contain an amine group. Indolamines, plural of indolamine. Indolcarbamidine, an indole derivative of a carbamidine. Indolcarbamidines, plural of indolcarbamidine. Indolence, habitual laziness or sloth. Indolences, plural of indolence. Indolences, plural of indolency. Indolence, synonym of indolence. Indolni, a bicyclic heterocycle that is an isomer of indole, the double bond of the pyrrole ring being between the nitrogen atom and one of the carbon atoms rather than between the two carbon atoms. A synonym of 3-H-indole. Indolnines, plural of indolnine. Indolent, habitually lazy, procrastinating, or resistant to physical labor. Indolent lesion of epithelial origin, a type of cancerous growth which is malignant but spreads slowly and unlikely to be a serious issue within the lifetime of the victim. Indolently, in an indolent manner. Indopropienamide, a chemical compound with a chemical formula CHN2O. Indolquinone, any of a class of molecules based upon an indole but with 2 additional ketone groups quinone attached to the ring structure. Indolquinones, plural of indolquinone. Indoles, plural of indole. Indolic, of or pertaining to indole or having a similar structure. Indolicidin, an oligopeptide that shows antibacterial activity. Indolicidins, plural of indolicidin. Indolics, plural of indolic. Indolent, a dark resinous substance polymeric with indole obtained by the reduction of indigo white. Indolan, a bicyclic secondary amine consisting of a benzene ring fused to a pyrrolidine 1. Indolans, plural of indoline. Indolenium, a cation or quaternary ammonium compound formed from indole. Indoleniums, plural of indolenium. Indolinum, either of two isomeric ketones derived from indoline, any derivative of these compounds. Indolenons, plural of indolenon. Indolinum, misspelling of indolinium. Indolization, a chemical process that produces indoles. Indolizations, plural of indolization. Indolizidine, a bicyclic heterocycle containing a 6-membered ring fused to a 5-membered ring, one of the bridging atoms being nitrogen, any derivative of this compound, especially several alkaloids. Indolizidines, plural of indolizidine. Indolizan, a bicyclic heterocycle that is an isomer of indole. Indolizans, plural of indolizine. Indomycin, a particular antibacterial drug. Indolocarbazole, any of a class of compounds with potential as anticancer drugs. Indolocarbazoles, plural of indolocarbazole. Indolautoterpene, any compound derived from a diterpene by fusion with an indole. Indolautoterpenes, plural of indolautoterpene. Indological, of or pertaining to indology. Indologists, one who studies indology. Indologists, plural of indologists. Indology, the academic study of the history, culture, and languages of the Indian subcontinent. Indololactone, any of a group of lactones derived from indoles that bind to some proteins. Indololactones, plural of indololactone. Indolone, synonym of oxindole. Indolones, plural of indolone. Indolaquinoline, a tetracyclic heterocycle composed of an indole fused to a quinoline. It is the basis of a class of alkaloids. Indolaquinolines, plural of indolaquinoline. Indolaquinolizidine, a heterocyclic compound composed of an indole fused to a quinolizidine. Indolaquinolizidines, plural of indolaquinolizidine. Indoloterpene, any compound derived from a terpene by fusion with an indole. Indoloterpenes, plural of indoloterpene. Indols, plural of indol. Indoluria, the presence of indole in the urine. Indolol, an indole radical. Indolylacrylyl, the indolyl derivative of the acrylyl article. Indolylcylamine, any indolyl derivative of an alkylamine. Indolylcylamines, plural of indolylcylamine. Indolylglucuronide, any indolyl derivative of a glucuronide. The compound 5-bromo-4-chloro-3-indolylglucuronide is used in histochemical analysis. Indolyls, plural of indolyl. Indomitable, obsolete form of indomitable. Indomalaya, one of the major ecozones of the world, covering Afghanistan, Pakistan, and South and Southeast Asia. Indomalayan, of or relating to Indomalaya. Indomalayan realm, one of the 8 biogeographic realms extending across most of South and Southeast Asia and into the southern parts of East Asia. Indomania, enthusiasm for India or its people or culture. Indomtessin, a compound with anti-inflammatory, antipyretic, and analgesic properties used chiefly to treat rheumatoid arthritis and gout. Indomethacin, alternative form of indomethacin. Indomethacins, plural of indomethacin. Indomitable, that cannot be dominated. Indomitability, the quality of being indomitable. Indomitable, incapable of being subdued, overcome, or vanquished. Indomitable Lions, the Cameroon national football team. Indomitableness, quality of being indomitable. Indomitably, in an indomitable manner. Indomize, untamed. Savage, wild. Indon, abbreviation of Indonesia. Indon, alternative form of Indon. Indonesia, a country and archipelago in maritime Southeast Asia. Official name, Republic of Indonesia since 1950. Capital, Jakarta. Indonesian, of or relating to Indonesia, or its people or language. Indonesian angel shark, Squatina lignota, a species of critically endangered angel shark. Indonesian angel sharks, plural of Indonesian angel shark. Indonesian casher, synonym of Indonesian cinnamon. Indonesian cinnamon, a tree of the species Cinnamomum burbanii. Indonesian leafish, a leafish native to Indonesia, of species Pristolpes grutii. Indonesian leafishes, plural of Indonesian leafish. Indonesian speckled carpet shark, a species of bamboo shark, Hemicillium freycinti. Indonesian speckled carpet sharks, plural of Indonesian speckled carpet shark. Indonesianization, the process or result of Indonesianizing. Indonesianize, to make Indonesian. Indonesianize, simple past and past participle of Indonesianize. Indonesianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Indonesianize. Indonesianizing, present participle and gerund of Indonesianize. Indonesianness, quality of Indonesian. Indonesians, plural of Indonesian. Indonesiaphile, someone who loves Indonesia, i.e. its culture, cuisine, religion, history, or people. Indonesiaphilia, the love for or admiration of Indonesia. Indonesiapho, a person who hates Indonesia. Indonesiaphobia, the fear or hatred of Indonesia. Indonesiaphobic, having a fear or loathing of Indonesia. Indonesia, Indonesian, Indonesia. Indons, plural of Indon. Indoor, situated in or designed to be used in or carried on within the interior of a building. Indoor baseball, a form of baseball played in a gymnasium or similar venue using a soft ball. Indoor lacrosse, synonym of box lacrosse. Indoor plant, any of various species of plants, typically native to rainforest floors and thus requiring low light, that are commonly cultivated for decorative use indoors. Indoor plants, plural of indoor plant. Indoor relief, help given to a pauper in the workhouse. Indoor rowing, A disabled sport that simulates rowing and sculling using rowing machines linked up to create lanes and boats on an electronic course. Events may be against the clock, stroke count limited, or simulated course distances. Against the clock and stroke count limited disciplines use simulated distances for performance, while simulated course distances uses time of completion for performance. Indoor soccer, a five-a-side or six-a-side game derived from association football and adapted to be played in walled hardcourt indoor arenas. Indoor voice, a calm, quiet voice used to avoid disturbing others. Indoor voices, plural of indoor voice. Indoorness, the characteristic of being indoors or of tending to stay indoors, especially when considered undesirable. Indoors, inside, into, or within a building. Indoors voice, alternative form of indoor voice. Indoors voices, plural of indoors voice. Indoorsman, someone who spends much of his time indoors, a couch potato. Indoorsmanship, the state or quality of being an indoorsman. Indoorsman, plural of indoorsmen. Indoorsy, favoring or pertaining to indoor life. Indo-Pacific, misspelling of Indo-Pacific. Indopacom, acronym of Indo-Pacific Command. Indopinol, a particular beta blocker. Indophenol, any of a class of blue or green dyes produced by oxidation of phenols and aromatic diamines. Indophenols, plural of indophenol. Endophile, someone who loves India, Indian culture, its cuisine, religions, its history, or its people. Indophiles, plural of indophile. Indophilia, a love or admiration for India or its people and culture. Indophobe, one who despises India, its culture, or its people. Indophobes, plural of indophobe. Indophobia, a hostility towards the people and culture of the Indian subcontinent. Indophobic, exhibiting or relating to Indophobia. Indopop, Indonesian pop music. Indoprofen, a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug withdrawn in the 1980s after reports of gastrointestinal bleeding. Indormin, a piperidine anhydrnergic agent. Indore, the largest city in Madhya Pradesh, India. Indornate, a tryptamine derivative with anxiolytic, antihypertensive, and anortic effects. Endorsable, archaic form of endorsable. Endorsation, an endorsement. Endorsations, plural of endorsation. Endorse, alternative form of endorse. Endorsed, simple past and past participle of endorse. Endorsee, the person to whom a note or bill is endorsed or assigned by endorsement. Endorsees, plural of endorsee. Endorsement, alternative spelling of endorsement. Endorsements, plural of endorsement. Endorser, alternative form of endorser. Endorsers, plural of endorser. Endorses, third person singular simple present indicative of endorse. Endorsing, present participle and gerund of endorse. Endorser, archaic form of endorser. Endorsers, plural of endorser. Endos, plural of indo. A particular indolosquiterpene. Inosphere, countries and regions in Asia that have been historically influenced by the culture of India. Endosporic, relating to the endosphere. Indospacine, a toxic amino acid, an analog of arginine, found in various plants of the genus Indigofera. Indostan, obsolete form of Hindustan. Indostamen, any fish in the family Indostamidae. Indostameds, plural of indostamen. Indolent, an early photographic process used in the 19th century for reproducing images, particularly maps and plans. Indolence, plural of indotin. Inevitabilizing, an indocarboncyanion connected by an unsaturated chain of 7 carbon atoms. Inevitabilizing, plural of indatricarboncyanion. Indotaphylae, any caecilian of the family Indotaphylidae, which is now known as the Grandisonidae. Indotaphylids, plural of indotaphlid. Endow, obsolete spelling of endow. Endow, simple past and past participle of endow. Endowing, present participle and gerund of endow. Endowment, archaic form of endowment. Endowments, plural of endowment. Endows, third person singular simple present indicative of endow. Indoxacarb, a pesticide that acts against Lepidopteran larvae. Indoxal, a hydroxyl derivative of indole produced by bacterial degradation of indolacetic acid. Indoxylic, of or pertaining to indoxyl. Indoxyls, plural of indoxyl. Indole, a univalent radical derived from an indole. Indivols, abbreviation of Indianapolis. Indra, the god of war and weather, also the king of the gods or Devas and lord of heaven or Svargaloka in Hinduism. Indraft, alternative form of indraft drawing in. Indrafts, plural of indraft. Indramayu, a regency of West Java, Indonesia. Indraft, in particular, an inward flow of air or water. Indrafts, plural of indraft. Idraw, the act or process of drawing inward. Indraw, the act of drawing in and indraft. Indrawing, an inhalation of breath and inspiration. Indrawings, plural of indrawing. Indraw, having been drawn in or inward. Indraws, plural of indraw. Indri, a department of Centre Val de Loire, France. Capital, Cheyrouin C Code 36. Indriette Y, a department of Centre Val de Loire, France. Capital, Tours. Indread, to inwardly dread. Fear or be afraid. Indrench, to sink or immerse, to steep. Indrench, simple past and past participle of indrench. Indrenches, third person singular simple present indicative of indrench. Indrenching, present participle and gerund of indrench. Idru, simple past of indraw. Idrai, one of the largest living lemurs in dry, native to Madagascar. Indrecular, any member of the extinct genus Invigotherium of mammals from the Oligocene and Miocene epochs. Indrecuthers, plural of indricuther. Indred, alternative spelling of indre. Indred, plural of indrid. Indreft, to drift in. Indrifted, simple past and past participle of indrift. Indrifte, present participle and gerund of indrift. Indrefts, plural of indrift. Indi, any lemur in a family indri. Indis, plural of intuit. Indris, plural of indri. Indrises, plural of indris. Indriven, driven inside. Ed, plural of ind. Insol, abbreviation of indesuial. Induin, a subdivision of the Triassic period. Indies, not dubious or doubtful, certain. Indubitable, synonym of without a doubt. Indubitabilities, plural of indubitability. Indubitability, the quality or state of being indubitable. Indubitable, clearly true, providing no possibility of doubt. Indubitableness, the quality of being indubitable. Indubitables, plural of indubitable. Indubitably, in a manner that leaves no possibility of doubt. Indubitate, to bring into doubt, to cause to be doubted. Indubitates, third person singular simple present indicative of indubitate. Mandi, abbreviation of induction. Inducable, alternative form of inducible. Inducably, in an inducible manner. Indus, to lead by persuasion or influence, incite or prevail upon. Inducible, capable of being induced. Endurst, simple past and past participle of induce. Induced abortion, a surgical or medicinal procedure that terminates a pregnancy by removing the fetus, a therapeutic abortion. It is a non-contraceptive form of birth control. Induced abortions, plural of induced abortion. Induced coma, a temporary coma brought on by a controlled dose of an anesthetic drug. Induced comas, plural of induced coma. Induced current, an electric current due to variation in the magnetic field surrounding its conductor. Induced currents, plural of induced current. Induced fission, the process where the nucleus of an atom splits into two or more smaller nuclei, usually when said nucleus absorbs a neutron. Induced lactation, lactation in a woman who has not been pregnant. Induced ovulation, a form of ovulation seen in cats, rabbits, and some other species whereby a female starts ovulating just prior or during mating, unlike cyclical ovulation. Induced voltage, a voltage produced in an electric circuit from a nearby electric field. Induti, one who, or that which is induced. Induces, plural of inducee. Inducement, an incentive that helps bring about a desired state. In some contexts, this can imply bribery. Inducements, plural of inducement. Inducer, one who, or that which induces. Inducerin, any simple signaling compound that can induce cell differentiation. Inducerins, plural of inducerin. Inducers, plural of inducer. Induces, third person singular simple present indicative of induce. Induces, second person singular simple present indicative of induce. Induceth, third person singular simple present indicative of induce. Étudier. A grace period. Inducibilities. Plural of inducibility. Inducibility. The state of being inducible. Inducible. Able to be induced or caused. Inducibly. In an inducible manner. Inducing. Present participle and gerund of induce. Inducingly. So as to induce. Inducive. Tending to induce. Inducing something, or relating to the present participle and gerund of induce. Inducingly. So as to induce. Inducive. Tending to induce, inducing something, or relating to the inducing of something. Induciveness. The condition of being inducive. Inducivity. The quality of being inducive. Induct. To bring in as a member, to make a part of. Inductance. The property of an electric circuit by which a voltage is induced in it by a changing magnetic field. Inductance coil. Synonym of choking coil. Inductance coils. Plural of inductance coil. Inductances. Plural of inductance. Inductive. Simple past and past participle of induct. Inductee. One who, or that which, is inducted. Inductees. Plural of inductee. Inductees. Rendered electropolar by induction or brought into the opposite electrical state by the influence of inductive bodies. Inductibility. Misspelling of inducibility. Inductile, not ductile. Inductility. The quality or state of being inductile. Inducting. Present participle and gerund of induct. Induction. An act of inducting. Induction coil. A transformer that produces a high voltage alternating current pulse from a low voltage direct current supply, especially such a device in the starter motor of an automobile. Induction coils. Plural of induction coil. Induction cooking. Cooking performed using direct induction heating of cooking vessels rather than relying on indirect radiation, convection, or thermal conduction. Induction heater. A heater that employs induction heating. Induction heaters. Plural of induction heater. Induction heating. The heating of an electrical conductor by eddy currents induced by a varying magnetic field. Induction hypothesis. A statement which might be true for any natural number in mathematical induction. Such a statement is proven true for all natural numbers by first proving it for the base case and then proving that each case implies the next. Induction loop. An electromagnetic communication and detection system relying on the fact that a moving magnet will induce an electrical current in a nearby conducting wire. Induction loops. Plural of induction loop. Induction motor. An alternating current motor in which currents in the secondary wiring of the rotor are created by induction from the magnetic field of the primary winding of the stator. Induction motors. Plural of induction motor. Induction oven. An oven that uses electromagnetic induction to generate heat. Induction ovens. Plural of induction oven. Induction program. The process used within many businesses to welcome new employees to the company and prepare them for their new role. Induction programs. Plural of induction program. Inductional. Pertaining to or caused by induction, inductive. Inductionism. The use of induction in scientific reasoning. Inductionless. Lacking induction. Inductions. Plural of induction. Inductive. of or relating to logical induction by generalizing a universal claim or principle from the observed particular instances. Inductive coupling, the transfer of energy from one circuit to another by virtue of the mutual inductance between the circuits. Inductive couplings, plural of inductive coupling. Inductive definition, a recursive definition. Inductive definitions, plural of inductive definition. Inductive effect, an experimentally observable effect of the transmission of charge through a chain of atoms in a molecule by electrostatic induction. Inductive effects, plural of inductive effect. Inductive embarrassment, the delay in signaling on an electric wire produced by lateral induction. Inductive hypothesis, synonym of induction hypothesis. Inductive reasoning, the process of making inferences based upon observed patterns or simple repetition, often used in reference to predictions about what will happen or does happen based upon what has happened. Inductive voltage divider, an autotransformer that has its winding divided into normally 10 equal turn sections so that when an alternating voltage is applied to the whole winding, the voltage across each section is exactly 1/10. Inductive voltage dividers, plural of inductive voltage divider. Inductively, in an inductive manner, by using induction. Inductiveness, the condition of being inductive. Inductivism, the scientific method of developing theories and systems by generalizing from meticulously analyzed data, i.e., by induction. Inductivisms, plural of inductivism. Inductivist, one who subscribes to inductivism. Inductivistic, of or relating to inductivism. Inductivists, plural of inductivists. Inductivities, plural of inductivity. Inductivity, a measure of the capacity for magnetic inductance. Inductomeric, relating to the inductive effect of electron displacement or of the polarization of substituents. Inductometer, an instrument for measuring the degree or rate of electrical induction. Inductometers, plural of inductometer. Inductometric, relating to inductometry. Inductometry, the measurement of induction. Inductophone, a method of train telegraphy. The train carries a circuit including a coil, and messages are picked up by it from coils along the line into which an alternating current is passed. A telephone is used as a receiver in place of a sounder or relay. Inductophones, plural of inductophone. Inductor, a passive device that introduces inductance into an electrical circuit. Inductoria, plural of inductorium. Inductorium, an induction coil. Inductoriums, plural of inductorium. Inductors, plural of inductor. Inductric, relating to electric induction. Inductus, third person singular simple present indicative of induct. Inducture, in gastropod anatomy, a secondary layer of lamellar shell, usually situated along the inner lip of the aperture of a shell, and in some shells extending beyond. Inductory, plural of inductura. Endu, dated form of endue. Endued, simple past and past participle of endue. Endowment, the act of enduing or state of being endued. Endowment, investment. Endowments, endue, third person singular simple present indicative of endue. Individual, a foolish person, especially one whose blundering creates difficulty for others. Individuals, plural of individual. Indui, present participle and gerund of indu. Indulge, to yield to a temptation or desire. Indulgible, able to be indulged. Indulged, having had all desires, wishes, and whims granted, having been brought up lavishly, wanting for nothing. Indulgi, a person who is indulged. Indulges, plural of indulgi. Indulgement, indulgence. Indulgements, plural of indulgement. Indulgence, the act of indulging. Indulgence, simple past and past participle of indulgence. Indulgencer, one who indulges, one who offers indulgence. Indulgencers, plural of indulgencer. Indulgences, plural of indulgence. Indulgencies, plural of indulgency. Indulgencing, present participle and gerund of indulgence. Indulgency, indulgence. Indulgency pattern, plural of indulgency. Indulgencing, present participle and gerund of indulgence. Indulgency, indulgence. Indulgency pattern, a management style in which the manager makes certain concessions to subordinates rather than strictly enforcing every rule. Indulgency patterns, plural of indulgency pattern. Indulgent, disposed or prone to indulge, humor, gratify, or yield to one's own or another's desires, etc., or to be compliant, lenient, or forbearing. Indulgential, relating to the indulgences of the Roman Catholic Church. Indulgently, in an indulgent manner. Indulger, one who indulges. Indulgers, plural of indulger. Indulges, third person singular simple present indicative of indulge. Indulges, second person singular simple present indicative of indulge. Indulge, third person singular simple present indicative of indulge. Indulge, to indulge. Indulges, third person singular simple present indicative of indulgiate. Indulging, present participle and gerund of indulgia. Indulging, present participle and gerund of indulge. Indulgingly, in an indulging manner. Andula, alternative form of indulin. Andulin, any of a series of blue, bluish red, and black dyestuffs formed by the interaction of peramino-azo compounds with primary monoamines in the presence of a small quantity of a mineral acid. Indulins, plural of indulin. Indulins, plural of indulin. Indult, a permission or privilege granted by the church authority that accepts an individual from what is otherwise a norm of church law, such as a release from monastic vows. Indulto, alternative form of indult. Indultos, plural of indulto. Indults, plural of indult. Indument, garment, robe, clothing. Indumenta, plural of indumentum. Indumental, relating to an indumentum. Induments, plural of indument. Indumentum, a surface covering of any kind of trichomes, for example hairs, scales. Endoda, a South African tribal counselor or headman under the king, someone in authority, a boss. Indunes, plural of induna. Indungeon, alternative form of indungeon. Induplicate, having the edges bent abruptly toward the axis, said of the parts of the calyx or corolla in east ovation. Induplicately, in an induplicate manner. Induplication, the quality of being induplicate. Induplicative, having induplicate sepals or petals in east ovation. Endurable, archaic form of endurable. Endurance, obsolete form of endurance. Endurances, plural of endurance. Endurate, to harden or to grow hard. Endurative, simple past and past participle of endurate. Endurateness, quality of being endurate. Endurates, third person singular simple present indicative of endurate. Endurating, present participle and gerund of endurate. Enduration, hardness. Endurations, plural of enduration. Endurative, relating to, causing, or marked by enduration or hardening. Enduritize, to make or become hard-hearted. Enduritize, simple past and past participle of enduritize. Enduritizes, third person singular simple present indicative of enduritize. Enduritizing, present participle and gerund of enduritize. Endure, obsolete spelling of endure. Endure, simple past and past participle of endure. Enduring, present participle and gerund of endure. And thus, a major river in China, India, and Pakistan, rising in Tibet and flowing into the Arabian Sea. Indus civilization, synonym of Indus Valley civilization. Indus Kohistani, a Dardic language spoken in the Kohistan region of Pakistan. Indus River dolphin, a member of species Placenta minor, river dolphins only found in the Indus River in Pakistan. Indus River dolphins, plural of Indus River dolphin. Indus script, an as yet undeciphered corpus of symbols found on some artifacts from the Indus Valley civilization, possibly representing a script of a language. Indus Valley bullfrog, any member of species Hoplobatrachus tigrinus of large frogs found in Pakistan and India. Indus Valley bullfrogs, plural of Indus Valley bullfrog. Indus Valley civilization, alternative spelling of Indus Valley civilization. Indus Valley civilization, a Bronze Age civilization from the Indus River Valley, the Harappan civilization. Indus Valley language, synonym of Harappan language. Memnas, abbreviation of industry. Induya, plural of indusium. Induseo, of pertaining to or containing the petrified cases of the larvae of certain insects. Induse, furnished with an indusium. Indusiate, synonym of indusiate. Induciform, synonym of indusioid. Indusioi, resembling an indusium. Indusium, a protecting membrane, especially that covering the developing spores of a fern. Indusium graecium, a thin layer of gray matter over the dorsal surface of the corpus callosum. Industrio, an unincorporated community in Doddridge County. Indusium graecium, a thin layer of gray matter over the dorsal surface of the corpus callosum. Industrio, an unincorporated community in Doddridge County, West Virginia, United States. Industrial accident, an accident that occurs as the result of industrial work. Industrial accidents, plural of industrial accident. Industrial action. A workplace protest by employees designed to inconvenience or disrupt the business of the employer. Industrial actions. Plural of industrial action. Industrial age. The time of industrial evolution. Industrial arts. The practical arts, such as engineering, metalworking, or carpentry. Industrial complex. A large factory or a concentration of industry in a limited geographical area. Industrial complexes. Plural of industrial design. A process of design applied to products that are to be manufactured through techniques of mass production. Industrial design right. An intellectual property right that protects the visual design of objects that are not purely utilitarian. Industrial design rights. Plural of industrial design right. Industrial designer. Someone who specializes in industrial design. Industrial designers. Plural of industrial designer. Industrial diamond. A diamond of quality too low to be gem grade but useful in industry, typically as an abrasive, because of its hardness. It may be either natural or synthetic. Industrial diamonds. Plural of industrial diamond. Industrial disease. Disease or disability caused by employment, such as repetitive acts or exposure to chemicals. Industrial diseases. Plural of industrial disease. Industrial engineering. An engineering profession concerned with the optimization of complex processes, systems, or organizations by developing, improving, and implementing integrated systems of people, money, knowledge, information, and equipment. Industrial espionage. The use of clandestine methods to acquire secret information for commercial advantage. Industrial estate. An area of buildings intended primarily for industrial purposes, i.e. factories and related services and infrastructure, rather than for residential living. Industrial estates. Plural of industrial estate. Industrial livestock production. Synonym of factory farming. Industrial metal. A genre of heavy metal influenced by industrial music. Industrial methylated spirit. Ethyl alcohol denatured by the addition of 5% methyl alcohol, a form of methylated